exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it in a sense, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength, now I'm the only one. Only one. Until I broke the rules, my life destroyed. A life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero. Fly up. Fly up, away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero.
Giải tiếp mở kèo cho anh em. Giải tiếp bất kèo luôn à.
exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall, fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it in a sense, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Καλησπέρα στην πανέρου παρέα του HLL. Εδώ για άλλο ένα cast, το τελευταίο cast του EMEA Masters και τα finals. Μαζί με Owner, πως είσαι, έχουμε ένα πολύ ωραίο best of 5 σήμερα μπροστά μας.
Καλησπέρα. Έχουμε και κρυφό και τον Ντρόγκο, δεν έχει μιλήσει ακόμα. Έχουμε διπλό παρατηράκι προς το παρόν.
Ορίστε.
Θα είναι και ο Δρόγος μαζί μας.
Σαμόνερα.
Θα είμαι γιατί βαριέμαι να πατάω μόνο κουμπιά και έχουμε και να πούμε και διάφορα.
Έχουμε, παιδιά, να πούμε πάρα πολλά, γιατί τελικώς Japan Corp εναντίον Los Ratones, μία Los Ratones που είδαμε όλοι μαζί χθες, όλη η Ελλάδα είδε μαζί χθες, να κερδίζει την Team Fantasma. Ναι, ήταν 3-0 το σκορ, θα θέλαμε σίγουρα ένα win, αλλά ξέρεις κάτι, αν χάνουμε από κάποιον, να χάνουμε από την πιο δημοφιλή ομάδα του EMEA, Δρόγο.
Η αλήθεια είναι ότι θέλαμε κάτι καλύτερο χθες. Όχι τόσο το defeat δεν είναι το πρόβλημα εδώ πέρα. Αλλά είναι το κρίμα που δεν είδαμε να πιάνει η ομάδα την απόδοση που έπιασε στα προηγούμενα παιχνίδια που ήταν εξίσου δύσκολα. Δεν θα κάτσω να σχολιάσω τώρα αν ήταν πιο δύσκολα ή λιγότερο. Αλλά σίγουρα μπορούσαμε να δείξουμε ένα καλύτερο πρόσωπο.
Ήταν όλο λίγο το concept έτσι πιο αγχωμένο, θα το πω. Όχι και οι παίχτες αλλά και τα picks που παίρνανε, δηλαδή το πώς κυνηγάγανε εκεί μετά τον Baus που τους έκανε τα περίεργα και δεν παίρναν πράγματα, ας πούμε, σε άλλο σημείο. Οπότε δυστυχώς δεν είδαμε την απόδοση που θα ήταν τηλεοπτικό τουλάχιστον.
Είχαμε ετοιμαστεί για 5 παιχνίδια να βγάζουμε φαντάσματα, να γίνεται χαμός, ρε παιδί μου. Το είχαμε πιστέψει κι εμείς. Αλλά δεν έγινε, δυστυχώς. Δυστυχώς για το θέαμα πιο πολύ, to be honest.
Γιατί δεν νομίζω ότι έχουμε παράπονα από εκεί που φτάσαμε. Το HLL, το πρώτο του split, φέρνει τη Fantasma, η Fantasma κάνει τα δυνατά, πάει top 4, δεν έχει ξαναγίνει αυτό και ελπίζουμε τώρα στα επόμενα EMEA κιόλας, γιατί τα επόμενα EMEA θα έχουν και παραπάνω ομάδες, να το κάνουν και 2 ομάδες. Όχι μόνο η μία που στείλαμε τώρα, αλλά άλλα λόγια αυτά. Προηγούμενο game, σήμερα έχουμε τελικό 2 πολύ δυνατές ομάδες. Για όσους δεν ήταν και το game ανάμεσα σε Japan Corp και ACB, τους πήγανε λίγο πολύ ευθεία. 3-1 το score και το ένα game που πήρε και η ACB ήταν πάνω στα χέρια του jungler τους, όπου έπαιξε πάρα πολύ δυνατό game με Nidalee, αλλά overall σαν ομάδα φαίνονται παντοδύναμη και
είναι κάπως το αντίθετο και καλά. Είναι τα φαβορί όντως τώρα οι Γάλλοι. Απ' την άλλη, Los Ratones έρχονται εκεί πέρα με τα περίεργα τα δικά τους και ελπίζω να δούμε και σήμερα τουλάχιστον derby. Για να μην δούμε πάλι κανένα 3-0 εκεί από τους Γάλλους.
Λοιπόν, να πω εγώ εδώ ότι οι Γάλλοι αγωνίζονται με τον Ένατρον στη θέση του coach, τον συνονόματο. Είχα πολύ καιρό να δω που βρίσκεται, γιατί εδώ και πάρα πολλά χρόνια κάνει coaching στο εξωτερικό Ένατρον και να που χωρίς να το ψάξω ιδιαίτερα ήρθα από μόνος του μπροστά μου με μια ομάδα η οποία έρχεται από τη δεύτερη θέση της Γαλλίας, αλλά στην πραγματικότητα μέσα στο EMEA Masters ίσως απέδειξε ότι είναι η νούμερο 1 ομάδα της Γαλλίας αυτή τη στιγμή, με τις αλλαγές που αναγκαστικά υπέστη η ομάδα του Βολτή. Την είχαμε στον όμιλο, ήθελα να το πω και αυτό. Παιδιά, δηλαδή 2 defeats κάναμε στο EMEA Masters από τις 2 ομάδες που είναι στο τελικό. Δηλαδή πάντα τέτοια, δεν έχω κάτι άλλο να πω, πάντα τέτοια. Και μακάρι με αυτή την εμπειρία, ας πούμε, που εποκομίσαμε, που πήρε, ας πούμε, η Fantasma από το τουρνουά αυτό να έρθει και στο επόμενο που θα είναι πιο μεγάλο, με περισσότερες ομάδες, και να κάνει ένα εξίσου σεβαστό run, και όχι μόνο αυτή, αλλά και όποια τερματίσει δεύτερη. Θα είναι πολύ juicy πλέον και η δεύτερη θέση. Και δεν ξέρω αν βλέποντας οι ομάδες στην πορεία που έκανε η Φάντασμα, έχουν αρχίσει και αυτοί να φαντασιώνονται μια αντίστοιχη πορεία στο EMEA Masters.
Ονειρικό ακούγεται πραγματικά όλο αυτό και θα θέλαμε να ζήσουμε κάτι τέτοιο. Ενώ, Owner, εσύ για αρχή, τι πιστεύεις για όλο αυτό με το run που έχουμε δει ότι χάσαμε από τις δύο κορυφαίες ομάδες, και μετά θέλω να μου πεις και πιο πολύ για το draft που πιστεύεις ότι θα ακολουθήσει σήμερα η γαλλική ομάδα εναντίον της Los Ratones, γιατί είναι λίγο ενδιαφέρον αυτό το point από χθες.
Και εγώ ουσιαστικά είπα ότι η Φάντασμα όντως ήταν πολύ καλό το run, παρόλο που, εντάξει, θα πω την αλήθεια, παρόλο που ήταν όντως λίγο τυχερή, θα το πω. Δηλαδή λες και οι αντίπαλες ομάδες κάπως ήταν λίγο πιο... μας υποτίμησαν λίγο, όπως και να έχει, εν τέλει τα καταφέρανε και με καλές ομάδες, με budget τα οποία ήταν πολύ περισσότερα κιόλας από τους Team Φάντασμα, με μεγάλη διαφορά. Που όντως αυτό, ρε παιδί μου, δείχνει ότι αν όντως το πάρουν σοβαρά, δεν είναι αίτητες αυτές οι ομάδες που είναι σε αυτά τα league, οπότε πιστεύω ότι είναι ευκαιρία τώρα και οι υπόλοιπες ομάδες, ας το πούμε, από την Ελλάδα που θα μπορούσαν. Τώρα στέλνουμε 2, σωστά, στην επόμενη φορά.
Το επόμενο 2, ναι.
Ναι. Άρα σου λέει τώρα, δίνει και ένα εξτρά κίνητρο σε κάποια άλλη ομάδα η οποία ήταν εκεί στο top 4 για μας τουλάχιστον, να πάει και αυτή πιο σοβαρά, τουλάχιστον να μπει στο EMEA Masters. Αυτό συμφέρει τις ομάδες για πολλούς λόγους, για όποιον δεν γνωρίζει. Δηλαδή, αν κάποιος παίχτης, επειδή υπάρχουν κάποια συμβόλαια, πάρθει από κάποια άλλη ομάδα, αυτό σημαίνει ότι η ομάδα θα βγάλει λεφτά, οπότε θα έχει μεγαλύτερο budget για τα επόμενα split, να νικάει και να παίρνει ακόμα καλύτερους παίχτες, ας το πούμε. Δεν ξέρω τώρα πώς θα το χρησιμοποιήσει κάθε ομάδα το budget αυτό. Αλλά ναι, τώρα για το match που λες με Los Ratones, η αλήθεια είναι, εντάξει, και εγώ νομίζω ότι οι Γάλλοι είναι το φαβορί, αλλά θα ήθελα όντως να κερδίσουν οι Los Ratones, έτσι, για το τζέρτζελο θα πω. Νομίζω ότι μιας και είναι το content team, άμα τυχόν καταφέρει όντως και κερδίσει, είναι καλό, μη σου πω τώρα, να γίνονται και άλλα τέτοια, και άλλα content teams, και να γίνεται τέτοιο τζέρτζελο παντού που βοηθάει τους πάντες αυτό τώρα, και τους viewer και αυτούς που παίζουν, και παραπάνω λεφτά έρχονται κιόλας σε όλο το κουρμπέτι.
Γενικά έχουν δημιουργηθεί και άλλα content teams. Στη Γερμανία υπήρχε ένα, στο region του Los Ratones υπήρχαν 3 μαζί με τους Los Ratones. Τώρα εμείς στα χέρια μας βλέπω έχουμε και ένα draft το οποίο πρέπει να περάσουμε γρήγορα για να απαντηθούν πολλές ερωτήσεις γύρω από το τι μπορεί να γίνει, και βλέπουμε τον Ναζίρ και τον Μάουκ είναι στα bans για να δούμε αν μανάρουνε τον Μπάους ή όχι. Μανάρουνε Άιβερν, οκ, ενδιαφέρον.
Άρα δεν μπανάρουν τόσο πολύ τον boss. Μάλλον το planer ο Κορεάτης δεν πολύ φοβάται.
Ναι, ο Howling νομίζω είναι από τα μεγαλύτερα θηρία αυτή τη στιγμή στο top lane. Γενικά οι Κορεάτες που έχουν οι Γάλλοι είναι και οι δύο παντοδύναμοι. Okay? Δεν ξέρω κατά πόσο φοβούνται τους αντιπάλους. Δηλαδή εδώ μπορεί να λες τον Howling Boss και να λέει ο Howling what? Just give me Jace man, I will carry the game. Γιατί όντως δεν μπανάρουνε ούτε Gragas, δεν μπανάρουνε ούτε Sion, αλλά για να δούμε ποιο είναι το δικό τους σχέδιο για να παίξουν αυτό το παιχνίδι εναντίον του, όπου από την άλλη Los Ratones πηγαίνουν με πολύ σταθερά drafts. Δηλαδή, εδώ αν πάρανε και ένα Rumble, ρε παιδί μου, που λέμε, ή έναν top laner, δεν μου φαίνονταν περίεργο. Το κάνουν από την αρχή του EMEA Masters.
Ντρούκος, τι πιστεύεις για το ποιος, ας πούμε, τώρα εδώ είναι το φαβόρι, έτσι, από απορία?
Λοιπόν, έφτιαχνα λίγο τον ήχο γιατί νόμιζα ότι σ' άκουγα λίγο χαμηλά. Να επιβεβαιώσω και το chat αν είναι καλύτερα τώρα owner. Κοίτα, θέλω να νικήσουν οι IJC για να αποδειχτεί ότι είναι η καλύτερη ομάδα που υπήρχε στο EMEA Masters, και αυτόματα το 2-1 που κάναμε μαζί τους να δείξει ότι όχι απλά δεν ήταν fluke η απόδοση των Φάντασμα με τα δύο STR teams, ας πούμε, που παίξανε με τα 3, αλλά ήταν consistent και απλά δυστυχώς για λόγους δεν απέδωσαν μόνο στους συμμετελικούς τους, ή τέλος πάντων δεν τους βγήκε το παιχνίδι, έτσι. Με αυτή την έννοια. Πιστεύω όμως ότι η εμπειρία που έχουν μέσα οι παίκτες των Los Ratones, που ήταν και ο κύριος λόγος που κατά τη γνώμη μου χάσαμε, όχι ακριβώς τα δάχτυλα, αλλά η πολυετής εμπειρία που έχουν σε μεγάλες διοργανώσεις, σίγουρα μπορεί να τους κερδίσει παιχνίδι εδώ πέρα, και επειδή είναι ένας μεγάλος τελικός, δεν ξέρω τι θα γίνει αν πάμε να παίξουμε τώρα πρώτο game. Έχουν ετοιμάσει, δεν ξέρω, κάποιο πολύ ιδιαίτερο playstyle οι LR, κλέψουν ή κερδίσουν και στα ίσια το πρώτο game. Δεν ξέρω πώς θα αντιδράσουν μετά οι Γάλλοι, που βέβαια δεν έχουν δείξει να φοβούνται. Εγώ 3-1 το έδωσα στο chat υπέρ των Γάλλων, αλλά επειδή είναι που βέβαια δεν έχουν δείξει να φοβούνται. Εγώ 3-1 το έδωσα στο chat υπέρ των Γάλλων, αλλά επειδή είναι τελικός ποτέ δεν ξέρεις.
Θα ψιλοσυμφωνήσω με το 3-1, αλλά για να δούμε τι μπορούν να κάνουν οι Ρατώνες. Για τώρα έχουν αφήσει open τον Rumble, κάτι που δεν κάνανε εναντίον μας χθες. Τον Rumble τον είχαν στο ban list και εννοεί το Howling το λοκάρι, ο Baus παίζει το counter pick του εναντίον του Rumble που είναι ο Γκάλιο, το έχουμε δει αρκετές φορές, και μετά παίρνουν και το Jin. Αλλά κατευθείαν οι Japan Corp λένε: OK, θα πάρουμε Skarner MF. Έχουμε σετάρει ήδη ένα insane combo που είναι πολύ κλασικό. Πολλές φορές το παίζεις ή με Vi στο jungle ή με Maokai στο jungle. Αυτό το παίζουν με Skarner, γιατί ο Skarner τι κάνει? Ουλτάρει τους πάντες, τους φέρνει πάνω στα ulti σου και πεθαίνουν από αυτά.
Ισχύει αυτό. Τώρα να δούμε τώρα. Viego πήραν εδώ πέρα. Είπαμε το θέλουν ψιλοπράει όλοι για κάποιο λόγο από την προηγούμενη φορά. Δεν του άρεσε του Μύρο. Θα δείξει τώρα. Είναι ένα pick το οποίο έχει να πάρει πράγματα προς το παρόν. Ανάλογα τώρα τι θα επιλέξουν κιόλας οι IJC στο mid και στο support. Α δούμε τώρα τι bans θα κάνουν τώρα οι ομάδες. Προς το παρόν η αλήθεια είναι το combo των Γάλλων είναι τρομακτικό, θα πω. Πατάνε κύρο και εξαφανίζουν κόσμο.
Να ρωτήσω εγώ, πόσο βασικό είναι σε ένα τέτοιο παιχνίδι να πάρουμε ένα combo που δουλεύει πατώντας ένα κουμπί?
Είναι το πιο βασικό. Νομίζω ο ίδιος ο Κάιντρελ που είναι coach στην Los Ratones έχει πει ότι αυτά τα combos τον πάρουν παντού. Απλά πατάνε νερό και κερδίζουν. Τα έχει δει αυτά, τα έχει καστάρει αυτά και τα έχει ντραφτάρει αυτά. Οπότε ξέρει ακριβώς τι κάνει το combo των Γάλλων αυτή τη στιγμή. Βέβαια, ντραφτάρει Viego πάνω σε αυτό. Καταλαβαίνω έχεις Viego μαζί με τον Γκάλιο, μπορεί να βοηθήσει λίγο, αλλά και το reset δεν είναι και το πιο εύκολο. Ναι, θα έχεις damage πάνω στο Skarner, αλλά ο Skarner δεν θέλει gold, απλά μπορεί να τρέχει πάνω σου, μπορεί να abusar λίγο παραπάνω και θες πολύ μεγάλη βοήθεια από τον Reckless τώρα. Να κάνει αυτά τα μεγάλα re-engage, να βοηθάει τον Velya να παίρνει το reset και έτσι να πάρουν το game. Αλλά για να δούμε, γιατί στο τέλος ό,τι και να λέμε, σημασία έχει το gameplay μέσα στο παιχνίδι.
Θα πούμε ότι ο Skarner, παρόλο που συνήθως λέμε ότι είναι από τα δυνατά, συνήθως χάνει. Οπότε μπορεί και εκεί να γίνει το. Ξέρω ποιος παίρνει Skarner, λες και είναι καταραμένο τώρα.
Ναι, αλλά τι μας είχε κάνει ο LeBron με αυτόν τον Skarner.
Το κερδίσαμε.
Δεν
το χάσανε και το game που είχε κάνει το epic play που.
Το χάσανε, εμείς που κερδίσαμε 2-0.
Μπράβο. Από την άλλη, ούτε το Viego τα έχει πάει καλά στα στατιστικά του EMEA Masters. Έχουμε δύο jungler οι οποίοι ενώ θεωρητικά είναι καλοί, χάνουν.
Οριάννα για τον Nemesis, ένα pick που είδαμε ότι όντως κάνει δουλειά. Έχει και damage εκεί πέρα για να δώσει και το reset έτσι ας πούμε στο Viego. Απ' την άλλη βλέπουμε μάλλον Victor. Το δούμε αν θα λοκαλιστεί.
Βλέποντας το Orianna, να κάνω και την εξής απορία που είχα. Το Orianna knock που το βλέπαμε όλο το season, εμείς στο HLL τουλάχιστον το βλέπαμε συνέχεια. Εμείς γιατί δεν το παίξαμε?
Είναι μεγάλο bait στο high low. Γενικά δεν κερδίζει ποτέ.
Okay.
Κοίτα, αν δεν κάνω λάθος, το είδαμε ένα παιχνίδι εναντίον μας και μας κέρδισε. Αλλά γενικά οι ομάδες έχουν φύγει μακριά από αυτό τελευταία. Για κάποιο λόγο δεν μπορούσαν να πάρουν αυτό το combo και να κερδίσουν με αυτό το combo. Οπότε και εμείς μπορεί να μην ήμασταν τόσο σίγουροι. Το Orianna έχει πέσει και αυτό λίγο παραπάνω. Βλέπουμε ότι ο Crowny τώρα το φέρνει, αλλά δεν το βλέπουμε όσο το βλέπαμε πριν. Και πρέπει να περάσουν λίγο τα games, να πάμε σε Game 3 για να εμφανιστούν αυτές οι επιλογές. Όπως και ο Nock. Δεν είναι πια top tier jungler. Ο Nock είναι πολύ πιο κάτω από τους υπόλοιπους AD.
Ωραίο το MF γενικά. Ωραίο το MF με Rumble. Και ακόμα πιο ωραίο το MF με Rumble, Alistar, Skarner, Victor.
Βάλε.
Παναγία μου. Δεν ξέρω.
Γιατί πήραμε το Μπαρντάκο τώρα εδώ? Όπως και να έχει.
Γιατί ο Reckless λογικά θέλει να παίξει ranged. Γιατί εδώ πέρα ο Reckless δεν μπορεί να παίξει τα picks του. Δεν θέλει να παίξει Rakan πάνω στο combo.
Είναι λες και είπανε χάσαμε σε αυτό. Ας πάρουμε τώρα picks που...
Μας γκάπαρε χθες με Bard. Δεν νομίζω ότι λογικά δεν χάσαμε.
Εγώ λέω τα picks που βλέπω αντίπαλα τώρα. Δηλαδή σου λέει τώρα οι άλλοι τα έχουν πάρει όλα.
Εκτός και αν το Bard Ulti μπορεί να μας κάνει reset ένα fight που έχουν ξεκινήσει πατώντας 2-3 ρο οι άλλοι. Και ανταλλάξουμε 3 για 1.
Και μπορεί να δώσει και εξτρά χώρο για να κάνουμε μετά Orianna ulti, Galio ulti, κάποιο τέτοιο combo. Παρ' όλα αυτά εντάξει, ναι, βλέπουμε εδώ πέρα. Έχουν οι άλλοι το combo combo, αλλά για να δουλέψει πρέπει να βγουν καλά στα lane. Εντάξει, είναι έμπειροι παίχτες, λογικά θα βγουν καλά στα lane. Αλλά αν τυχόν αρχίσουν τώρα εδώ πάλι να κυνηγάνε και αυτοί για κάποιο λόγο κατά λάθος εκεί τον boss στο top και τους κερδίζει χρόνο, θα μπορούσαν ίσως να κάνουν εδώ πέρα οι Los Ratones το... Από τα picks εγώ θεωρώ ότι οι Γάλλοι είναι πιο δυνατοί.
Εμένα τον Bard μου αρέσει πάρα πολύ. Γιατί πρέπει να σκεφτούμε ότι κιόλας αν ο Skarner μπει μέσα και κάνει 3-man ulti, απλά κάνει ulti αυτός που έκανε ulti και δεν μπορούν να του χτυπήσουν και ulti τελειώνει. Και μπορεί να φύγει. Αν θέλει να μπιουζάρει τα immobile carries μπορεί, δηλαδή μπορεί να σταματήσει το ulti του Skarner, μπορεί να σταματήσει το ulti σε Meth, μπορεί να σταματήσει πολλά πράγματα. Και ξαναλέμε ο Reckless, εφόσον δεν θέλει να παίξει τον Rakan του σε αυτό το matchup, δεν θα παίξει Leona, Nautilus, Rel και όλα αυτά που έχουμε πει. Οπότε θέλει ranged matchup, το Lulu μαζί με τον Jhin δεν κολλάει κιόλας, οπότε πηγαίνει με μια πολύ καλή range να κάνει και ένα το carry. Ενώ ταυτόχρονα είμαστε έτοιμοι να περάσουμε στο πρώτο παιχνίδι της ημέρας. Los Ratones Upon Corp, τελικός του EMEA Masters, Best of 5. Πάμε να δούμε ποιος θα πάρει τον τίτλο.
Ένα prediction εδώ να δώσω, να πούμε εδώ για το chat που ζητάνε, άμα μπορεί να ανοίξει κάποιο. Και περνάμε μες στο game.
Ναι. Αμέσως.
Εγώ θα πω αυτό που λέτε, ναι, ισχύει ότι ο Bard βοηθάει στο να κόψει Ulti MF ή να κόψει αυτό που λες στο Ulti Skarner, αλλά το animation του Bard Ulti δεν είναι και instant. Δηλαδή, αν ο Skarner όντως πιάσει τώρα που λες 2-3 άτομα Ulti και φύγει Ulti MF, μπορεί και να μείνουν 10% πριν σκάσει το του Bard.
Λέω. Ο Reckless χθες έπαιξε πολύ καλό Bard πάντως. Είχε και το highlight στο top lane που έσωσε τον Nemesis εναντίον μας. Να δούμε πώς θα το κάνει Executor. Και στο lane μπορεί να είναι πάρα πολύ oppressive. Ένα καλό Q και μετά ο Jhin απλά ακολουθεί. Βλέπουμε ότι ο Prime σε αυτό το matchup επιλέγει να πάει με το Phase Rush. Λέει: OK, παίζω Alistar. Καταλαβαίνουμε πως θα είναι πιο δύσκολο να κάνω connect το stun. Οι αντίπαλοι δεν θα παίξουν πάνω μου. Οπότε εγώ πρέπει να μείνω πάνω τους με κάποιο τρόπο ή να ξεφύγω μετά το combo. Phase Rush είναι η επιλογή. Press the attack για την MF. Αρκετά κλασικά runes παντού. Comment για τον Sertus. Όπως και για τον Nemesis για να παίξουν αυτό το matchup. Ενώ τα μάτια μας είναι και αυτά στο top. Ο Baus, όπως είπαμε, παίζει ένα counter pick στα χαρτιά εναντίον του Rumble. Αλλά ο Rumble, αν βγει λίγο μπροστά ή σκεϊλάρουν και οι δύο και είναι even, έχει το πλεονέκτημα με ένα invade. Να ξεκινάει ο Theo Kax, έχει πάρει ακριβώς χαμπάρι τι γίνεται. Και ο Βέλια εδώ πρέπει να κερδίσει το smite. Χάνει τον πόλεμο και μην χάσει και τη ζωή του. Ακόμα δεν ξεκίνησε το game. Ο Ser του σκέφτεται και φλασάρει επιτυχικά. Το damage είναι αρκετό. Μαζεύει το πρώτο kill, αλλά θυσιάζεται στην πορεία. Και ανταλλάζουν το 1 for 1.
Τώρα είναι αυτό που λέμε, δεν χάσανε και πολλά. Παρ' όλα αυτά, εντάξει, ο Skarner βγαίνει μπροστά από αυτό. Ο Viego πέθανε, οπότε πρέπει να ξανατρέξει τώρα να φαρμάρει. Οπότε θα είναι πολύ πιο αργό στο clear του. Ξαναβλέπουμε εδώ το περίεργο κυνήγι που θέλουν να κάνουν. Για κάποιο λόγο δεν πλησίασε καν για να κάνει το smite. Δεν έφτανε σίγουρα εκεί. Δεν ξέρω αν άξιζε εδώ αυτό το flash του Viego. Του Victor. Του δώσε το kill, πήρε kill ο Jhin, πλέον το first blood δεν παίρνει παραπάνω gold και τώρα είναι mid χωρίς flash.
Του για τα stacks, γιατί καταλαβαίνει πως με το να πάρει το kill βάζει τον εαυτό του σε μια πολύ καλή θέση για τα stacks στο passive για να πάρει το πρώτο evolution. Έτσι κι αλλιώς και να πεθάνει λέει θα έρθω με TP, θα έχω κάνει recall, μπορώ να πάρω item. Είναι καλύτερα στο lane από την Nemesis, αλλά όπως είπες δεν έχει flash και αυτό είναι που μπορεί να κινδυνεύει. Βέβαια ο Βέλια μια χαρά διαβάζει την κατάσταση και μπορεί να πάει από τα Raptors του στο αντίπαλο jungle. Ναι, δεν βλέπουν τον Theo Kax, αλλά το camp θα το πάρουν σίγουρα και επειδή από ό,τι βλέπω έχασε αρκετά μικρά από τα Raptors, δεν θα πάρει level 3 από 3 camps και είναι ακόμα με 2 spells.
Σε καλό του βγήκε του jungler των Los Ratones και γενικά νομίζω γιατί τα Summoners πήγανε 3 για 1 στην πρώτη φάση.
Flash Alistar, Flash και από τον Sertus, ναι, και από την άλλη έκανε Flash μόνο Βέλια.
Και ένα Ignite και το Ignite νομίζω Alistar.
Ναι, και το Ignite. Και το TP αν το βάλουμε αυτό, όλα μαζί.
Ναι, δηλαδή δεν ήταν άσχημο, ενώ φάνηκε λίγο περίεργο το invade εκεί πέρα και φάνηκε οι IJC να το καταλαβαίνουν γρήγορα και να αντιδρούν εν τέλει σαν να μπεϊταρίστηκαν. Μήπως αυτό είναι το playstyle των Los Ratones, να μπεϊτάρουν τους πάντες σε λάθος calls.
Φαίνεται, η αλήθεια είναι ότι κάνουν ψηλό overforce, αλλά επειδή το κάνουν όλοι μαζί, κάπως εν τέλει τους βγαίνει για αυτούς κέρδος.
Μέχρι τώρα το game είναι even και ο Theo Kax κοιτάει στο mid lane, θέλει να πάρει το flash του Nemesis. Με το να πάρει το flash του Nemesis, ο Nemesis δεν μπορεί να κάνει αυτό που κάνει τώρα. Γιατί η Orianna, αν ξέρεις να παίζει, ασκεί πάρα πολύ πίεση με το spacing της κιόλας πάνω στον αντίπαλο και τώρα ο Nemesis πρέπει να κάψει flash, αναγκαστικά αλλιώς θα πεθάνει. Που σημαίνει ότι οι Japan Corp έβγαλαν το play που ήθελαν. Ο Nemesis δεν μπορεί να συνεχίσει να παίζει τόσο aggressive χωρίς να έχει πίεση και vision. Και πρώτος από τους δύο θα έχει σε flash ο Sertus. Άρα ο Victor με 53 stacks από το level 4 είναι σε μια πολύ καλή θέση.
Ισχύει αυτό και μέχρι να ξαναμπορέσει ο Viego όντως να γκαγκάρει στο mid μπορεί και να ξαναγεμίσει το flash. Προς το παρόν δεν έχει τιμωρηθεί. Ίσα ίσα τιμώρησαν την Orianna. Παρ' όλα αυτά το bot lane εδώ των Los Ratones πάει αρκετά καλά.
Ναι, χτυπάει πάρα πολύ. Ο Crown παρότι πήρε first blood δεν έκανε ποτέ reset. Οπότε έμεινε στο lane και με το bar Jin που είπαμε, το poke, το setup που μπορεί να κάνει ο ένας πάνω στον άλλον, έχουν πουσάρει πάρα πολύ. Ένα wave μπροστά πρακτικά μέσω των CS και μαζί με το kill αυτό συνδυάζεται σε 400 gold lead για έναν Jino που θέλει το πρώτο του recall να είναι lethality από τη μία, BF sword από την άλλη. Έχουμε δει και τα δύο να λειτουργούν.
Πάλι ο boss θα πω ότι έτσι, ό,τι και να παίξει το πάει full damage. Δεν υπάρχει πιθανότητα να παίξει, ας πούμε, tank, έτσι.
Ο Baus λογικά
Ναι.
θα πάει Cosmic Drive σε full AP.
Οκ.
Αλλά για να δούμε.
Σου λέει ναι, θα με κυνηγάνε, βγάλω και κάποιο ένα one shot. Είναι το κόλπο.
Ο Baus δεν ξέρει να παίζει tank. Ο Baus το μόνο pick που παίζει tank, αν δεν κάνω λάθος, είναι μερικές φορές το Sign. Okay, τα υπόλοιπα picks του απλά λέει ό,τι και να είναι θα το πάω damage. Γι' αυτό δεν τον έχουμε δει να παίζει Ornn, δεν τον έχουμε δει να παίζει Cassante. Απλά παίζει ό,τι μπορεί να βγάλει περίεργο build. Πηγαίνει back Symbiotic Souls Classic αντικειμενικά για τον Baus, όπου εκμεταλλεύεται πάρα πολύ το tempo, τα resets, θέλει να έχει πιο γρήγορα recalls για να εμφανίζεται στο lane. Ενώ ο Rumble παίζει Conqueror και όπως είπαμε, ο Rumble αυτή τη στιγμή τι κάνει. Λέει, παιδιά, αυτός πήγανε counter pick και εγώ απλά θα βγάλω Leander's Riftmaker και όταν βγάλω αυτά τα δύο items θα κάνω 1v9. Αυτός είναι ο σκοπός του και έτσι θέλουν να παίξουν μέχρι να πάνε σε κάποια μεγάλα team fights. Που θα δούμε πότε θα
Πάλι το mid να κάνουν κάποιο κυνήγι πάνω στον Nemesis. Παρ' όλα αυτά έρχεται ο Reckless και ο Velgia εκεί πέρα για να διώξει ουσιαστικά αυτό το. Ίσως και dive να θέλανε να κάνουν στην Oriana, η οποία δεν είχε το flash της και δεν έχει ακόμα level 6. Και ξεκινάνε δράκο εδώ πέρα οι Λοζρατώνες. Απ' την άλλη ο Skarner παίρνει τα Voids.
Κλασικό trade. Κάποιες ομάδες που έχουν πολύ προς τα κάτω. Ανάλογα πώς θα βγει και το παιχνίδι δηλαδή. Νομίζω το Πράιο το έχει ο Δράκος. Έχουμε δει ότι πηγαίνει καλύτερα σαν objective μέχρι το τέλος του παιχνιδιού. Βέβαια εντάξει, άμα πάρεις τους δύο πρώτους Δράκους που συνήθως αυτοί που θα πάρουν τον πρώτο συνήθως παίρνουν το δεύτερο. Δεν πάρεις grabs, αρχίσεις χάνεις το παιχνίδι. Τα grabs θα βοηθήσουν πάρα πολύ στα push, ας πούμε, στα side lane για να γυρίσεις. Είναι ένα trade, ας πούμε, που κάνουν οι ομάδες συνήθως, το ένα για το άλλο. Μ' αρέσει πάρα πολύ που βλέπω κάποιους από τους junglers στο εμένα να κάνουν αυτό που κάνει ο jungler των Los Ratones τώρα. Με κάθε ευκαιρία, γνωρίζοντας που είναι ο αντίπαλος, θα μπει, θα του πάρει το camp, δεν το σκέφτεται καθόλου.
Ισχύει και το
Ήταν ένα
Πράιο
μικρό
και αυτό.
mistake από τον Θείο Κάξ, γιατί εφόσον πηγαίνεις Voids, δεν μπορείς μετά να πεις ότι θα πάω να υπερασπιστώ και το bot side jungle μου, γιατί έχεις δώσει info σε top, ο αντίπαλος μπορεί ελεύθερα να μπει μέσα στο jungle, οπότε το καλύτερο που μπορούσε να κάνει ήταν να πάει ευθεία, να πάρει λίγο παραπάνω vision μέσα στο αντίπαλο jungle, μπορεί ακόμα να πιέσει και το top lane, γιατί το bot του δεν ήταν σε θέση να φάει dive, από ό,τι βλέπουμε οι Lost Dragons πήγανε back, αλλά τουλάχιστον είναι εκεί που πρέπει να είναι για να πάρει τα δύο camps του και να πάρει level 6, γιατί βλέπουμε ότι η διαφορά ανάμεσα στους δύο jungles στο XP είναι πια μισό level.
Βλέπουμε εδώ τον boss που έβγαλε μπότες οι οποίες είναι περίεργες, θα πω. Του λέει τώρα θα αρχίσω τώρα εγώ να τρέχω εκεί γύρω-γύρω σε όλο το χάρτη, να τους τρελάνω. Πήγε εκεί να παίρνει speed και πιο γρήγορο recall ουσιαστικά. Κάνει και ulti εδώ πέρα ο Rumble, κάνει clear το wave, θέλει να κάνει reset ουσιαστικά, δεν έχει και το TP του.
Εκεί το wave, το cannon θα πέσει. Λογικά θα έχει τη μάσκα μόλις πάει back. Θέλω να δω αν προσπαθήσει να παίξει κάποιο 1v1. Και εδώ βλέπουμε το value από τις μπότες του Baus, όπου παρότι έκανε ο Rumble πρώτο στο recall, ο Baus πηγαίνει κατευθείαν back, δηλαδή του πήρε πραγματικά μισό χρόνο. Αν ήθελε να περπατήσει, μπορούσε να περπατήσει. Αλλά για να κάνει teleport, τελικά κάποιο είναι το play εδώ πέρα. Και μπορεί να προσπαθήσουν να κάνουν contest ή κάποιο περίεργο move στο top. Γιατί λέμε ότι ο Crown μόλις δει το combo δεν κάθισε να φάει καν damage. Φλάσαρε μακριά, θέλει το HP του να μείνει ψηλά, ώστε να μην φάει κάποιο dive αν έρθει ο Skarner.
Νομίζω ότι θέλει να πάει πίσω από το tower τώρα, τον έχει πιάσει τρέλα αυτή η κλασική του Baus από ό,τι φαίνεται, αλλά μάλλον είδε το Skarner εκεί πέρα και σου λέει άστο τώρα καλύτερα.
Τώρα θα πάρουν το Bread Buff. Viego είναι ακόμα πάνω. Ο Skarner συνεχίζει να είναι πίσω στο XP και η διαφορά μεγαλώνει όσο περνάει η ώρα. Παρ' όλα αυτά τα αντικείμενά του δεν έχουν κάποιο πρόβλημα. 2 ζώνες έχει βγάλει. Okay, οπότε HP υπάρχει πάνω του. Δεν θα νιώθει πάρα πολύ damage. Αλλά είναι ένα από τα καλύτερα resets στο παιχνίδι. Αν καταφέρει ο Viego να πάρει το kill, γίνεται αυτός ο Skarner που παίρνει το E και εκεί ξεκινάει η όμορφη κατάσταση για τον Velgia, όπου μπορεί να εκμεταλλευτεί πάρα πολύ καλά αυτά τα picks. Γενικά κάθε pick το οποίο μπορεί να σηκώσει, νομίζω πως είναι ο παράδεισος του Viego.
Πάλι ο Baus έκανε πρώτος κίνηση στο jungle μαζί με τον συμπαίχτη του, μήπως μπορέσουν να διεκδικήσουν κάτι. Από ό,τι φαίνεται δεν θέλανε να ρισκάρουν κάτι τόσο deep μέσα στη τζούγκλα του Skarner και με τον Howling και αυτός να έχει πάρει χαμπάρι τι γίνεται και να πηγαίνει προς τα εκεί. Ο Victor δεν ξέρω πόσο μπορεί να βοηθήσει ακόμα σε ένα τέτοιο skirmish. Αλλά το ίδιο ισχύει για την Οριάννα, δηλαδή passive πράγματα στο mid. Δεν περιμένω να δω κάτι τρελό. Και βλέποντας και τον Alistar να κάνει διάφορες κινήσεις και να ψάχνει πράγματα, αφήνει και την MF μόνη της, οπότε και τον bot
δεν... MF έχει βγει μπροστά βέβαια ξαφνικά στο farm, εκεί που ήταν όντως στο bot lane των Los Ratones μπροστά στα CS. Εντάξει, υπάρχουν αρκετά creeps ακόμα εδώ πέρα για τον Jhin. Παρ' όλα αυτά έχει ένα lead 10 CS.
Δεν ξέρω αν κάνω λάθος, αλλά νομίζω ότι έφυγε αρκετή ώρα ο Alistar και δεν υπήρξε καθόλου πίεση από Reckless και Crowley. Ίσως εκεί να κατάφερε να κάνει το catch-up ο Hans.
Είναι και μπροστά της στο speed.
Τι γίνεται, έχει αλλάξει κάποιος τον Baus, παιδιά, μπορούμε να σιγουρέψουμε ότι παίζει αυτός. Έχει magic resist και HP μες στο build του. Θα πάει κανονικό build στον... Εντάξει, αυτός είναι. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ τον cameraman που με πηγαίνει κατευθείαν στον Baus που κάνει proxy. Αλλά πού είναι τα AP items, λογικά σοβαρεύεται, είναι τελικός. Και καταλαβαίνει πως, ξέρεις κάτι, αν θέλω να κερδίσω, πρέπει να παίξω λίγο τα σωστά τα builds. Αλλά
είναι και το μοναδικό tank της ομάδας, έτσι. Δηλαδή αυτή τη στιγμή ο Bard δεν τα κάρει, ο Viego και αυτός πρέπει να μπει πιο μετά στο fight, να πάρει τα reset. Δεν μπορεί να πεις ότι μωρέ θα μπει πρώτος για να κάνει ulti Μογκάλιο. Αυτό είναι σπάνιο τώρα σενάριο. Αν τυχόν πιαστεί ίσως από κάποιον Skarner ή Alistar. Οπότε ναι, τσίμπησε μαράκι να μπορεί να βγάλει το lane πιο εύκολα versus τον Rumble. Τον βοηθάει και για τον damage του Victor. Και νομίζω ότι ουσιαστικά δίνει και damage αυτό το item, έτσι. Δηλαδή βγάζεις αυτό το MR item το οποίο όταν σε βαράνε τρώνε και damage. Οπότε μπορεί να το σκέφτει κάπως να πάει αυτό και μετά full AP.
Κοίτα, το κλασικό build είναι ότι βγάζεις το Magic Resist Sunfire και μετά πηγαίνεις και εσύ για λίγο AP, ανάλογα βέβαια το build. Θέλεις το Rift Maker και σύμφωνα με τον gold που έχεις, το πόσο μπροστά είσαι, μπορείς να τσεκάρεις τα επόμενα αντικείμενα. Το Rift Maker και όλα λειτουργεί ότι όσο παραπάνω base HP έχεις, το κάνεις AP. Οπότε μπορείς να πάρεις και λίγο AP από εκεί. Τα base damage του Γκάλιο είναι πολύ καλά. Βλέπουμε ότι χωρίς να έχει χτίσει κάποιο damage item αυτή τη στιγμή, κερδίζει τα trades με τον Howling, αλλά είπαμε ότι ο Howling δεν θέλει να παίξει trades ακόμα. Καταλαβαίνει τη θέση του και θέλει να σκελάρει για τα fights όπως και ο Victor. Άρα, από τη μία, ναι, το game είναι even, okay, dead even. 1-1 το score, ίδια gold και δύο ομάδες. Από την άλλη, δεν συμφέρει αυτό λίγο παραπάνω το combo των Japan Corpo που έχει τα picks που λειτουργούν καλύτερα σε αυτό το σενάριο.
Σίγουρα, είπαμε στα fights είναι πιο δυνατοί. Έχουν πάρα πολλά tools για να κάνουν zone ουσιαστικά τους αντιπάλους τους και πολύ CC, όλα ο Alistar μπορεί να κάνει engage. Δηλαδή, αυτή τη στιγμή αυτό που λείπει από την ομάδα των Los Ratones δεν έχουν καθαρό pick που μπορεί να κάνει engage. Πρέπει να κάνουν κάτι περίεργο, να πάρουν κάποιο kill κατά λάθος, ας το πούμε έτσι. Να κάνουν λάθος ουσιαστικά πρώτα οι Γάλλοι για να πάρουν το kill. Εν τέλει τους διώχνουν όμως.
Έτσι είναι τα στατιστικά που έλεγα πριν. Όποιος πάρει τον πρώτο, παίρνει τον δεύτερο. Για τους υπόλοιπους δεν εγγυώμαι τίποτα.
Έλα, πήρανε και τα
ερχόταν και ο boss. Οπότε ο boss από το top που έπαιξε το ξύλο και έτρεξε εν τέλει με αυτές τις μπότες για να βοηθήσει την ομάδα του. Οπότε σου λέει ας φύγουμε, γιατί ο Rumble δεν είχε το teleport.
Ο Rumble πίεσε στο top. Πάντως κάνει flash και ο Prime, δεν καταφέρει να σκοτώσει. Έχει πάρει ένα μόλις void από τα δεύτερα ο Θείο Κάξ και πηγαίνει να πάρει τα υπόλοιπα δύο να έχουν την εξάδα. Που σημαίνει τώρα όμως με την εξάδα που έχουν, αν μπορέσουν να πάρουν ένα kill σε οποιοδήποτε lane, και επειδή φτάνουμε στο 14, αυτό το tower θα χαθεί. Και είναι και το πρώτο tower, είναι λίγο extra goal για την ομάδα, που μόλις ρίξει το tower μπορεί να πάει back, να πιάσει τα spikes και να παίξει τον επόμενο δράκο. Άρα εδώ θα ήθελα να δω να αφήνει τον Rumble στην τύχη του και να πάει ο Skarner να απειλήσει λίγο στο bot. Παρ' όλα αυτά, ενώ το λέω Βέλια εμφανίζεται το top lane, οπότε αναγκαστικά ο Skarner να απαντάει, θέλει να καλύψει. Αλλά δες, το pathing είναι τέλειο. 3 camps στο top από Skarner, recall και παίζεις bot lane για το υπόλοιπο του παιχνιδιού.
Το βέβαια από ό,τι βλέπουμε τα 3 camps αυτά έχει να κάνει και ο Viego. Λίγο πιο αργά βγαίνουν βέβαια. Οπότε και αυτός θα είναι προς το bot lane. Η MF βλέπουμε βέβαια όντως να αρχίζει να ξεφεύγει για κάποιο λόγο. Στα 20 κυπάκια σχεδόν τώρα πάνω.
Ulti. Λάσα από τον Σέρτους για απάντηση. Να και εδώ λίγο η δύναμη του Μπάρτο που κάθε φορά που βλέπεις το immobile carry να περπατάει λίγο πιο μπροστά από το wave, πατάς ένα φρένο και του λες ότι αν δεν φλασάρει είναι τέλειο.
Πολύ μεγάλη κίνηση από το support. Έχουν γκρουπάρει IJC στο ποτάμι. Μένουν μόνο τους AD carry. Και η MF δεν νομίζω ότι έχει κάποιο πρόβλημα απέναντι στο Jhin όταν μιλάμε για ένα καθαρό 1v1.
Ο Βέλια έχει θέμα. Αλλά δεν πετυχαίνει το Q ο Prime. Ο Βέλια μπορεί να ουλτάρει μακριά αν χρειαστεί.
Έχει τη φάπα.
Φλασάρει για τώρα. Κρατάει το ulti, θέλει να παίξει το trade. Αλλά δύσκολα το κερδίζει. Ο Baus πρέπει και αυτός να φλασάρει μακριά. Οπότε Παίρνουν 2 flash στην τιμή του 1 για τώρα, γιατί μόνο ο Howling θα χρησιμοποιήσει το δικό του, αλλά εδώ αν ο Prime πετύχει αυτό το knock-up μπορεί να ήταν τελείως διαφορετική κατάσταση.
Ούτε το stun από το hit πέτυχε σωστά ο Alistar.
Έκανε W και μετά απλά έτρεχε ευθεία, οπότε δεν ξέρω αν βρήκε τον Baus με το stun, παρόλα αυτά ο Βέλια έτρεξε μακριά, αυτό είναι το πιο σημαντικό.
Έχω την αίσθηση ότι δεν έκανε κανένα stun ο Alistar και επίσης έχω την αίσθηση ότι αυτά τα παθαίνουν μόνο όταν παίζουν ενάντια στους λοζρατώνες οι ομάδες. Αυτή είναι η αίσθηση.
Εγώ θα πω ότι πάτησε, νομίζω, δεν είμαι σίγουρος αν ξαναδείξει το replay, ότι ο Viego πάτησε W και έγινε ουσιαστικά, έφαγε αυτό το mini stun πάνω στο W του Alistar και δεν πρόλαβε ουσιαστικά να κάνει το Q του.
Είναι Rage. Θα έχουμε κάποιο 4v4 μήπως εδώ πέρα το οποίο πάει να ανοίξει. Στίο Κάξ, ακόμα δεν έχει ulti, παρόλο που ο Βέλια δεν έχει flash. Περιμένει στο Prime. Το combo είναι καλό και μετά ο Βέλια θέλει να φύγει μακριά με το ulti του πια πάνω από τον τοίχο. Θα το καταφέρει για αρχή. Παρόλο αυτά ο Σκάρνερ δεν έχει πει τελευταία κουβέντα. Φλασάρει μέσα, πετάει πέτρες. Ο Βέλια είναι πάρα πολύ low stage. Ποιο άλλο, ο Handsome Day δεν βλέπει για να βαρέσει. Και η ulti του Reckless σταματάει 3 άτομα ακριβώς μακριά από το tower να μην μπορέσουν να σκοτώσουν τον Crowny. Τυχεροί στην ατυχία τους οι λοζρατώνες όπου μπορεί να χάνουν το fight, αλλά δεν χάνουν κανένα άτομο.
Πασιφιστής ο
Δεν του βλέπουν εδώ μπλε.
Δεν θα σας σκοτώσω και δεν θα με σκοτώσετε. Ευχαριστώ.
Τους σαλεύουν λίγο, θα πω εγώ, τους αντιπάλους. Αυτό είναι το κόλπο,
δουλεύει από ό,τι φαίνεται. Φεύγουν όλα με κάτι 1 HP, μία δεν βγαίνει το stun για λίγο, κυνήγια, πέφτουν ούλτες μπάρτ μετά, reset. Χαμένα τα ρο από την ομάδα από τους Γάλλους και το trade είναι για το ρο του Reckless που νομίζω θα εντάξει, καλά θα δουλέψει. Δεν είναι τόσο κακό το... Καλό είναι το Bart. Έχει ενδιαφέρον. Εν τέλει.
Πολύ ενδιαφέρον. Και ο Sam διέκαψε και το flash. Η MF δεν έχει flash. Πήγε να κάνει flash shot και να σκοτώσει τον Βέλια. Δεν τον έβρεπε μέσα στο start. Και τώρα να δούμε λίγο τον bot. Βλέπουμε ότι έχει πάει εκεί ο Βέλια, βάζει πίεση στον Victor που αγκαλιάζεται tier 2. Αλλά επειδή βλέπει τον Jin να βρίσκεται στο mid, καταλαβαίνει πως θα πάνε να παίξουν εκεί. Δες τα steps που κάνει. Σημαίνει ότι έχει backup για να το κάνει αυτό.
Πώς διώχνουν εδώ πέρα το Herald, γιατί το Herald μαζί με 6 void σημαίνει ίσως και 2 tower ευφία και θα τους βοηθούσε κιόλας στο να κάνουν κορδές στον τρίτο δράκο που θέλουν να παίξουν και οι δύο ομάδες. Σίγουρα δεν θέλουν να το αφήσουν αυτόν τον δράκο στους λοζρατώνες, μιας και είναι και mountain, είναι και soul μετά, point. Παρ' όλα αυτά, από ό,τι βλέπω, 30 δεύτερα και κάνουν με πιο αργά recall, οπότε θα πάνε λίγο αργοπορημένοι εκεί.
Σε πόσο είπαμε είναι σε 20 δεύτερα. Ο Rumble TP έχει, ο Γκάλιο δεν έχει, οπότε ο Γκάλιο θέλει να πουσάρει το wave, να περπατήσει προς τα κάτω και να κάνει ulti μετά. Ο Victor, για να δούμε λίγο, 79 τα stacks, έχει πάρει κάποια evolution σίγουρα, ίδια αντικείμενα οι δύο mid laners, ίδιο gold. Βλέπετε ότι οι μόνες διαφορές στο gold είναι junglers και AD carries. Στο AD carry φαίνεται, γιατί ο Jin έχει πάει για το crit cloak, αλλά μήπως το Nemesis θα πρέπει να φλασάρει. Τον πιάνουν με το knock-up, αλλά ο Reckless για άλλη μια φορά δημιουργεί χώρο και επιτρέπει στο mid του να κρατήσει το summoner για να παίξει το επόμενο fight. Για να δούμε όμως αν μπορεί να το χρησιμοποιήσει. Ο Rumble επισκέπτεται το bot lane. Τώρα και οι 10 παίκτες είναι μαζεμένοι για να παίξουν το fight. Όσο ο Prime κοιτάει με το κανονικό του flash για να βγάλει engage. Το portal έχει γίνει spawn από νωρίς. Το Shockwave είναι καλό. Δύο άτομα που πιάνουν τον Howling. Αυτό στρώνει το χαλί και μετά μπορεί να μπει σε overhit. Το Σοβέλια φεύγει από το τοίχο και ο Baus μπαίνει μέσα στο fight. Είναι μόνος του και ο Theo Cax μπορεί να ταγκάρει τις σφαίρες. Αλλά ο Δράκος είναι ακόμα alive.
Έψαχνε την καλή τη σφαίρα τελευταία για να κάνει το slow. Να μπουν μαζί.
Theo Cax πιάνεται. Δεν μπορεί να παίξει το fight. Αυτό μπορούσε να είναι reset για τον Βέλια. Αλλά το call είναι πάμε Δράκο. Όσο αυτό τον Baus. Ο Baus πιάνεται από τις σφαίρες και μετά θα πεθάνει. Ναι, αλλά έχουν πάρει το soul point και 3 δράκοι με την ομάδα των Los Ratones.
Μάλιστα. Και χωρίς το ulti του Bard.
Θα πω πολύ ωραία το παίξαν εδώ πέρα. Δημιουργήσαν χώρο όντως και με το Orianna ulti. Προσπάθησε ο Σκάρνερ να μείνει εκεί να το κλέψει. Παρ' όλα αυτά πήραν τον δράκο οι Los Ratones. Χάσαν μόλις ένα άτομο. Να ξαναδούμε εδώ το fight. Και εδώ τον κολλάνε ουσιαστικά οριακά στον τοίχο. Δεν πρόλαβε να περάσει. Αλλά δεν είναι αρκετό το damage να το σκοτώσουν. Μιας και ήταν μόνο η Orianna που βάραγε. Κάνει πολύ οριακό ulti. Ο Σκάρνερ τραβάνε τον Baus και η MF τον αποδελειώνει.
Όμως, όπως είπε και ο Νίρο, εδώ πέρα το ζητούμενο για τους Los Ratones ήταν να τσιμπήσουν τον τρίτο δράκο και αυτό το κάνανε. Και σκέφτομαι και το σενάριο που έχουν την ulti bard για αντίστοιχες περιπτώσεις και σταματάνε ας πούμε το fight λίγο αφού παιχτούν τα βαριά cooldown των Γάλλων και σίγουρα κερδίζουν χρόνο για να τσιμπήσουν τα objective και να νικήσουν το παιχνίδι κάπως έτσι μέσα από το map pressure και control το οποίο στείλουν πάρα πολύ καλά οι Ratones. Θα πω στα πρώτα 20 λεπτά του πρώτου παιχνιδιού του τελικού, αφού δούμε εδώ πέρα το dive.
Οριακά το αποφεύγει εκεί πέρα με το flash του βέβαια. Παρ' όλα αυτά εδώ πέρα βλέπουμε ότι οι IJC παίρνουν τον Herald, το οποίο σημαίνει σίγουρα τα οεράκια, μιας και έχουν και 6 voids. Εκτός αν Reckless με το ulti εκεί πέρα έχει το κόλπο να το μπλοκάρει, η αλήθεια είναι. Θα δούμε τώρα.
Όσο παίζουν με το ίδιο composer που δείξανε και στα προηγούμενα τους παιχνίδια, η LR, πάρα πολύ καλό ομαδικό gameplay. Δεν έχουν να φοβούνται τίποτα από τους IJC. Και ενώ στην αρχή λέγαμε για, δεν ξέρω, για εύκολη νίκη των IJC, εγώ δεν το βλέπω. Τελικά.
Εγώ το είπα ότι το δίνω στους LR.
Παίζουν πολύ ωραία. Παίζουν πολύ ωραία το παιχνίδι. Θα δούμε.
Έχουν κρατηθεί. Σέρτους θα κάψει το ulti για να πουσάρει το wave. Θα πρέπει να έχει item για να το κάνει αυτό. Αλλιώς θα το έκυγε 5 δεύτερα πιο νωρίς. Γιατί δεν βλέπω τι θέλει να κρατήσει. Γιατί χρειάζεται να κρατήσει το tempo τόσο ψηλά για να κάψει το ulti του και να πάει προς τα εκεί. Στο τέλος πηγαίνει back. Δεν αγοράζει τίποτα. Οπότε θέλει λίγο ακόμα gold. Απλά ήθελε να πάει προς το top lane. Ο Atakan έχει βγει. Θα έχουμε soul σε 2,5 λεπτά. Και η μεγάλη ερώτηση είναι πόσοι παίκτες θα έχουν 2 items στα επόμενα 2,5 λεπτά. Και νομίζω πως τα AD carries θα έχουν, οι mid laners θα έχουν και τα μάτια μου πάνε στο τόπο που αυτό το δεύτερο item, το spike του Howling, μπορεί να τους δώσει και το fight που ψάχνουν.
Σχεδόν βλέπουμε να είναι πρώτοι κιόλας στο top. Κάποιο trap ίσως θέλουν να κάνουν. Έχουν κρυφτεί εκεί πέρα στο μπουσάκι. Έμπειρα. Λες να πιάσουν εδώ το σερ τους.
Μόνο κόλπα. Τέλειο το ulti από τον Reckless. Θα βρει στόχο. Ετοιμάζουν το setup για τον damage. Στον αέρα ο σερ τους, αλλά θα μείνει ζωντανός. Φτάνει εκείνη τη στιγμή ο Skarner. Για να δούμε αν θα βρει κάποιο καλό angle να συνεχίσει αυτό το re-engage. Δεν θα γίνει. Ουσιαστικά απλά τους διώχνουν πίσω και οι ρατώνες χάνουν λίγο χρόνο εδώ. Και δεν ξέρω τι άλλο μπορούν να κερδίσουν οι IJC.
Close, εδώ πέρα ο Σέρ τους λέει δεν θα φλασάρω το ulti, θα φλασάρω στο δεύτερο χρόνο. Θα με μαζέψουν πίσω με το shockwave. Αλλά πάλι επειδή είδαν τον Skarner να έρχεται και ο Nemesis δεν έχει flash, δεν μπορούσαν να πούνε ότι πάμε για αυτό το ένας για έναν. Γιατί δεν θα ήταν ένας για έναν. Αν ο Skarner είχε την MF πίσω ή οποιονδήποτε άλλον για να βγάλουν damage στο tower, θα ήταν πρόβλημα. Κερδίζουν και στο mid push. Γιατί η MF πήγε στο wave πάρα πολύ γρήγορη, πάρα πολύ damage. Βλέπουμε τα αντικείμενα είναι full AD και 6 voids. Οπότε αυτά τα towers πέφτουν. Θετικό το play για αυτούς, δεν παίρνουν κάτι τρελό, αλλά ο Σέρ τους τώρα δεν έχει flash για το επόμενο fight που θα είναι και το πιο κρίσιμο. Όπως είπαμε, θα είναι ή Atakan ή Sol.
Βλέπουμε ότι ο Viego θέλει να κάνει εδώ κάποιο κόλπο. Παρ' όλα αυτά είναι μόνος του. Ίσως περιμένει την υπόλοιπη ομάδα. Ξέρει ότι ο Victor δεν έχει το flash του.
Βγαίνει από το μπουσάκι. Πετυχαίνει το stun, αλλά ξεκινάει το teleport και ο Βέλια εδώ πρέπει να τρέξει μακριά. Το Summoner παρόλα αυτά το baitare και βλέπουμε ότι οι Lost Ratones είναι ok με το να παίρνουν μικρά wins. Μικρά wins τα οποία στακάρουν. Γιατί τώρα πάω στο bot είναι μόνος του. Και δεν είναι μόνο ότι θα πάρει tower. Είναι ότι θα βάλει όλα αυτά τα waves μέσα στο tier 2 των Japan Court. Ενώ θέλουν να παίξουν για το δράκο σε λιγότερο από 1 λεπτό. Άρα όλο το bot lane τους ανήκει. Αν θέλουν να wardάρουν εκεί, μπορούν να wardάρουν εκεί. Όλα αυτά παίζουν ακόμα λίγο παραπάνω στο top. Δεν θα ξεκινήσουν να περπατάνε στο bot ή απλά θέλουν να πάρουν το wave. Και πραγματικά θέλω να δω πώς θα αντιμετωπίσουν οι Γάλλοι μια περίπτωση που μου φαίνεται να τη χάνουν ό,τι και να γίνει.
Βλέπουμε τώρα το Victor Anebot έχει κλείσει προς το mid το Baus. Είναι περισσότερα άτομα αυτή τη στιγμή. Βέβαια ο Nemesis δεν έχει φτάσει ακόμα. Έχει το teleport του άμα θέλει να ακολουθήσει. Και τώρα ένα Sol το οποίο αναγκαστικά πρέπει εδώ να παίξουν. Γιατί δυσκολεύουν πολύ τα πράγματα αν τυχόν πάρουν αυτό το Sol εδώ πέρα οι Lost Ratones. Θα είναι πολύ πιο tanky ας πούμε και ο Γκάλιο και το shield που δίνει σε όλη την ομάδα θα βοηθήσει πάρα πολύ για το AOE κιόλας που έχουν εδώ πέρα οι IJC.
Πάρα πολύ ψύχρεμοι, Lost Ratones παίζουν με απόσταση, παίζουν μακριά από picks όπως το Skarner και το Alistar. Ξέρουν ότι αν φάνε ένα hard engage πολλά άτομα μαζί δεν θα κρατήσει το fight για πολλά δευτερόλεπτα. Το αποφεύγουν μαεστρικά μέχρι στιγμή στο παιχνίδι και χορεύουν γύρω από το δράκο προσπαθώντας να εξασφαλίσουν αυτό το soul χρησιμοποιώντας το range τους και τα πολύ καλά tools που έχουν για να κρατάνε μακριά, να κάνουν disengage και ουσιαστικά να μην κάνουν ένα πολύ μεγάλο commit που μπορεί να αποβεί μοιραίο. Παρ' όλα αυτά οι IJC έχοντας το hard engage το ψάχνουν εδώ με τον Baus να είναι ήδη μισό HP. Θα μπει μέσα να τους πιάσει το taunt, θα το κάνουν εδώ πέρα. Είναι πολύ χαμηλά και ο Drake, αλλά πρέπει να πατήσουν τη σκανδάλη με τον damage από τον Jhin να έρχεται μέσα από τον Dragon Pit που ίσως δεν τον βλέπουν καλά. Θα μπουν τώρα μέσα. Ο Jungler θα πάρει, ο Βέλια θα πάρει τον Drake και τρέχουν προς τα πίσω οι LR προσπαθώντας να μειώσουν όσο περισσότερο γίνονται τα casualties από αυτό το trade.
Πολύ καλό το fight. Γιατί οι Lost Ratones δεν τρώνε bait να παίξουν μέσα στα κουμπιά και είναι περίεργο. Γιατί Αν θέλει εδώ πέρα ο Howling να ρίξει το ulti, ο Prime να φλασάρει από πίσω και να πετύχει τον knock-up, μπορούν να το κάνουν αυτό. Αλλά οι Lost Dratones σέβονται τόσο πολύ όπου στέλνουν τον Bow ευθεία και λένε αν φαϊτάρετε, θα φαϊτάρετε πάνω στον Γκάλιο. Οπότε εμείς μπορούμε να κάνουμε ό,τι θέλουμε. Και βλέπουμε ότι παρότι ο Γκάλιο δεν έσκασε τίποτα, υπήρχε τόσο backup damage με το range από τον Jhin, από την Arena Bard. Τους πίεσε μακριά, παίρνουν το Soul. Δεν χάνουν τίποτα. Και το Gold, είμαστε στο 25 παιδιά, είναι ακόμα dead even.
Είναι dead even, με πολύ gold πάνω του να έχει ο Viego περισσότερο από όλους, εκτός από την MF και τον Jhin, που δεν έχει τόσο μεγάλη σημασία γιατί η MF, να πούμε ότι τα item που βγάζει είναι πάρα πολύ ακριβά. Οπότε ο Jhin στο build του θα είναι και εκείνο στα 3 item μαζί με την MF, και ας είναι ένα χιλιάρικο πίσω.
Τι αυτό, το βλέπουμε κιόλας. Ότι εντάξει, Infinity Bloodthirster είναι τρομερά πολύ το AD που έχεις. Από την άλλη, Rapid Fire Cannon, πιο πολύ για να κάνεις και enable τον εαυτό σου να πράξεις το τέταρτο. Δεν έχουμε δει ακόμα fight. Το score είναι 2-1, είναι το πιο ελεγχόμενο παιχνίδι που έχει παίξει οι Lost Dratones. Που δεν το κάνουν συχνά αυτό να κρατάνε το παιχνίδι στο 2-1. Γιατί αυτοί οι παίκτες, ειδικά ο Baus, όταν βλέπουν λίγα kills στο scoreboard, τρελαίνονται, αρχίζουν και πιτσάρουν.
Να κάνω μια ερώτηση. Πιστεύετε φταίνε οι Javan Corp που δεν έχουν βρει το engage?
Λίγο ναι. Γιατί στο χέρι τους είναι έτσι. Rumble Alistar παίζουν και Skarner. Το ότι οι άλλοι μπορούν να τους spaceάρουν τόσο καλά και respect για το spray, αλλά δεν βλέπουμε αυτές τις full επιθετικές κινήσεις από τους Javan Corp.
Δεν ξέρω, τώρα νομίζω ότι αν το βλέπαμε slow motion το προηγούμενο fight στο Δράκο. Δεν ξέρω αν είχαν flash και τέτοια, αλλά θεωρώ ότι μπορούσε απλά να τρέξει ο Alistar ευθέρα και να τους πιάσει άμα ήθελε. Ειδικά με το που πάτησε το ρο ο Jhin, δεν γίνεται να μπορεί να το πιάσει μάλιστα.
Ήταν στο μυαλό τους να πάρουν οπωσδήποτε το Δράκο από το να παίξουν ουσιαστικά το fight, και εν τέλει νομίζω ότι αυτό τους τύχησε και τα δύο.
Ακριβώς.
Και θα πω ότι όταν εδώ είχε ανοίξει ο Jhin ulti, κράτησε το τελευταίο shot για να το ταϊμάρει μαζί με τον jungler του και να κάνει ulti πάνω στο Δράκο και σμάει το Velja με το Viego. Οπότε πήρανε κιόλας αυτό το Δράκο. Βλέπουμε να έχουν το Prio και στον Ατακάν αυτή τη στιγμή.
Το συζητούσαμε πριν, αλλά τώρα ο Prime πηγαίνει μόνος του σε ένα μαγικό ταξίδι. Handsome D. Ανοίγει το ultimate. Το damage όμως δεν είναι πάρα πολύ και τώρα ο Prime είναι αυτός που θέλει να βάλει το damage για να πάρει reset πάνω στον Alistar. Τρέχει μακριά, ο Velja μπορεί να σηκώσει την αγελάδα και να παίξει μέσα το fight. Το ult είναι καλό από το Skarner. Το damage είναι πολύ για να πάρουν ένα kill και μετά ο Velja ξαναμπαίνει μέσα από το HP που δεν είναι αρκετό για να ζήσει και θα κάνει και αυτός 2 kills για τη Japan Corp. Όσο ο Baus σπεϊσάρει καλά, φλασάρει μακριά, αλλά δεν μπορεί να κρατήσει 3 kills για την ομάδα των Γάλλων μαζί με τον Άτακαν, και όσο καλό και να ξεκίνησε το fight, έπεσαν στην παγίδα για να παίξουν πάνω στα cooldowns τους Lost Dratones.
Κάποια στιγμή θα γινότανε, και αν μην γινότανε, κάποια στιγμή θα καταλαβαίνανε, πιστεύω, οι IJC ότι πρέπει να τρέξουν και να πατήσουν το flash τους επιθετικά. Νομίζω ότι βρήκανε το σημείο του map στο οποίο ήταν... Νομίζω ότι βρήκανε το σημείο του map στο οποίο ήταν καλό να γίνει. Σε ένα πολύ καλό σημείο του map, κλειστό σημείο του map. Τα πατήσαν όλα μαζί και είδαμε τι έγινε.
Έκανε εκεί πέρα το δόλωμα, ο Alistar μπήκε μέσα. Έγινε ulti MF. Βλέπουμε εδώ το engage, μπαίνει μέσα μαζί με τον Bard. Και εδώ ουσιαστικά μπεϊτάρονται να γυρίσουν να τον φαν, αλλά το MF ulti δεν μπορούσαν να το ταγκάρουν. Αναγκάζονται να φύγουν πίσω, κερδίζουν δηλαδή χρόνο εδώ πέρα. Και δυστυχώς, παρόλο που φάγανε τον Alistar, ο Viego μέχρι να μπει μαζί με το ulti του Skarner που είναι σε σωστό το timing, καταφέρνουν, παίρνουν τα kill, μεγαλώνει κιόλας το ulti εδώ πέρα του Victor και το damage είναι πάρα πολύ ώστε να το αντέξουν μετά. Και δυστυχώς, είπαμε αυτό το AOE combo και όλα τα pick που έχουν, το damage που έχουν είναι πάρα πολύ. Πρέπει να γίνει ψιλοθαύμα σε fight.
Φάγανε τον bait να κυνηγήσουν, νομίζω ότι έπρεπε να σταματήσουν στον Alistar, δεν έχουν το combo για να αρχίσουν να τρέχουν πάνω στους IJC. Ένα μικρό λάθος εδώ πέρα, μαζικό μικρό λάθος από την Lost Dratones, με την έννοια ότι κάνανε 3-4 βήματα παραπάνω και στοιχίζει αμέσως όλο το tempo του παιχνιδιού που χτίζουν μαεστρικά τόση ώρα και τώρα βρίσκονται πραγματικά πάρα πολύ πιεσμένοι με ένα all-in combo απέναντί τους. Δύσκολα τα πράγματα για defense, δεν μπορείς απέναντι σε ένα all-in να κάτσεις στα εξωτερικά tower. Οριακά δεν ξέρω αν μπορείς να κάτσεις και σε αυτό μπροστά από το inhibitor.
Με πάρουν και 6 voids, έτσι.
Και πρέπει να πούμε ότι τώρα φαίνεται λίγο η διαφορά στο draft αυτή τη στιγμή. Ότι ας δούμε λίγο το fight, το Prime πηγαίνει ευθεία, επειδή όχι μόνο έχει το ultimate, υπάρχει και ο Άτακαν. Οπότε και να πεθάνει δεν θα πεθάνει. Οπότε εδώ ο Crown πιο πολύ θέλει να στείλει πίσω τον Prime. για να πάρει τα 200 gold. Αλλά ναι, φαίνεται η διαφορά στον draft ότι είναι πολύ πιο δύσκολο οι Λοζρατώνες να παίξουν τον draft που έχει δοθεί. Γιατί βλέπεις ότι ένα mistake, ένα έξτρα βήμα, μια κακή απόφαση οδηγεί σε όλα τα objectives να χαθούν. Ενώ από την άλλη, όσα λάθη και να κάνουν οι Japan Corp, αυτό που θα πληρώσουν είναι ότι δεν θα πάρουν kills, όχι ότι θα πεθάνουν. Γιατί πέφτει το Rumble Ulti, ο Skarner είναι πάρα πρωτάνκι, ο Victor έχει άπειρα πράγματα που μπορεί να κάνει, η MF δεν έχει κινδυνεύσει ποτέ στο παιχνίδι. Άρα νομίζω ότι είναι λίγο αυτό ότι όποτε έχουν κουμπιά και παίζουν υπομονετικά οι Japan Corp, έχουν το πλεονέκτημα. Χάνεται λίγο εδώ η υπομονή, αλλά ποια υπομονή, ο Sam D ξέρει τι κάνει. Και θα πάρει ένα γρήγορο kill πάνω στον Squeezy Bows.
Φλάσαρε μέσα στη μούρτη όπως πρέπει. Θα πω εγώ. Το flash είναι για να παίζει ευθεία.
Λάσο απαξάμπλα ήταν εδώ πέρα και βλέπουμε το Reckless να θέλει να καθυστερήσει ίσως το wave εδώ πέρα κάπως, παρόλα αυτά δεν το επιλέγει.
Και είναι Elder, παιδιά. Είναι Elder. Βγαίνει τώρα και δεν έχουν τον Bows.
Και φαίνεται ότι δεν πάνε καν, δηλαδή ο Diego είναι πάνω, το αφήσαν.
Μήπως περιμένανε και οι Japan Corp πριν κάνουν αυτό το force all in engage, ας πούμε. Περιμένανε το λάθος ή περιμένανε πολύ απλά και τον Victor να είναι σε θέση να περάσει πολύ damage όταν θα πέσουν όλα τα ulti και αυτός να δώσει ακόμα περισσότερη πρέσα με ένα-δύο κλειστά αντικείμενα.
Η αλήθεια είναι ότι στο πάνω fight, άμα ο Diego δεν έπαιρνε τον Alistar, δεν θα έτρωγε το ulti του Skarner και θα ήταν άλλο fight, δηλαδή να περίμενε ελάχιστα γιατί είδε το ulti Skarner την ώρα που πάτησε κιόλας να πάρει ουσιαστικά το form του Alistar. Να το πάρει μετά, να φλασάρει, να κάνει ulti και να είναι full HP ώστε να συνεχίσει το fight και να πάρει δεύτερο reset, τρίτο reset. Αλλά ναι, δυστυχώς έκανε perfect timing εκεί ο Skarner το ulti του και με το που έγινε Alistar ο Viego τον ευούτυξε και τον αφήσανε 10% HP.
Πολλά προβλήματα. Οι διαφορές έχουν μεγαλώσει 3.000 στο AD, 2.700 στο mid lane και κοίτα, η Japan Corp από την άλλη, τώρα όσο το σκέφτομαι, μπορεί απλά να είναι αυτό το playstyle που θα ακολουθήσουν σήμερα. Παιδιά λένε λόγω Ρατώνες, τι κάνουν κάθε game, παίζουν late game παιχνίδια και με Mask χθες θυμάστε ότι ενώ μας τόμπαραν πρακτικά στο game 2 πήγε στο 37. Οπότε το πλέον είναι θα σκεϊλάρουμε. Και πήρανε πολύ καλό scaling comp. Εδώ πέρα οι Ρατώνες παίρνουν σε πολλά ερωτήματα. Του τύπου τι πρέπει να ντραφτάρουμε, πόσο πρέπει να πιέσουμε και αν μπορούμε να παίξουμε το scaling game εναντίον τους. Γιατί για τώρα πιάνουν τον Theo Cax, αυτό στα ουλτάρια, αλλά πολύ ωραίο ο Βέλια κάνει cancel το ultimate του Skarner με το δικό του ulti. Το χαλί θα στρωθεί. Ο Σέρτος είναι πάνω από τον τοίχο και βγάζει πάρα πολύ damage όσο ο Bows γκριντάρει παραπάνω και το burn θα είναι αρκετό από το Liandris του Howling για να πέσει κάτω από τον Elder. Και ενώ αυτό το fight ήταν πολύ καλό, είναι ένας για έναν.
Αυτό ήταν από τον Elder δυστυχώς.
Τον έφερε στο range για το execute και φέρνει και όλη την ομάδα του Japan Corp μέσα στη βάση των Ρατώνες να ανοίξουν ακόμα ένα inhibitor και να φέρουν το παιχνίδι μια ανάσα πριν το 1-0.
Free farm θα το πω εγώ αυτό. Όχι, εντάξει. Έχουν όντως παραπάνω farm, αλλά βλέπουμε ότι έχουν και τα 6 voids για να μπορέσουν να πιέσουν και δεν φεύγουν καν πίσω. Μένουν mid, το wave βέβαια αργεί να έρθει, οπότε νομίζω ότι προς το παρόν αυτή η πίεση θα τελειώσει, πάνε back να ψωνίσουν τα extra item που κέρδισαν μετά από αυτά τα fight.
Εγώ βλέπω και το build του Bows, νομίζω ότι ο Bows έχει παραμαγειρέψει με αυτό το build. Γιατί ξεκίνησε με το Tanky Magic Resist αντικείμενο, πήγε μετά στο Cosmic Drive, βγάζει το Blood, όχι το Bloodletter Scares, το Penetration Item πάντως που όσο κάνεις damage βάζει πένες στον αντίπαλο. Είναι λίγο περίεργο build και μετά θα πάει για Shadow Flame, για Rocket Belt που συνήθιζε να πηγαίνει παλιά. Δηλαδή σε σχέση με το build του Rumble είναι πολύ πίσω ο Γκάλιο. Μπορεί το Golden λέει 1500, νομίζω το value που βγάζουν τα picks είναι πάνω από 5.000 αυτή τη στιγμή. Με το πόσο ο Rumble μπορεί να προσφέρει. Και ενώ το λέμε, βλέπουμε ότι ο Bows φλασάρει μακριά, δεν έχει και flash τώρα για το επόμενο fight και το επόμενο fight θα είναι στο Baron σε 20 δευτερόλεπτα, αλλά δεν υπάρχει και Equalizer. Δεν ξέρω αν θέλω να το περιμένουν το Japan Corp.
Θα το δούμε. Πάντως σίγουρα εκεί θα παιχτεί το επόμενο fight. Το χρειάζονται νομίζω κιόλας για να λήξουν, παρόλο που υπάρχει αρκετό wave clear. Δεν είναι δηλαδή δύσκολο. Έχουμε Γκάλιο ο οποίος κόβει και αυτός πλέον. Αν δεν έχουν Baron, δύσκολα να πάνε στο mid tower και να το πάρουν σε ευθεία. Με μια Οριάννα κιόλας επίσης να κάνει clear το wave. Να τους διώχνουν, περιμένουν κιόλας να πουσάρει το bot, το top τους. Σιγά σιγά έχουν το prio, μιας και έχουν δύο lanes ανοιχτά. Ξεκινάνε με τη μία.
Ξεκινάνε επειδή το Equalizer είναι up σε 2 δευτερόλεπτα. Που σημαίνει ότι όσο ξέρουν περίπου που είναι ο Βέλια, μπορούν να τον σταματήσουν να τον μπει μέσα στο team. Εμφανίζεται αυτό και εδώ πέρα ένα equalizer μπορεί να κλείσει τους δρόμους. Το βλέπουμε κιόλας, έχει πολύ καλό στρώσιμο να παιχθεί. Αλλά με το positioning που κρατάνε οι Japan Corp θέλουν να κάνουν turn. Ανοίγει ultimate το Prime και δέχεται αρκετό damage, αλλά CC παραπάνω και δεν μπορεί να κουνηθεί. Οπότε τώρα ο Alistar χάνει το Unbreakable και ένα λιγότερο cooldown, ένας πιο squeezy support μπροστά σου μπορεί να είναι η λύση για τους δύο Dratons.
Εδώ να πω τώρα εγώ γιατί δεν μ' άρεσε ο Barret, παρόλο που έχει σώσει πολύ την κατάσταση. Αν εδώ υπήρχε ένα pick όπως είναι η Rel για παράδειγμα, ή ο Alistar ή ένα τέτοιο pick μπορεί να μπει μέσα, θα δίνανε το εύκολο engage στο να μπορεί να μπει και να κάνει ulti ο boss, να πάρουν reset με τον Diego. Παρ' όλα αυτά δεν υπάρχει κανένας να μπει.
Σε ποιον θα έμπαινε όμως, γιατί ο Alistar αυτά τα μπλοκάρει, δηλαδή είναι σπεσιαλιτέ του. Να πας να κάνεις W με Rel να σε διώχνει μακριά. Εδώ πιάνουν τον Prime, όπως είπαμε δεν έχει ulti. Είναι το εύκολο reset για να ανταλλάξουν τον Baron. Ο Σέρ τους τρέχει μακριά, πιάνεται από τις σφαίρες. Πολύ low σε HP, ο Crown πηγαίνει το τέταρτο και τώρα ο Βέλια τρέχει ευθεία να σκοτώσει κάποιον με το Σέρ τους να φλασάρει μακριά και θυσιάζουν τον Θείο Καξ για να κάνουν τα γρήγορα recall. Παρ' όλα αυτά ο Βέλια έχει βρει τον στόχο που θα πιάσει τον Σέρ τους. Το kill όμως θα το πάρει, περίμενε λίγο. Γιατί εδώ πέρα φαίνεται πάρα πολύ close. Εντάξει, ήρθε η ομάδα και η ομάδα θα καλύψει. Σέρ τους κάτω, 3 kills. Ανταλλαγή για Baron. Για να δούμε ποιον συμφέρει η κατάσταση. Τον βασανίσουν. Δεν θα σε σκοτώσουμε. Θα περιμένουμε. Γιατί έχει Elder σε 50.
Σερβίρανε το κιλάκι στο Τζιν.
Ότι ίσως εκεί θα μπορούσαν να αφήσουν έναν να τον αποτελειώσει, να τον καθυστερήσει απίστευτα πολύ. Όπως και να έχει, να ξαναδούμε εδώ πέρα το fight που ο Alistar κάνει το λάθος να μπει λίγο πιο μπροστά, να δώσει ουσιαστικά αυτό το kill για να δώσει τον Baron στην ομάδα του. Αλλά είναι εκεί οι υπόλοιποι για να κυνηγήσουν. Γίνεται και το snipe το ωραίο που δεν τον μπλοκάρει βέβαια εδώ ο Skarner από το Jin. Θα γίνει το κυνήγι, θα πάρουν 3 kills πίσω. Θα στερήσουν και από 3 kill τον Baron. Οριακά εκεί πρόλαβε το μεταξύ και ο Rumble να κάνει το reset.
Αν έρθει και ο Rumble θα ήταν επικίνδυνο, αλλά απλά τώρα θέλω να δω. Μόλις πάμε στο live, πρέπει λόγω Dratons να σετάρουν Elder.
Όχι, παρόλο που ο Elder βγαίνει τώρα, έχει 10 sec ο Victor να βγει και νομίζω ότι θα προλάβει οριακά. Το ξεκινάνε με τη μία.
Το objective είναι ήδη στα 10k. Ο Victor δεν έχει κάνει ακόμα spawn και ο Theocax πρέπει να βγάλει λαγό από το καπέλο με ένα insane smite. Ο Crown κρατάει τέταρτο. Θα παίξουν κόμμα μαζί με το smite, μπαίνουν πάνω στον Βέλια για να πάρουν αυτό το kill. Ενώ ο Βέλια φεύγει από το και μετά το smite.
Δεν έχω smite μέσα, μπαίνει.
Μπαίνει μέσα στο Βέλια. Κερδίζει το smite με το δικό του flash και τώρα υπάρχει Elder στα χέρια των Dratons. Το fight φαίνεται καλό όσο Sam είναι low σε HP μετά ένα όλοι οι Γάλλοι πέφτουν κάτω και μόνο Howling όρθιος. Κατάφεραν να φλιπάρουν τον Elder, να πάρουν τον Elder και να πάρουν και το παιχνίδι από τη φαίνεται για να δούμε αν έχουν αυτό που χρειάζεται. Οι Los Dratons με τον Βέλια προστάτη κερδίζουν αυτό εδώ πέρα το objective.
Insane.
Είναι 30 δεύτερα ο πρώτο και ο Alistar 20. Skarner μετά στα 26 αυτή τη στιγμή δεύτερα. Πες να λήγουν το game. Μετά στα 26 αυτή τη στιγμή δεύτερα. Πες να λήγουν το game.
Jungle Deep. Εδώ ο Βέλια έκανε το play του αιώνα. Κατάφερε να ζήσει από το lock που τον κάνανε οι αντιπαλοί του και να ξαναμπεί για να κλέψει το δράκο.
Οι Dratons όντως με 38 λεπτά παιχνιδιού που χάνανε 37 λεπτά από αυτά χρειάστηκαν ένα fight γύρω από τον Elder. Ένα κακό πλέον από τον Core και τιμωρούν, παίζουν τέλεια το combo. Και αυτό το smite του Βέλια νομίζω ότι θα είναι αυτό το smite που θα θυμούνται όλοι για το πρώτο παιχνίδι.
Δεν είναι μόνο το smite, δυστυχώς μπήκε ο Skarner πάνω του για να μην του κάνει ult ο Skarner, τον τραβήξει, φλασάρει από τον τοίχο πίσω. Ξαναμπαίνει μετά μέσα με ουλτάρι, βασικά φλασάρει μέσα με smite, δηλαδή ήταν τώρα... Ήταν τηλεοπτικός.
Και βλέπουμε εδώ, είδαμε λίγο Bounce, είδαμε λίγο Nemesis. Μετά από αυτό το win, σίγουρα πρέπει να ανεβαίνει λίγο η διάθεση της ομάδας. Γιατί θυμίζονται ότι μερικές φορές μπορεί να πέφτουν λίγο ψυχολογικά όταν το game πάει τόσο άσχημα. Αλλά με αυτό το comeback, με αυτό το move, με ακριβώς κάθε δευτερόλεπτο να δουλεύει. Γιατί ο Σιωσέρ τους οριακά δεν μπορούσε να είναι στο fight για 4 δεύτερα. Πάνε όλα για αυτούς. Λύνουν το πρώτο game και τώρα η Japan Corp είναι ήδη πίσω και δεν έχουν βρεθεί ποτέ πίσω. Εντάξει, έχουν βρεθεί μια φορά με εμάς, στο 1-0. Για να δούμε αν θυμώσουν το ίδιο τώρα.
Τι άμα.
Άμα θυμώσουν όπως θυμώσαν με εμάς όταν τους κερδίσαμε ένα game, μετά μπήκανε μέσα και απλά μας πάτησαν. Για να δούμε αν κάνουν το ίδιο, γιατί πάλι είναι πίσω.
Όταν πήγα και αυτό που λέγατε στην αρχή, που έλεγε ο Ντρόγκος εκεί πέρα την ιστορία με τους. Και οι δυο μας κερδίσαν αυτές οι ομάδες. Η μία μας κέρδισε 3-0, στην άλλη καταφέραμε και πήραμε ένα kill.
Οπότε.
Δεν ακούγομαι. Το μόνο πράγμα που βλέπω εγώ εδώ πέρα να επαληθεύεται 100% είναι ότι είναι πανέμπειροι οι Los Ratones μέσα στο παιχνίδι, πολύ ψύχρεμοι και μόνο με την εμπειρία τους κερδίζουν τα παιχνίδια. Δηλαδή, άλλη ομάδα ανέλουζε το κόμπο και έμενε πίσω το συγκεκριμένο κόμπο που παίζανε. Δεν νομίζω, άλλη ομάδα από το EMEA Masters που είδαμε, δεν νομίζω να μπορούσε να κρατηθεί μέσα στο παιχνίδι και να το γυρίσει. Εδώ πέρα η ψυχραιμία ήταν τεράστια. Τεράστια ψυχραιμία οι Los Ratones και ξέρανε ότι το παιχνίδι κερδίζεται. Αυτό είναι το βασικό.
Οι άλλοι τα είχαν πάρει τώρα όλα μαζί. Αυτό σημαίνει κιόλας τώρα ότι πάρα πολλά picks από αυτά τα οποία ήταν, βοηθάνε σε πολλά κόμπο, ότι έχουν αφαιρεθεί αυτή τη στιγμή. Και δεν νομίζω να ήταν και τα τέρμα main, δηλαδή πάμε τον Γκάλιο, δεν νομίζω να είναι το ατού, ας πούμε, του Baus.
Το παίζει. Είναι ένα που παίζει, αλλά είναι και ωραίο counter που το φύγει ο Rumble. Τον κάνει να νιώθει πάρα πολύ άνετα στοιχεία να παίζει versus Rumble. Αλλά τώρα με αυτό το 1-0 σίγουρα πιστεύω θα έχουμε μεγάλο series, ok. Δηλαδή δεν θα πάει, δεν το βλέπω να κερδίζουν 3-0 σήμερα. Να το κάνουν Los Ratones. Είναι ξεκάθαρα η καλύτερη ομάδα του EMEA. Παρ' όλα αυτά, πάμε εμείς να κάνουμε τον breakάκι μας. Ξέρουμε εμείς πώς πάει όλο αυτό και επιστρέφουμε μπαμ για το Game 2.
你最好是
全网最尊重
你最好是好吧？多的不说，你最好。
Γεια σας και πάλι, επιστρέψαμε για να δείξουμε κι άλλα games για το τελικό του EMEA Masters. Το πρώτο παιχνίδι, για όσους το χάσανε, οι Los Ratones κλέψανε το win και μέσα από τα χέρια των Japan Corp σε ένα πώς λέγεται, όχι φαντασμαγορικό, ας πούμε φαντασμαγορικό εμείς παιχνίδι, όπου χάνανε full, πήρανε ένα fight, χάσαν τον Baron, κλέψαν τον Elder, κέρδισαν το fight με τον Elder, τελείωσαν το παιχνίδι. Ήταν πάρα πολύ ωραίο και τώρα καλύτερα να το κάνουν αυτό άλλες 2 φορές αν θέλουν να στεφτούν πρωταθλητές του EMEA.
Για να νικήσανε με αυτό το pick, που για μένα ήταν πολύ κακό. Δηλαδή, ο Γκάλιο τι χρειάζεται, κάποιον να μπει, να κάνει ούλτι ο Γκάλιο, να του δώσει το tankiness, να βγάλει το CC μετά. Και ας πούμε ο Viego είναι ένα pick που ήθελε reset. Δεν είχαν κανένα να μπαίνει. Ωραία. Για να μπορεί ο Γκάλιο να κάνει σε κάποιον το ulti που να είναι όντως χρήσιμο. Για να νικήσαν αυτό το pick, άμα πάρουν καλύτερο pick που τους βλέπουμε κιόλας, γενικά παίρνουν καλά picks, όπως είδαμε τουλάχιστον χθες versus στην Φάντασμα, και έχουν και αυτό το late game combo. Φύγανε και πολλά από αυτά τα picks για τους IJC, οι οποίοι βέβαια δεν ξέρω τώρα αν πάρουν πιο early picks εκείνοι πώς παίζουν. Δεν είμαι σίγουρος άμα μπορέσουν να κάνουν, ας πούμε, έτσι ένα πιο γρήγορο game. Τους είδα να παίζουν και εκείνοι αργά, θα πω, ότι αν παιχτεί έτσι όπως παίχτηκε τώρα στο πρώτο game, θα το πάνε μη σου πω και 3-0.
Βαρύ statement. Πολύ βαρύ statement. Θέλω να δω και τι θα γίνει με το side selection, αλλά τα pocket picks υπάρχουν εδώ πέρα ακόμα και δεν έχουμε δει τα special του Baus, όπου επέλεξε να πάει με Γκάλιο και έφυγε και το μεγαλύτερο του πρόβλημα που λέγεται Rumble. Μόνο το Jace έχει μείνει τώρα open.
Θέλω να δω αν θα συνεχίσει να τους τρέχει και θέλω να δω πώς θα απαντήσουν οι IJC, που θεωρητικά θα έπρεπε να έχουν ένα πολύ συγκεκριμένο πλάνο για το πώς θα αντιμετωπίσουν αυτό το ιδιαίτερο playstyle του Baus. Πάντως πέσανε στην παγίδα των Los Ratones, σίγουρα παίξανε το παιχνίδι τους. Δεν τους είδαμε τους Γάλλους να παίρνουν τις πρωτοβουλίες που θα έπρεπε να παίρνει ένα composition με Skarner και Alistar μέσα. Λέω εγώ, επιμένω.
Highlights εδώ πέρα με τον Crowny να πετάει αυτή.
exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero. Superhero.
everything to the back of my mind, so you could have the light and you could take your time. Did everything to get back in your mind, but you knew how to hide, and I can't let it go. 'Cause if I stop thinking of you, I'm all alone, all alone. 'Cause if I stop thinking of you, I'm all alone. When you brought me into you and let me take a piece of you, so I will always be with you. I felt the way you clung to me, and I knew that it was done for me, and suddenly it was just me. Walking through life empty-handed, 'cause mine should be where your hand is, but I don't even know where you've landed, so I'll pretend you're here just like we've landed. I can't let it go, 'cause if I stop thinking of you, I'm all alone, all alone. 'Cause if I stop thinking of you, I'm all I'm on my last straw. I'm broken and I'm woken up. I'm done feeling your lies. I've had enough. I can't run your place in this faulty game.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling.
Đôi, thời kinh hân, một nữ minh. Đôi, thời kinh hân, một nữ minh tinh chuyên trị vai phản diện, bị anti-fan bủa vây khắp mạng xã hội. Chuyện là tôi cùng rap. Đôi, thời kinh hân, đôi, thời kinh hân, một nữ. Đôi, thời kinh hân. Đôi, thời kinh hân, đôi, thời kinh hân, một nữ minh tinh chuyên trị vai phản diện, bị anti-fan bủa vây khắp mạng xã hội. Chuyện là tôi cùng rapper đỉnh lưu Cố Trạm tham gia. Đôi, thời kinh hân, một nữ minh tinh chuyên trị vai phản diện, bị. Anti-fan bủa vây khắp mạng xã hội. Chuyện là tôi cùng rapper đỉnh lưu Cố Trạm tham gia một show. Chuyện là tôi cùng rapper đỉnh lưu Cố Trạm tham gia một show. Chuyện là tôi cùng rapper đỉnh lưu. Chuyện là tôi cùng rapper đỉnh lưu Cố Trạm tham gia một show. Chuyện là tôi cùng rapper đỉnh lưu Cố Trạm tham gia một show. Chuyện là tôi cùng rapper đỉnh lưu Cố Trạm tham gia một show. Chuyện là tôi cùng rapper đỉnh lưu Cố Trạm tham gia một show hẹn hò. Ban đầu tôi cứ tưởng anh ấy sẽ thích kiểu nữ idol Bạch Liên Hoa cơ, ai ngờ đâu khả năng soi trà xanh của anh ấy còn cao siêu hơn cả tôi nữa. Sau một loạt màn phối hợp vạch mặt trà xanh đỉnh cao, hai chúng tôi leo thẳng lên top hot search. Cư dân mạng bắt đầu tích cực chèo thuyền cho chúng tôi. Anh chàng nóng tính và cô nàng nóng tính, minh tinh xinh đẹp và rapper hoang dại, căng thẳng tột độ luôn.
It all comes down to this. Hello, top of the mountain. One final step.
Reckless is holding fast, but he finally goes down. What is the ultimate onto angle?
The blizzard approaches.
And Hurt is going to be killed by some random bloke from Hungary. MSI champion, welcome to the NLC.
Forget the scars and focus on the task ahead. Fight! One last time. Conquer what is rightfully yours. Conquer!
England, how are you doing? Come on! Welcome to the Yarossi NLC Winter Finals. We meet one final day. So for everyone at home, because Twitch is watching, okay, England? Twitch is watching. Let me hear you roar! Beautiful! One final time, we have another battle on stage. It's gonna be Los Ratones versus North. But I have a special surprise for everyone here. We're gonna play a game right off the bat. I'm not even going to delay it anymore. Middlecott, join me on stage. Middlecott! No time to waste, okay? Are you ready? I don't think you have a microphone right now.
Oh, well, this hasn't happened before. Hey, there we are.
Okay, I hear you, actually, I hear you. Not the voice in my head. So with that in mind, we're gonna play a game show. It's like a question. I will put up a question up here, and you raise your hand. The first one to raise its hand, Middlecott, you go to them. I don't know how, but you do it. You find a way, okay? It's up to you
I'm
to
going to
decide.
sprint like a madman archer. It's going to be quite crazy.
I know it's going to be good cardio for you. So with that in mind, you give the answer, and I'll say if it's correct or not. If it's not, let's go. Okay, hey, that's the first one. Who says I like my enemies two ways, dead or about to be? Any takers right now? No? So let's present a few options.
Hold on, there's a bloke
Okay,
up there.
okay, run.
Right, let's go.
Run.
Come on.
Faster. You have Kane, Clad,
Get out of my way.
Pike.
Get out of my way. Right. Hello, my friend. What is your name? What is your profession? And what is your answer?
I'm a student. My name's Henry. I'm a student, and my answer is Kane.
It's
Is that
Kane
right?
for you? Is it Kane?
Is it Kane?
No, it's not. Continue.
Oh.
Okay, there's another individual. Keep in mind. I see it.
Where am I
You have
going?
to be faster. You have to be faster.
How am I going to do this?
I don't know.
I got
You
the
do
top.
you.
I got the top. Whoa! Get out of my way! Oh, God, not you again. Hex Flash Garen guy. Right, what do you reckon?
I think it's Pike. You think it's Pike? Yeah, that's why we play Garen. It's not. Another one. I mean, we're running out of options.
Come on. Oh, so
Let it go.
Oh, let's go. Come on, cameraman, don't fall over, please. That'd be quite embarrassing. Right, hello, my friend. What is your name, and what do you think the answer is?
My name's Ben, and the answer is Graves.
It actually is Graves, and I love that shot.
Hell yeah!
It is Graves. What does he get?
As his prize, Ben receives a minion plushie.
Hey.
Is this the greatest thing you've ever received in your life?
It's one CS I will not miss.
Hell
Big,
yeah,
big, big,
hell
big.
yeah, let's go!
Second one. Let's go to the second question. Which champion has the ability called a bloodlust? The options are...
Oh, we've got one. I think this person knows. Come on, Roman.
I see a lot of LR.
Oh, my God, you are so inconveniently seated, my friend. Right. Sorry.
I apologize.
Sorry. How are you doing? What's your name, and what do you reckon the answer is?
Well, my last name would be Ward. It's not on there, so it's elected.
Oh, my God!
Can I say if it's correct or not?
Well, I know the answer, so I know it's not redacted.
It's not redacted. Okay, another. Oh, there you go. Ari's there.
All right, let's go. All right. Hello there. What's your name? What do you reckon the answer is?
I'm Ari, and I'm pretty sure it's Trinidad.
Trinidad?
It is.
Hell yes! Minion plushie for you. Thank you very much, Lee. Roman, don't fall.
beste Team der Prime League ist plötzlich Evi einfach E-Sports und der amtierende Champion Big verliert seine erste Series am gestrigen Tag. Damit herzlich willkommen zum 4. Spieltag hier im TK Prime League Spring Split 2025 mit Scarface und Basti. Schön, dass ihr mit am Start seid und auch wieder eingeschaltet habt. Es bleibt weiter spannend, wie ihr hört und seht, und damit auch herzlich willkommen an euch alle. Schön, dass ihr da seid. Mein Name ist Masterplay. Ich darf euch durch die Show führen und auch an meiner Seite wieder Scarface und Basti begrüßen. Sie sind zurück. Wie geht's dir? Wie war der eine Tag heute in Berlin?
Ja, also ich habe eigentlich nicht viel gemacht, ein bisschen rumgelaufen in der Altstadt in Spandau. Ist wieder schön hier da zu sein. Schönes Wetter aktuell, ne? Ist schon ein bisschen zu kalt noch, also ja. Ja,
mindestens 30 Grad muss schon
10
sein.
Grad mehr.
Sehr gut.
Please.
Und Basti, du ganz besonders wichtig, du hast gestern
ganz besonders wichtig.
Ja, du hast gestern den ersten Loss von Big live miterlebt. Was ist denn da passiert?
Also Big ist wichtig, nicht ich, um das nur klarzustellen.
Deine Expertise ist wichtig.
Das, sehr schön gerettet. Masterplay, du könntest Moderator werden mit dieser Eloquenz. Also Big hat erstes Game gegen Austin Force sehr gut ausgesehen, haben dann irgendwie 0-2 verloren, also 1-2, weil sie haben ja erst gewonnen, erstes Game gestormt, dann zweimal verloren. War ein bisschen überraschend, aber Austin Force auch ziemlich clean aus.
Und jetzt Ja, jetzt mal gucken auch in Richtung Evi gefragt, was denkst du? Ist es so? Ist Evi aktuell das beste Team der Liga?
Also, sie sahen auf alle Fälle sehr gut aus. Sie haben gute Synergy. Eintracht Frankfurt sah einfach nicht gut aus gestern. Also, ich möchte noch ein bisschen mehr sehen.
Ja.
Aber, also, dass sie wirklich auf Nummer 1 bleiben, ich weiß ja nicht.
Wir werden sehen, zumindest gestern lief es sehr gut mit dem 2-0 und auch Dung Dynasty hat abgeliefert. Und wer es verpasst hat, für den haben wir jetzt eine Kurzzusammenfassung des gestrigen Spieltags. Wir starten mit Team Orange Gaming gegen Dung Game 1.
Ja, also das Spiel 1 war eine sehr aggressive Composition von Agros Team hier von Dung Dynasty, ist eher so eine Engage-Comp, aber leider ist man einfach in der Laning Phase zu hart behind gefallen, man konnte auf den Ezreal-Raum nichts finden und Na und Ari haben wirklich die Lane gestompt und sich ein Goldglied erarbeitet. Und da war das Snowball dann relativ leicht, wenn halt so eine Hard Engage Melee Composition nicht im Early Game Ahead kommt oder ziemlich hart behind fällt, dann sieht das halt so aus, eine 28 Minuten Stomp.
Zweites Game war dann sehr, sehr spannend. Wir hatten viele wilde Picks, wie zum Beispiel die Quinn Midlane, die eigentlich als Counter gegen Tristana Midlane gedacht war. Problem war, Tristana hat sich dann einfach gesagt, ey yo, ich gehe einfach Botlane und Quinn gegen Asia sah nicht so richtig gut aus. Das war aber auch kein Problem für Phantasm, weil er glücklicherweise ein insanes Jungle ADC-Duo hatte. Reptile und Agrin, wie wir auch hier im Replay sehen, haben beide gemeinsam fantastisch aufgespielt. Man konnte über die Bot-Side sehr gut snowballen und die Drake stacken, was dazu geführt hat, dass Dung Dynasty die Teamfights einfach sehr, sehr gut spielen konnte. Reptile hat immer wieder von Agrin Raum erkauft bekommen und die One-Shots ja quasi serviert bekommen. Über den Killerinstinkt ist er dann in die Backline gedived und konnte die Teamfight auf seinem Signature-Pick der Kaiser sehr gut spielen. Sendo auf der anderen Seite hat einfach eine solide Weak-Side gespielt und auf der Poppy gegen die am besten ein gutes Matchup bekommen und ansonsten nicht viel falsch gemacht. Damit konnte dann Dynasty Game 2 ausgleichen und es stand 1:1. Und jetzt zum allentscheidenden Game 3. Ich fand TOGs Comp ziemlich gut für eine Red-Side, aggressive Composition. Ich meine, man sieht hier Aphelios, Jenna, sie haben alles versucht, diese Aphelios und Jenna Kombination zu punishen. Haben sie auch gut geschafft, dadurch haben sie sich auch viele Dragons geholt. Gleichzeitig hat aber Arguin einfach sein Ding gemacht. Ne? Die Void Grubs geholt, den Herald geholt, Topside Advantages geholt und sich so langsam, aber sicher auch mit so einem wirklich mit Skirmishes auch versucht, um Botlane irgendwie so ein Lead zu bekommen. Und irgendwann ging es dann um die Objectives. Ich meine, man sieht, Dung Dynasty ist immer noch behind, 1500 Gold, 3 Dragons und jetzt ist dieser Artican-Fight da und jetzt kriegt einfach Phantasm diese wunderschöne Kombination und die Scaling Champions, die kommen dann einfach rein, Cassio, Aphelios, Jenna und also hat man das schon mal gesehen mit Hex, Tech, Soul, mit Artican Buff, das Game droppen? Also das ist crazy. Das war wirklich crazy, dass gegen all das trotzdem noch Dung Dynasty gewonnen hat. Evi war im Duell gegen Eintracht Frankfurt in der zweiten Series des gestrigen Tages ebenfalls Favorit. Das Early Game, das sah aber eigentlich ganz gut aus für Frankfurt, bis dieser Teamfight quasi das komplette Game für Evi einfach geturnt hat und sie dann auch relativ schnell, zumindest im ersten Game, den Finish einläuten konnten.
Ja, und das zweite Game, das war der 50-Minuten-Banger. Also Frankfurt war über das Spiel hinweg die ganze Zeit ahead. Also eigentlich hat nur Relatives Victor sie noch im Spiel gehalten. Und man würde einfach denken so, okay, das Game geht doch sicherlich in das dritte Game. Aber nein, Evi holt einfach Drache nach Drache, Mountain Dragon. Frankfurt versucht 20 Minuten lang in der Gegnerbase irgendwie das Game zu beenden. Da wurde man einfach ein bisschen unruhig. Und
And all those teams move on to playoffs. And regarding your placement, you'll get a attribute, a seeding, and those who don't get any win whatsoever will be on the lower bracket, which means they don't only have one shot, one opportunity. But for that in mind, you have an opportunity to join us for the live event. Yes, it was beautiful to watch it on Wednesday
Was eine krasse Series.
in Nottingham, but this time, I'm gonna say it, it's gonna be in Denmark! Experience the NLC finals like never, and this will allow you to just meet the teams, the players, the streamers as well, at the end of May and beginning of June. Be the first in line for tickets to the pre-sign up now. What does this mean? You go on the website we have provided, and then you can sign up to be one of the first to actually get those tickets, which will allow you to also listen to something called Unit 22, by the way. I'm just letting you know, there's a lot of things that are going to be happening. It's not only the meet and greet, it's not only the NLC, it's a big spectacle. And he's so fast.
I have to do it.
Okay,
I have to do it. It is the culmination, it feels like, of many years of the NLC. We had our finals in Nottingham, but now we are bringing it to the best country in the world, in one of the best cities in the world. It is Denmark, it's Copenhagen. Copenhagen is a story venue, and I cannot wait to see all of you there, the Danish League of Legends community, be united for love for the NLC. I'm so excited, man. I am over the moon, as you can see. My hair can even not deal with this anymore. It's gonna be absolutely phenomenal.
Solani, what do you have to say about this?
Are you gonna wear the same hat if we go to all together to the finals? Because I need to see in that hat in real life.
Yeah, of course. I'll bring
Can I
it
get one
all.
too?
I only have one, but I'll have a look around. I'll get all of you guys Danish gear. I'll get all of us Danish gear, so we can all be proud to be in the peak League of Legends, in the heart of Denmark.
This is being streamed right now, Duckling. I have a question, Mr. Denmark, by the way. That's your name on the stream, by the way. I have a question. Can you open up finals wearing a full outfit of Denmark? Like as Danish as you can. Massive, like even
Can he
socks.
be any more Danish than he is now?
Yes, I think we can pull it. Yeah, we can raise the level. Is it
there
possible?
might be ways to figure something out. I know you can get full Danish suits, so we can look at it. We can twirl on the idea, and I'm sure we'll be opening up with a lot of Danish pride at the
Flip it,
finals.
send it. It's now a promise. Thank you, Duckling. Mr. Denmark, we're gonna have finals on Denmark, so we hope to see you there because you get to meet all the teams, you get to enjoy the show, and there's gonna be a lot of streamers and actually performances as well. My dream is to open up the stage with the flamethrower. Yes, record it, send it to production so I'm allowed. I would love to, man. I don't care. Now, I would love to start this show because the first game of today, this is gonna be the first day, so we don't have a lot of information. It's Los Ratones versus Rich Gang. Yeah, let's start with Los Ratones. Everybody is here. They want to see Los Ratones because these individuals just demolished EMEA Masters. I'm not gonna say it was close. It was theirs for the taking since the beginning. Yes, a few oopsies here and there. It doesn't matter. Los Ratones demolished EMEA Masters. They are the team to look out for. You know it. What can we say about these? Let's start talking. Solani, Duckling.
We can say so much about them, honestly, but the first thing we have to say is a huge congratulations to them because they have done things that haven't been done before in the history of NLC, and they continue to do so. The most amazing thing about this team at this moment is that they have set up the records, and they have more records to beat, and they're on the right path to do so. They finished the NLC first in the previous split. As you said, they went through EMEA Masters story insanely well. We finally didn't have any LFL versus LFL finals as much as we love LFL. We love NLC more, okay? And we finally had the NLC finals. We had them win them. Now, what is the most interesting thing is that so far in the modern history of NLC, we haven't had a single team that took the crown 2 splits in a row. We've had teams trying to do so, but nobody has done it before. And Los Ratones can make yet another history if they do it this time.
Yeah, there are more records to be broken. You're completely right, Solari. It has been a monstrous achievement for them, right? They've come in, they've swept everything up. The pride they have brought on themselves, the trophies they have added, and the pride they have brought on the NLC region, and definitely not be underestimated. But there is more yet to come, right? As you said, records still left to be broken, and just look at the star-studded roster. 31 years of T1 competitive experience between these guys. It is the mountain. They are the pinnacle of League of Legends in the ERL system, and if any team can compete with them, well, they can represent the NLC and make us proud of me at EMEMA.
I think you brought something extremely important, which is every single time we start talking about the NLC, it's the Northern League, and we always make that adaptation of, hey, you have to climb a mountain. And as soon as Los Ratones join and provided and showed us what they can be, well, they are the mountain. It's not a team that is climbing the mountain. They are a mountain right now, and any team who wants to go against them, well, it's gonna be rough. Velia was also the MVP of finals. I don't know if you got to see that. Baus is the boss. He totally took control of the interview, and he's gonna be a father. I'm just waiting for that. Like, he's achieving life at the speed run as well. This team is unstoppable, but also they only had one loss during the entire split. Only one game. We call it the Quinn incident, and we don't talk about it. It didn't happen, okay? All VODs have been deleted. We asked production that Quinn. Even on the recap of Los Ratones, on that incident, that game is missing. I'm just letting you know. It's actually missing from YouTube. So I just want to put it out there. Only one loss. And the thing is, of all the rosters, Los Ratones didn't change a single member because they're adamant of what they want to do, which is win it again, go to EMEA, conquer it again, and do a triple. They want to get they want to get all three EMEAs in 1 year. Yeah. Ridiculous.
And they want to do it with the same roster, because I think this is pretty much the only team that hasn't changed a single thing in their roster. The one of like 2 teams, I think. I would need to check my stats, but in Group A, for example, we have so many teams that have completely reshaped what they are, who is playing for them. Los Ratones have an idea that they want to keep the same roster for the whole year, and so far they've been sticking to it, and it's been working for them amazingly.
So, you bring that up, tell me, Tuckling, because before I move on.
Yeah, I just shortly wanted to add to that. There is, as you said, sorry, one more roster. Bulldog Gaming, we saw them at the LAN finals. They haven't changed anything either, but Los Ratones and Bulldog are the only 2 remaining. And for Los Ratones as well, right? Started working since November together, so that means they've now worked almost half a year. And they are just, head and shoulders above anyone else.
I know Bulldogs is going to show up to the party. We're not talking about them now, and I think Bulldogs is going to be a contender. But we'll talk about that later on in the future. For you folks at home, you know everything about Los Ratones. Let's be honest. You're watching this, and you know the Wikipedia, you know their address, you know everything about Los Ratones. Which means we need to talk about the other teams. You need to know who they're fighting against. I'm not going to be gentle. Rich Gang stepped in Winter Split. Completely dominated Group B and then fell short. But this is an entire new team. And if you look into these faces, you're gonna be like, who are you? And that's the question. We know a little bit, but we don't have sufficient information to talk about Rich Gang. So we need to see their first game. I don't think this is gonna be easy. I don't think this is gonna be close at all. We need to be honest, so that's why we're keeping expectations low, so when they show up, we are surprised by this team, Rich Gang. Now, it's really important to say they want to invest in this talent, in their young talent, but Solari, you brought something up when we were talking about this team, which is a top player that is really, really young, and sometimes that may be a concern, but Exopane is 17. And he completely destroys stages. So, just saying.
Exopane is 17, but Conan, the top laner for Rich Gang, is only 16 years old.
16?
And he got the Challenger last year, he was only 15, and his LP was absolutely insane. His rank was so high, and he's so young. And I feel like this is the pinnacle of what this team is going to be about, how we're going to be talking about them going into this split and hopefully into the next split as well. This is a developmental team. This is a team that has brought in very fresh talent, some like Conan having no professional experience, the others having a little bit, but mostly around Division 2. this is going to be the beginning of a road for them. This is a roster that wants to grow up together. And yes, they are unfortunately starting with a trial by fire by playing Los Ratones as their first ever game of the split and as this roster. But hey, if you want to start with the biggest challenge, and then hopefully everything else is going to be a bit easier for you.
Yeah, it is. I completely agree, Star. It is such a change of pace of what we saw from Rick Gang last split, right? As you can see from the results, 5-6, that's not really anything out of this world. But as Asher, you said as well, they were dominant in the group stage, absolutely unbeatable in Group B. When they came into playoffs, they didn't practice as much as the other teams. They had the star players, but they didn't have the dedication to really focus enough on the game, and that led to the other teams catching up. Now this time around, you have the talent, you have the dedication, you start from a lower point. Solari said they need the time and they need the patience, because I believe they can bloom into something special, but the first game of the split against Los Ratones, I'm not expecting them to perform miracles.
That's the thing, they don't have that experience, they don't have that much in-game play, like scrims. It's gotta be hard pulling a new talent team and say, hey, let's get scrims. Who are you scrimming against? Scrim bubble is extremely important. Solari, you want to say anything?
I just wanted to say that even though, yes, this is a new roster and this is really hard to start the split with Los Ratones for them, you gotta remember that Los Ratones just ended EMEA Masters. And since they won EMEA Masters, they had to play for such a long time that they had very limited time to do any scrims and any preparation for the split. So maybe that's something that Reach Gang have in their sleeves, hopefully just having a little bit more time to prep.
You know what scares me the most about Los Ratones? On the interview with Baus, before we move on, production, these musics are just, I'm just enjoying this. I'm like, this is banger after banger. I'm just enjoying this. Thank you so much. No, Los Ratones, we finished. I asked Baus for a sentence he heard at the end of the game that he could bring into the conversation. It was instantly Crowley saying, hey, on that wave at 15 minutes, we could have slowed push a little bit better. We need to work on it. You're winning EMEA Masters, and then already thinking, oh, they have to improve in scrim yet again. I know Reckless was like, boss, we just need 2 days off. But after we're done, we go again. Tell me that.
It is very much that perfectionist mindset, right? That, yes, we just won the best tournament we can currently win in terms of the ecosystem we're playing in. But we did mess it up. The game wasn't perfect. They got a kill, guys. We could have played that fight better. We could have gotten this break 6 minutes in. Like all of these small little decisions that ended up not mattering at all. They 3-0'd in the finals. But they were still, you know, it wasn't quite perfect. So they still have another gear to them. And yeah, I really like that mindset. It just shows how far this roster can really get.
One thing we need to highlight as well is there, by the way, just getting information that Champion Select is a little bit delayed. Don't worry, as soon as we can, we jump into the game. We just want to make sure that all players are fitted correctly. Yeah, come on, Duckling!
I'm sorry, I'm working on it. I'll start the game, I'll start the game.
One of the things is, it's a best of one. And curiously enough, I think Los Ratones roster on Champion Pool or Ocean is so hard to beat because they can adapt to anything. Yes, it's true. You see a Shogath and you're like, yeah, it's his top, maybe it's mid, we don't know. Maybe that Volivar is jungle, maybe it's top because you have Baus, you have Nemesis that can adapt really well. But with Rich Gang, it's a question mark. So this might give them the lead, at least on the best of one, to pull something crazy, where Los Ratones are not expecting, go a little bit wild on any sort of tactic they can implement and try to steal the game. Because if you get a win from Los Ratones on seeding stage, that means your team will skyrocket in terms of placements.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, right? It is a best of one. This is not a best of 3 or best of 5. If you can sprint in trying some weird tactics that's really been working and will throw teams off, this is the game to try it in. No one are expecting to come in here as rookies and play a clean game of League of Legends against the EMEA Masters Champions. You know, maybe just try your best, try something different and see if you can choose your ways. Maybe an early game lead, maybe even you get a Baron, or in a dreamland scenario, you win the game.
There is one thing that we've been all waiting for during the previous split, and that is, when is somebody going to realize that playing around Baus and killing Baus non-stop is never going to win you game against Los Ratones? And we haven't really seen anybody like having this click moment and completely leaving Baus to do his Bausy things in the top lane. maybe Reach Gang. I'm just having my fingers crossed that Reach Gang is maybe going to be one of those teams that is going to let this crazy top laner do whatever he wants and focus on other things. Because there are things to focus on if you're playing against lost opponents. Like their early in the game, for example. Their determination to take as many directs as possible because that is their main focus in the game. There are ways to play around them. It's just, is Reach Gang going to be the team to figure how to do it?
I mean, I think if you focus on Baus, it's a lose-lose because eventually he will scale and he will take down the sideline or join the team. He now rotates towards the team, so his little flow is gone. I think he's getting really scary as a pro player. But one of the things I'm excited about this game is Conan, 17 years or 16 years right now, 16 years, really high in solo queue. This means he likes to challenge the enemy. And if he brings something like really high in challenges, bounces by himself, maybe that's the cue, maybe that's the dream. Leaving the young kid who's challenger to just take down Baus as a solo queue game. I mean, Duckling is like, what, 15 years for like 10 years in a row, I don't know. And he never got challenger. Is that a beard?
Looks like eyeshadow to me.
Looks like,
yeah, I thought it was like low resolution or something that was
low
giving
resolution beard,
yeah.
I'm still 2 years behind on that compared to you, Asher,
144
but no.
webcam that got you there. I don't know, tell me.
I will say this though. If you're a 16-year-old wonder kid, right, coming in from the solo queue, very high LP, we're excited to see what you can do. What are you hoping for to play against your first game? Some veteran who you know how will play, you know, they've been around forever. Or the weirdest guy in all of competitive League of Legends, one of the biggest things currently in League of Legends esports who is just so weird in his gameplay. It's Baus. I mean, what a debut you will have here, right? Backs against the wall, you're 16 and now, the first opponent you get to play against is Baus, and I mean, how are you gonna deal with that? Probably played against him in solo queue a few times, but this is very different, and a full team is playing Baus.
That's something you get to tell your kids about. Like, my first ever competitive game was against Baus. Can you top that?
Yeah, and if he wins, he know, everybody's gonna be like at home, like, hey, take notes. This is how you play versus Baus. This is that because nobody was able to get the reality or at least the secret ingredient to play versus Baus. Even in EMEA, even when they lost versus KC Blue, it was like, okay, we now know what happened to Baus or what happened to the team. We adapt. Then we got to Supermassive, which was one of the most beautiful series, by the way. No, we're not buying time, by the way, people at home. We're not doing that. This is part of the pre-show, obviously. I'm just getting information that the game will start really soon, as soon as Duckling allows us. Yeah,
don't worry, you know, my PC's lagging a bit. I forgot to update the client, so that's why we're a bit delayed here. I'm just getting in and there, getting ready to press the buttons, right? That's what us casters do. Duckling start game. Don't call me out, man.
Von Spielern, also wenn ich Power of Evil sehe, dann
no, yeah. Hopefully we get underway soon. I'm excited to see how the meta has developed, how the guys fit into the championship. I think for the jungle in particular, right? In theory,
immer noch besser als Average, aber er ist nicht
I'm excited to see if that will go
wie
through.
sonst auf dem
When
Mage, auf
is
diesen Synchros
absolutely disgusting
wo
at
er wirklich in
this point in time. Both in top and jungle, so
nicht dahinter.
no high priority flex pick that we could probably see someone like us maybe
with
without. So a lot of options, some changes have happened, and I'm excited to see what that brings into the draft. And, it's the best of one. Don't really matter, so all the strong champions are on the card.
I really hope Rich can bring out Nathiri, because Lil Sutherland has streamed against her a couple of times. She always catches them by surprise with what she can do after this mini rework that Riot have pulled out just in the recent patch. She's insanely fun to watch, and I hope that Rich Gang are going to have their eyes on her. Or maybe on Ari, for example, because there is apparently a new tanky air build, Bruiser-ish build for Ari flowing around, which is doing some crazy numbers. So there are a lot of fun things to look forward to in terms of chance to select.
So fun to watch AB range champions bring grasp of the undying. Lovely. Also, I think Nafiri is a Baus champion. I'm just saying, Baus, come on. You know you're gonna pop off if you bring that champion. No, I'm just saying Nafiri top. I think he could pull it off. It's Baus. He plays the supremacy. Like, he plays top, okay? Gwen though, jungle. Velia has been playing the Gwen, and he's extremely good with the Gwen, so keep that in mind. Now, I don't know if they are aware of what is about to happen, but I'm doing this in case they are not. Casters are already waiting.
der anderen Seite hat
Oh,
Touchbanner
Costas,
genau
I'll
das
see you
Gleiche.
soon
Und
because
diese
we're
haben
jumping
beide
into Champions Select. Apparently, let's go!
Also,
First,
Yeah, I started the game, guys. I remember to press play.
Finally, thank you, Duckling.
I did it. It's all me.
Production
All me.
Okay, let me go. Red is removed as stated. Cyan as well. They don't want to play versus that on the top line, which is actually a concern because if you focus on Baus, he's not going to run out. No, but it's actually those Hatonis taking out the Gwen now. Do they take out the Nefidi as well? Expect something different from Rich Gang.
Possibly they could take those out because they're on the right side right now. Yep, see, they're taking her away because these are two really strong champions. And again, Lost Ones have had some issues playing against, especially in the Fury. So it makes sense that you want to remove those things, at least from your first game.
Very standard bench here in terms of what I expected. The Tristana being a high priority for Lost Ones during EMEA Masters, so doesn't really surprise me. I think the biggest problem that Rich Gang have here is there are many strong balance picks open, right? I think his Gragas is incredible. He gets so much utility out of it regardless of how hard he gets focused. We'll see, Rich Gang, they have the blue side. What do they want to prioritize highest here? Surely that's not the first pick, right? I mean, that's not what they're going to lock in and slam down. Maybe just out of respect for you, Ashram.
Let it happen. Let it happen.
Maybe.
Nah, no,
Please.
Oh my, they did it!
Imagine starting the split first pick, it's Petian. Delicious. Now, Lost Ones, we have a lot of replies to this, and this is a flex as well.
This is so utterly recorded, by the way, to have the first pick of the first game being the Pantheon.
Maybe we get a Swain now.
I will lose it if the Swain happens in the first game today.
Well, it's a bird.
It's a bird. It's something. We still don't know where exactly Pantheon is going to land. I would expect it to be renewal speak for the jungle, but again, not knowing exactly what Rich Gang's strategy is, it's a little bit hard to theorize what's going to happen here. But I love this Azure pick for Nemesis, starting up pretty safe but pretty strong at the same time, because Azure is just a champion you can't rely on. Please tell me it's happening. Is it going to be Mundo jungle, or do you think it's Baus?
I don't see this as Baus, but
that's a strong 1-2 punch back, right? I see a pretty normal to let through draft. Many minions can play it, but not many can do it like Nemesis. He's unbelievable on that champion. And then the Mundo in the jungle as well. You deny the CC from the Pantheon if you get caught out so late and just walk it off. I like the idea of that, although I have yet to really see that matchup played out, but very strong counter punch from Lusty Tones as it's now on Rich Gang. Really do something as the Varus would be just stand.
So we open up with the Varus for the bot lane. A champion that is pretty hard to pinpoint, a champion that you would need to bring out some strong CC against. So if this Mundo is not going for the jungle, maybe something like a Vi could be brought out for Lost Tones just to have some reliable point and click CC, because otherwise later in the game it's going to be hard for Lost Tones to kill this thing.
Vi top is a thing for Baus, so that could be the possibility. I've seen this champion multiple times. It's so hard to play with. I like it, but it's extremely hard. There's a one trick that plays Vel'Koz non-stop, and he's the best. Like his math, like great, must have been ridiculous. And he keeps talking about it. That bringing this into competitive is hard because of how hard it is to pull it off, especially versus the Mundo. It doesn't care. It just moves and goes against you.
He's gonna suffer a little bit because what Vel'Koz doesn't have at all is any sort of mobility. So if something is running quick at you or if something has a lot of CC against you, it's gonna be a very dead Vel'Koz very quickly. He doesn't just get out of the danger. His only way of survival is making sure that danger just doesn't get to him. It gets annihilated on the way.
It's interesting, right? You have the range and the laning phase to try and poke out Nemesis. You will be left very, very vulnerable. One slight mistake, you will instantly be punished. And in your NLC debut game, well, Diversi has put in the Aurora Cup, but this is his first step up in the ERL 1. Really making it hard on yourself there, I'm going to be honest. But support now seems to be the type of both teams as the obvious engaged gems. It's out, maybe you take away the end.
Der Basisschaden von Chogo's Fähigkeit, das wurde ja schon genervt. Grüße gehen übrigens raus an Cerberus, der hat das Ganze reingebracht. Den haben wir mal
it is an idea.
Der ist jetzt mittlerweile
now, you know Baus will probably bring something AD-ish into the top line, and Vesa is still available. The Vi, as he pinpointed, is also available. Seeing the Vel'Koz allows it to be like, hey, Vi goes in, gets the Vel'Koz, so this could actually be a pick. But maybe they can go for the support right now, because you kind of get a feeling of what Rich Gang is trying to accomplish with this team. There's a lot of percentage HP on the side of Rich Gang, by the way. True damage on the Vel'Koz, Varus is percentage, even Pantheon has percentage damage on this W, so that would be interesting. Now, what do you do as Los Angeles? Do you lock in the top, or do you finally reveal? There you go, the top.
I mean, it's so easy to take, right? You get the weak side. I said it in the draft earlier as well. House is just immaculate on this track. He will always make it work to a 10 out of 10 grade, so obviously.
How do you play with your ultimate as Vel'Koz if Gragas can just...
You're done. That's what he's done. He does.
Yeah.
If he's placed
You see
here
the...
and...
So Vel'Koz goes in and he's like, light form disintegration ray, and Gragas is like, hey, here's a barrel. And you stop it. Here's the kid. Here's the kid. That's the chase. Long range team, but not really tanky.
It's a long-range team. They have a lot of poke on their side with the Jace, the Vel'Koz, and the Varus together. But this poke only works if they're actually able to keep the enemy at a safe distance. Los Angeles, having Mundo and Gragas as their frontline, they can easily just ignore all the poke and run right at Rich Gang, and that worries me. But also with the removal of Rakan, what is Reckless gonna go into? Because either Rakan or Rel would have worked so nasty for their comp just now to add up to the engage that they have already. At least that can work too.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine, right? You want a bit of flank, you would find the right engagement for the fight, because, you know, as we talked about, the long range, it's difficult to walk into their face, but they have a lot of frontline, a lot of engage. I think Los Angeles have a standard easy to execute draft here. Obviously, they are the heavy favorites, but I do favor that draft as well. Rich Gang is interesting, but it's really hard to execute, and when you're such a young roster, and this is your debut game for many of these players, all of them actually, in terms of NLC Div 1. X against the wall. Maybe, just maybe they put off the miracle. I don't think it's horrible, but Lost Zones can stand it safe, but it will definitely work.
We talked about this, best of one, you have to pull something interesting out of the bag in order to beat Los Ratones. It has been a quest for multiple teams. Nobody has achieved this, and this is why we are EMEA Masters winners. With that in mind, let's toss it to the game. I miss these voices. It is Hepray in the reveling.
I have missed you too, Archer. Hello everybody and welcome to the caster desk. Hit Brain Trouble here. Get ready to jump into game number one. A lot to talk about. Los Ratones, we kind of favoured their comp coming into this game. Trouble, I think you can highlight these issues a little bit more. You were quite vocal about some of what was going on in this championship.
Das bedeutet, kann halt jetzt einfach dafür gehen und das wird noch ein bisschen delayed.
Ja, aber ich glaube, die Grubs werden natürlich trotzdem
jetzt muted once again.
I am muted once again, okay.
It wouldn't be NLC! It wouldn't be NLC without Trouble being muted immediately.
Hey! Arsenal was muted too. Anyways, on blue side, when Varus has been picked, usually his best iterations is Hella Blades or Comet and you go full poke Varus. However, when you pick it on blue side, usually the right side will tend to go super tanky to force the Varus to go on the build, which doesn't leave him as dominant in lane, and you can usually just win lane versus Varus and force the team down. However, right here, seeing how they're going to go Vel'Koz, this is a great pick right there, and Jace for top lane, which it's a very safe range to pick into Baus. I feel like this Varus, if he doesn't go poke, he's sort of going to struggle to find his place in a full poke composition. However, 4 squishies into a full bomba Gragas in the top lane. Rich Gang is gonna need some help displacing their bodies around to not get hit by the barrels.
It's gonna be a hard one, to be honest, for Rich Gang. They've got a lot to do here, and like you said, the biggest issue is just gonna be a lack of damage, and typically that's the biggest problem with a poke team is if a poke team falls behind, it feels turbo bad. It's really, really hard to play as a poke team when you're behind, and you're gonna have there's massive brick wall in the Mundo blocking all of that damage, and you know how are you actually going to get through him and kill him without it being an on-hit Varus? Then you know you become short range. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here for Rich Gang. You know they're coming in off. You know winter wasn't particularly great for them. They struggled, didn't really make it far into the playoffs of the season, and you know they're starting off hard. There's no denying playing versus Los Ratones is your first game back. It's always going to be a bit of a rough one. I don't feel like they particularly set themselves up for success off the back of the draft. But like you said, when you do look at the mid lane, you look at the Vel'Koz and the Azir matchup, that is potentially a window to kind of crack and punch a hole through Los Ratones, which then you can look to punish through. The question is are you going to be able to do that? I mean, it's Nemesis. Nemesis is just been this brick wall. He's been so solid, and you know, there's a lot of players we've been highlighting and getting excited about. Obviously, Balth being probably one of the main ones on the side of Los Ratones. You know, all through winter, all through EMEA, been very very hyped by this player. But Nemesis has always been that stable kind of player, stable laner for the team. Been able to control his lanes and not give up too much, which is then afforded Balth to be able to play how he plays. So it is going to be an incredibly tool ask for them. Honestly, gap mid so hard on this matchup, but suddenly everything else kind of just falls out of place for Los Ratones.
Okay, I feel like even if you gap mid with the Vel'Koz, which again, it's a great pick. It's got more range than the Azir, and traditionally it is quick to counter the Azir in terms of like the Azir cannot make plays on you, can push you out of lane, you've got a lot of push, a lot of wave clear, so that's great. However, my biggest question is, Rich Gang started fantastically. 4-0 in Group B, ended up being the placebo group because apparently the whole group just fell apart once playoffs started, and it was only Group A moving forward. But now they're sporting a whole new roster, full of rookies. And their first task is to bring down Los Ratones. This is one of like the most difficult tasks you can ask for. These guys lost one game. One game, the entire first split, and that was due to Kato's drafting. Okay, I'm not even going to blame the players right there.
Yeah, no, you're totally right off the back of that. I don't know, I guess like if you are Rich Gang, regardless of the outcome of this game, you've kind of got one of your hard games out of the way now, and you can focus on everyone else. But again, you know, new team, new roster, kind of getting to grips with each other. You've definitely given yourself a hard draft to play out versus a very hard team to beat. So, if anything, for me, this game's going to be a real tale of mental fortitude for Rich Gang, because if you can fall back and bring this back, incredible mental fortitude. If you lose this game and then come back and, you know, win your next 3 games, also incredible mental fortitude. If someone they pull the win out here, you know, if this team does get ahead, obviously that Mundo is always going to be an issue. But you can still look to blow up and kind of poke out everybody else. It's just getting around that brick wall for Mundo. You can find windows and avenues into this game, but there's so much engaged on the side of Los Ratones. There's so much frontline. The Alistar is going to be a menace. And we saw Reckless perform on this champion consistently throughout last split. In fact, we saw a lot of our supports perform on the Alistar. It's been a very stable pick here in the NLC, just in League of Legends for this year anyway so far. So you've got a big front line to get through. You've got a very consistent back line as well. Azir, you know, sure gets outranged by the Vel'Koz, but in the chaos of a team fight, those Sand Soldiers just more than anything buy space. You don't want to be standing on top of them, especially when Azir hits kind of 2-3 items. So this game one, I don't think anybody is in denial that this is going to be a tool ask here for Rich Gang, especially off the back of the draft. But I don't want to completely count them out because I feel like that would just be almost too biased. But they have definitely given themselves a rough hill to climb.
And as exciting as the first game of our spring split is, we're going to give many reasons to get excited because Los Ratones are back. They just won EMEA Masters. This is the first game back into the competitive season. We're going to have to throw them a very quick break. We are dealing with a few technical difficulties, but once we're back, we're going to jump straight into the reef. Don't you dare go in.
Und hat sich Brügge überlebt. Ja, der ist einfach weg. Der kommt Teleport. Das heißt, die verlieren ja nicht mal was. Das ist schon stark. Also, ich bin mir nicht ganz sicher, ich kann nicht wirklich beschreiben, welches Team hier gerade diese Schlammschlacht startet, weil beide Teams wirklich... Man hat sich darauf geeinigt, man geht einfach rein. Das ist ein Schlammbad. So, deswegen, aber es gibt einen klaren Gewinner. Und zum aktuellen Zeitpunkt ist das einzige Spannende. Das Einzige, wo sich Rossmann so ein bisschen dran klammern kann, sind die 2 Drachen. Aber mit Deckpunkt, die du hast und den AD-Carries, den du hast, du wirst am nächsten Treffen vermutlich 2 Drachen haben. Absolut. Wir hatten ja auch über die Warcrafts unterhalten. Der Snowball-Faktor, gerade jetzt mit diesem 3000er Gold-Lead über die gefeedelte Tristane und auch Brülke ist gut dabei. Lilith ist überall. Er hat sogar Liandry's First gebaut. Also er geht hier wirklich auch auf AP, will ich einfach mal so sagen. Das habe ich auch noch nie gesehen. ich liebe alles daran tatsächlich. So, und jetzt hat man hier einen fetten Siege Snowball über 6 Void Grubs. Top Lane fällt der First Hit, das heißt noch die Feats of Strength werden jetzt in der Tasche stecken von Eintracht Spandau. Die müssen hier allerdings ein bisschen aufpassen. Ross ist zugegen mit dem Team. Keine Pantheon Ultimate. Wildenbruch kann immer noch, beide Teams haben wirklich ein gutes Pick-Potenzial. Wenn ein Spieler da gecatcht wird, bist du sehr schnell in der Unterzahl. Spannend wird es halt, wenn 5 gegen 5 Teamkämpfer aufeinandertreffen, weil du dann den einen Pick nicht mehr so gut machen kannst. Da denkt Nautilus, er hat einen Pick, aber durch den Hook zieht er sich selbst ran und ist dadurch selbst der Pick. Weißt du, das ist ganz verrückt, was hier noch passieren kann. Und jetzt nochmal auf das zurückzugehen, was die Analyse gesagt hat. Ich habe das Gefühl, der Schaden, der fehlt hier nicht. Auch der Damage-Split fehlt hier nicht. Und selbst wenn du später einen Tank hast, ja, dann macht Shogath, was hat der später? 800 True Damage?
Es ist krass.
Also, freut mich, dass du Resistenzen hast.
Also ich finde es wirklich spannend, aber ich glaube, das ist genau auch die Idee dahinter, weil du hast natürlich mit diesem AP-Choker, von dem du vorhin gesprochen hast, einen gewissen AP-Damage ja so oder so schon, aber mit Shires, wir haben jetzt gerade schon auf das Trading-Volumen auf der Toplane gesehen so, und dadurch, dass jetzt auch schon das Leandris fertig ist bei Lilith, der ja die ganze Zeit auch schon reinpokt, immer wieder auch in den wichtigen Situationen mit dabei ist, wird das Damage-wise, glaube ich, vom Split überhaupt gar kein Thema sein. Selbst Joker mit Sejuani hat ja mit ein leichtes AP-Burst-Potential, wenn er die Ult hittet, davor vielleicht mit der die passive Stack und dann ist ja quasi ein kleiner Assassin.
Ja, itemtechnisch, Shurias, Into. Mehr Movements sind normalerweise in der Solo-Queue würdest du das Deadman's Plate bauen, dann läufst du mit so 516 Movements wieder über die Map. Ich glaube, wir müssen kurz mal Nice Guy bei den nächsten Tod angucken.
Ja, mal gucken. Also der Dive ist ein bisschen mutiger, aber ich glaube, Joker ist tanky genug, von wegen mutig, der Kill ist easy. Und dank den Voidcrabs übrigens, weil sie hatten keine Minions, aber dadurch, dass jeder mal den Turret gehittet hat, waren da am Ende, ich glaube, 6 Void-Jense unterwegs. Wir nennen sie hier liebevoll Void-Jense.
Okay. Wo kommt das her?
Ich glaube, zum ersten Mal, als sie eingeführt wurden, haben wir überlegt, sollen die einen Spitznamen bekommen?
Ja.
Und dann, ja.
Wow, also Rossmann investiert sogar nicht mehr auf die Top-Lane. Das bedeutet, dieser T2-Turm wird einfach noch in Power of Evil gehen.
Krass, ne?
Das ist der Spieler ist unfassbar reich.
Wir können uns ja mal anschauen, wie reich. 8000 Gold, sind 1100 Gold näher.
Das ist ein Schmackofatz in Minute 16, sage ich dir. Also 8000 Gold. Da kannst du einiges von kaufen.
Witzig ist nur, dass Kanin halt auch nicht arm ist. Kanin ist der zweitreichste Spieler in der Partie. Ja. Er hat trotzdem 1100 Gold weniger als Power of Evil.
Ja. Power of Evil muss jetzt auch überlegen, wie er das Gold investieren möchte. Das ist noch nicht geresettet. Und ich sehe für Rossmann Tower keinen Weg, wie sie das gleich spielen können. Und die Frontal ist einfach zu dick mit Joker, der ja die Early Game Kills bekommen hat. Das bedeutet, er hat jetzt schon 3000 Leben. Und Sichuan hat ja den großen Vorteil der eigenen Passive, wodurch sie auf den ersten Tag diese erhöhten Resistenzen hat. Das bedeutet, auch der Catch of Sejuani ist unfassbar schwer zu spielen. Du hast natürlich Scaling. Und ich möchte hier Rossmann auch nicht verteufeln. Talia, wir haben vorhin in der Review von Dunk Dynasty gesehen, was so eine Talia im Late Game machen kann. Die hat gestern bei Austin Force Wilhelm fantastisch funktioniert und gestern halt auch bei Phantasm, der damit die Late Game Teamkämpfe übernommen hat. Der Champion skaliert massiv.
Aber weißt du, was so spannend ist? Das haben wir, glaube ich, bisher wenig gesehen in dem Game. Das hast du aber gerade, als wir in das Game reingegangen sind, schön gesagt. Eigentlich haben sie ja noch eine Pick-Off. Und zwar eine High-Range-Pick-Off über Sejuani und Bart. Und du hast nur immobile Carries über Talia. Wenn wir die Reavers-Wall mal ein bisschen ausklammern, weil im Fight ist die nicht relevant so. Einen Pantheon und einen Varus. Ohne einen Cleanse. Also auf Sejuani dazu. Das heißt, du hast absolut recht, aber dadurch, dass sie so immobil sind, sehe ich eine sehr große Chance, dass sie einfach weggefischt werden.
Kann tatsächlich passieren. Auf der anderen Seite aber genauso, wenn so eine Nautilus Hook trifft, egal welches Ziel, die Mobilität bringt dir da auch nicht wirklich was, vor allem wenn der Knockup direkt hinterherkommt. Wenn diese C-Chain erstmal drauf ist, dann kommt das Fass, dann kommt der Pantheon, kommt die Talia. Also die Varus Ultimate mit alleine ist schon ein Engage-Tool für das, dass du ja nicht beim Gegner dran sein musst. Der Follow-up darauf ist halt gut. Aber du musst halt diesen ersten Kill hinbekommen und ich sehe das halt problematisch, wenn das Joanne und ein Shogath davor stehen, vor allem weil Pride es halt richtig liest, sich die Teamkampf von Rossmann Tower anguckt und sagt, ja, Magieresistenz ist wirklich nicht schlecht hier als Stat.
Hello everybody, we are back. Apologies about the delays there. It wouldn't be NLC without some pauses, without some delays. Also, the absolute nightmare fuel that is going on behind Trouble. What is going on in that cabinet?
You're talking about my Labubus? Nightmare fuel?
Yeah?
Nightmare fuel. That is some absolute nightmare fuel.
In 7 Sekunden. Das Timing hier ist
That we're on camera, we can
suboptimal.
talk about this. Right
Yeah,
now,
we can.
we're not on camera. Luckily, we are in game for our first game of the spring split.
And our defending champions and EMEA champions, Los Paternes, on that red side. They're actually already getting a little bit of scouting going out. Renewal just looking to see if he can deny something. Oh, hold on, Nemesis getting chunked out though.
Is going to back off. Did have to burn a flash. From the looks of things, no one on the side of Rich Karen did have to burn a flash either. So getting that flash down, we already talked about it. The one lane that we're very confident in right now is this Diverse versus Nemesis lane. The Vel'Koz being able to win that matchup. Now having that flash advantage, it's going to do some wonders for them.
I tell you what, that level 3 Pantheon is looking at that mid lane. However, I will say that Vel'Koz is being kicked into the Azir to perma-push the wave and not allow Azir to get out of lane. You can pressure command the tower, you pull command the tower, you're actually like very oppressive as a champion into the Azir. So I don't know if Nemesis is going to give much area for Renewal to be able to gank mid lane underneath the tower. However, what I wanted to bring up is that Veli is playing a very interesting champion. Natinak right now, who is the new Ruddy jungler, is third overall in junglers and fourth overall in the US in the ladder, playing Mundo jungle, having about a 72% win rate in about 170 games, which is absolutely nuts. The champion is pretty broken, the clear is fine, and you can also pretty much set up ganks by slowing and throwing your briefcase in this particular skin for the Mundo, but primarily you're just creating yet another wall in front of your back.
You do hit a point on the Mundo, or playing against the Mundo, where he genuinely feels unkillable unless you find him completely isolated and like 4 or 5 people jump on him. That kind of CC immunity from the passive, health regen he'll get from the ultimate. It can be a miserable experience playing versus him. And like we said, Risk Gang have a lot of poke. It's not that consistent damage to kind of whittle and chip away at that Mundo. So it's going to make life harder. And looking at Riven's summoner spell choices here, not summoner spell, root choices here. Going for the Meteor, no surprises, but it's going to be going for that poke Varus. So your best shot at kind of being able to whittle down a Mundo has been heavily shut down off the back of that. But that's the future. Let's talk about the now. Right now we're seeing that exactly what we expected. Diverse is getting that shoving onto Nemesis and just completely controlling the lane right now. Nemesis consistently taking these Qs actually from Diverse. He's like, but damage does try and catch him, but Nemesis able to bait out and dash away at the perfect time, although Renewal has found Boss here. Baus trying to make the escape. Conan forces the flash. They jump in with the flashes as well. That was a pretty disorientated play. Baus able to draw 2 flashes out and make the escape. The crowd finds first blood with the flash under the tower.
Wow, okay. So usually when you see Comet Virus, he's a very oppressive champion in lane. However, Jin has some pretty good raw numbers in his kit in general. So his AD early on, pretty good. He gets the shot, he has his Q, he has his W. Let's watch this one more time. Crowning right here will actually get engaged by Nodu, but then Rhythm gets instantly jumped on by Reckless, falls too low. I think that was a very late flash coming through from Leader as a... Well, yeah, also has to flash. I have just lost the frame for quite a while.
No, I'm here. I was just letting you talk. Don't worry.
He's there. All right, thank you very much. And that was a very early teleport that was also forced by Nemesis. We're gonna allow Diverse push that wave and get back on foot.
Diverse definitely has control right now. He's still got his own teleport to play with. He is missing a lot down to Nemesis. Nemesis suddenly just decided to start dodging, able to evade a lot of what Diverse was putting out. But again, that teleport advantage means this trade isn't the end of the world for him. As Baus getting shoved underneath his tower, but it's a Gragas, even if he is low, has a fair amount of sustain built into his kit. Yeah, Diverse not being able to quite hit those shots onto Nemesis. We did also see Velia burn that flash earlier on that invade. We did kind of interrupt our replay for it. But now, it's just kind of that slow hook away. Have got the grub spawning up soon, though, so we'll probably see some action break out there. Question is are we going to see Nodu or Reckless roam up to try and contest these first round of grubs?
Alright, these rats really like dragons and playing around dragons, so I do not expect lots of them to actually swap play for the top set of the map.
Oh, hello.
A pretty good reset.
Nice little engage onto Riven there. Catching him out. Riven, like you said, no flash. Crowny, no flash either, though, so Nodu's able to keep him at arm's length. Just going to get a little bit of return damage onto Nodu. Honestly, beautiful play from Nodu, making sure that his ADC survives that.
Yeah, and And also Crowny uses cleanse right there a little bit aggressively, but didn't necessarily time it correctly with the stun coming through from Nodus. Up. And as we mentioned, the rats like the dragons. And it is going to be Velia starting the dragon. However, it's going to be a handshake between Loshatonus and Reachgang. Reachgang's going to go towards the top of the map and get those void grabs. However, I will say that it's a good choice right here to handshake. Also because you have things like the Jace and the Varus that can take down towers really,
Naja, und jetzt muss auf jeden Fall einfach spannend auf einmal wieder in diese Face-Check-Szenarien rein. Sie haben noch ein bisschen aber Sky ist das richtige Ziel mit Face Rush.
I mean, Reckless went very low. Diverse needs to be careful though. It's going to just get flashed onto, forced back by the Emperor's Divide, and that is one dead squid. Crowny secures the kill.
A little bit too far forward. I feel like some harass is good to come through the Velcos, but right now you just TP'd into lane and you lost your flash.
Conan's going low.
Trouble.
Renewal's making his way over. Can Baus found the arc blade, doesn't have his ultimate available. Renewal catches him, but no Baus with the belly box to cancel the stun. Able to move away. Gragas is so infuriating at times. So infuriating.
I think you mentioned it earlier.
Oh no.
You just found him. He just found him. You just found him. He just knew. Right.
Du kriegst hier nichts geschenkt, ohne dass dir was genommen wird. Ich
Oh,
sag's dir, so
boy.
dieses Spiel.
Potentially breaking out here on the bot side. Reckless does have that ultimate. In comes Velia. Not the ultimate, sorry, but he's going to go in for the flash. That's what I'm talking about. Ribbon goes down. They continue to fire onto Nodu underneath tower. Crowny is not going to land that deadly flourish. Good flash away, but in with the Grand Starfall comes Renewal. Makes that trade a 1-for-1.
And I absolutely love the fact that Crowny has gone to Swifties. We kind of mentioned the fact that a couple of kills got away from them in the early game because they just couldn't reach. And now you've got so much movement speed onto this Jhin. That's also got fleet. So he's definitely going to be able to run you down to get him Reckless. Obviously, Velia a little bit too overextended right there in this play. Will be punished by Renewal. This is getting a little bit scary territory for Richgang. We mentioned how he mentioned as well how a Pokemon is pulling behind can be a very dreadful thing to play. And right now, Crowny is hitting 3-0 very close to his first item, 1,000 gold up onto the Poke Varus. And right now, Los Ratones can pretty much just transition this Jhin around the map.
Beide Carries einfach spannender noch am Leben sind. Also,
pretty much take
das
control
macht die Sache schon kompliziert.
Now
Das
they
heißt,
don't need to
keine
do
Early
necessarily
Soul
much,
für Rossmann.
as
Der erste Drake in
we
dem
do
Spiel
have a
ebenfalls
pulse.
für Eintracht spannend. Auch jeder weitere Drake bleibt aber wie
Hello.
gefährlich.
Back to the nightmare field.
Das Game
What are
komplett
they?
offen ist. Ja, wir haben wieder jetzt einen kleineren Lead für
They're
Eintracht spannend, aber who
horrifying.
cares? Ja, es geht so hin und her. Wenn wir jetzt nicht von 7.000, 8.000 Gold
How do you
sprechen,
not
würde
know?
das springen wie sonst was.
Actually
Ich muss ganz ehrlich
terrifying.
sagen, langsam habe ich das Gefühl, wir haben es gibt auf jeden Fall
how
Spiele,
is
die
it
einen
terrifying?
deutlich mehr
What
Kills
do you
haben.
mean? How is that
Das ist einfach nur
That
sehr
is
chaotisch.
so
Just
cute.
put a
That is so
demon up
cute.
to the camera and you go, how is that
Die
scary?
Komfortzone von Eintracht Spandau, aber dieses Chaos,
That is
das
cursed.
Rossmann wirklich in die Karten. Die Jungs
All I'm
können auf
saying,
dieser
if I
Ebene
found that
weiter
in an
klar
abandoned house,
kommunizieren. Und
I
darauf
would
kommt
not
es
be
dann
picking
eben
that
auch
thing
auf
up.
diesem Niveau.
Das
Okay,
Geband
but
sucht ins Lane,
he's
wurde
very
jetzt eigentlich
cute.
gespottet. Wichtig von Troy, der Blast
we're
von
back
Venom.
to
I agree to disagree. I agree to disagree on that.
Er hatte gerade verloren, genau in diesem Fight, den wir
Back
gesehen
into
haben.
the
Und
game,
jetzt
no?
holt der Nash natürlich langsam auf.
Another kind of thing that I want to hit on is we talked about how the Poke team struggles when it falls apart, but we also have to talk about Diverse. He's getting caught out. Crowny coming in, the laser beam won't be enough. Crowny secures another kill, and this Vel'Koz is not getting ahead. Now Baus has found Conan, catches him with the belly box. Conan going a little bit low here, gets sped up. Baus is just waiting for the summoners to cycle back around. Can he get a belly bop in time? Good flash by Conan, able to break away.
First of all, great roam by Crowny and Reckless. They knew that they would catch the bot lane because the wave wasn't pushing as hard enough from Rhythm and Nodu, so they didn't have time to go past that mid lane where Diverse had just blocked his flash, trying to harass around that dragon down the bot lane, and then Baus is doing Baus things. I feel like Gragas has been one of his scariest champions to play over the tops of the map. Renewal.
He's in danger. He's going to catch the slow off, but they're going to flash onto him. Renewal tries to close that gap. That's going to be the spear to secure the kill, but in comes Velia, full HP, ultimate ready to fire. They got the flash as well. Conan going low. There's the flash wall from Velia. They're able to secure the kill. Ultimate ticking away, and that one though is going to be so hard to kill. Looks like they're just going to back off a 1-for-1 on the top side.
Und ich glaube, da wird es dann
Well,
spannend,
that's
weil
going
mit
to
diesem
be
Rapture
it.
und der Bart-Ultimate
Renewal has been picking up all the kills pretty much from the set of Reachgang. However, I'm getting a little bit worried right here because the Pantheon is like that one component on the set of Reachgang that is going to pull off the later we go into the game.
Yeah.
Looking over to the other side, Velia has played some nutty Pantheon before. has gotten Los Ratones out of very sticky situations, particularly at EMEA Masters with the Pantheon. So let's say for Nuo, he's actually going to be able to do the same. We have said over and over before, even though Velia did get EMEA Masters MVP and he did get Winter Split MVP here in the NLC, we have said that because he's the new guy among all the veterans, if you will, in the Los Ratones, that he might be most under pressure when it comes to like new opponents. And right here, Renewal seems to be having the upper hand, of course, in this particular iteration where you're playing a more aggro tanking champion AD versus a tank, more likely to get ahead, and it's only 100 gold. However, Renewal has the chance right here with his first item completed as well to try and influence the side lane.
The biggest problem I have with this Pantheon is he's doing a fantastic job now, but eventually this champion just nosedives in power, and that's the point where Velia is going to be a complete menace on this Mundo, so they have to gain something off these kills that they're getting, and so far that is a plate topside, a plate mid lane. They haven't really been able to get too much off the back of it, and you're already worried about falling behind with a jungler who kind of just stops being a champion almost later down the line. It's going to be a major problem. And Diverse was our window into this game. We talked about how this matchup could be the matchup which you would look to punch through the Los Ratones defense, but unfortunately, he is 0-2. He is struggling right now. Grand Starfall coming in onto Baus. Baus just trying to go for the old escape, and they just give it up. He might even get a proxy off, although Rhythm's in the area. If I was Rhythm, I'd be very scary.
He can't walk into him. There's no way you walk into him.
Don't check the Gragas, man. Don't check the Gragas. Like, Baus just buys so much time. Like, they're going to lose a tower, they're going to lose a dragon. Renewal is able to get 6 grubs.
Good.
Das hätte ich vorher beim 3 gegen 5
such a waste of time, but Baus leaves.
Baus leaves, and I feel like for Rhythm, he's allowed to waste the time right there because he cannot walk bot. He can't walk mid because his mid lane is there. He can't walk bot because he knows he's under a lot of pressure to get dived right now, and he can't walk top. His top lane was just resetting. However, Baus...
There's a bit more Baus. He gets the interrupt. In comes Nemesis, so he might be able to turn this one around. Flash comes out from Diverse. No Flash. No Flash comes out, and he's able to break away. But ultimately, this is what we talked about a lot last split with Baus. He's so hard to deal with, as Crowley instantly cleanses the chains. The amount of time that Baus just bought so many plates, so much pressure over the Los Ratones, and the gold lead, almost 2k now for the bot side. Rhythm maybe finding himself getting dove under. Teleports are coming in, and Los Ratones is just going to walk away. Velia, no flash, but ultimate available. I don't think that Rich Gang are going to be able to kill him here. They are bringing Renewal in. Velia doesn't have that passive. He's going to have to pop the ultimate here, but now he comes to fight. Knockup comes in from Reckless, and that's going to be a shutdown given over to Crowley. He is 5-0. Rhythm will be taking shot after shot coming in. And that was absolutely flawless from Los Ratones. Don't lose a member. Reckless finds the next one, and Rhythm goes down. A double kill for Nemesis. A 4-0 fight to Los Ratones.
Rich Gang are dispatched off with clinical precision, and Baus is trying to do his own Baus thing, just going on the top side. No flash for either.
No, he does have ultimate, but he's going to use it to get away. Conan can't close the gap. Agragas is no way. Insane.
Baus is out. Los Ratones on a 4,000 gold lead at this point in the game. That Jin is invincible. Nash's team also completed onto Nemesis Azir. He's gonna take that bot lane tower as well. That kinda hurts. And they can die there as well. Baus is still around. Just did the whole circle, I guess. One camp is gonna be taken away. However, Los Ratones being so far ahead in the game, they can call the shot. They're jumping onto Crowny.
Yeah, Crowny needs to make a run for it. Doesn't have cleanse, remember. Renewal's able to open up, get a big chunk out. Crowny continuing to run away. Renewal's able to chunk him, but it's not enough damage to one shot, and that is just a massive cash out just sitting around. Like, Crowny's worth so much money through shutdowns right now.
Couldn't actually get a summoner or anything out of Crowny right now. Reckless gonna be found. That push on the side. Right here, Los Ratones should be playing for the next Dragon to come. It's going to be a Cloud Soul on the rig. Los Ratones, they already have 2 secured as
ist die Stärke von dieser Talia.
Gonna take
Ja, da
that
macht
top
man ja auch
lane
so
tower.
gerne eigentlich
Runner now
nochmal
is
so
the only
Double
one who can
Support
go
oder
through.
sowas, ne? Ob es
He's
jetzt ein
pocket,
Eiwand
does
ist,
have
aber
that
zumindest
eclipse
irgendwas,
onto the
was
Jace as
nochmal
well.
auch
This is
Raum
again a
generiert für diese
full
beiden
open
Carries.
position coming out
Und
from
das ist
Rich Gang
gerade
as
nicht der
Rhythm.
Fall.
Have him on
Weil
his
Lilith
sides, he's
auch
on
sehr
the ramp,
offensiv agieren
not
muss.
the
Er ist
ramp.
quasi selber
He has to
irgendwie
flash
Carry
away
geworden
though.
mit
Velia continues to put the pressure in, and this will be a kill onto Nodu. Are they going to find the shot onto the Jin? No, apparently not. Velia is going to secure the kill. They tried to get the kill over, but unfortunately not going to be enough. Baus is opening up onto Diverse. Diverse throws the laser beam down. No ultimate available to Baus, but he goes down. Diverse is able to kill him. Now there's the fight continuing in the mid side. Velia popping the ultimate renewal on that runaway as Crowley's coming in with the collector, with the rapid fire, giving the kill over to Velia. Teleport as well as in jumps Conan, trying to deal with Crowley. Crowley has to play the flash. Reckless, can he find that knock up in time?
Cash out, cash out.
Crowley is going to get the kill over. It goes straight over to Conan. Able to secure these kills. Chains coming onto Nemesis. Nemesis has get the ult back. The Emperor's Divide able to get that one. Velia continues to fire on Conan. They did get the shutdown, but they lost so much more for it.
At this point, Lost Adonis is just slapping them with their dollar. They're literally playing catch-up right here from Ritzgang, and that was a pretty imaginative, I'm going to say, TB coming through from corner, but once you're deep with that Jace, you don't necessarily get out. They do, however, get the bounty on to Crowley, and let's watch this one more time. That was the continuation of a play where you walk onto the ramp, when you're behind, you're going to get caught. Renewal dead, Rhythm was dead as well. Then first gets caught by Velia down the bottom of the map, and it's a little bit disastrous. By that time, Corner had TP'd in, trying to get that shot onto Crowley, which did net him 900 gold. And once Nemesis arrives with his own
Oh, so we're back in action. Nemesis outside of that laser beam. They are able to get one. There's the knock up into the Deadly Flourish though. Nodu under fire from Crowley, but Crowley's going low. That's not going to matter though because the damage is coming in. Renewal doesn't find the hit onto Crowley. Nemesis bags the double. And 4 members of Rich Gang go down once again. This is Dragon number 3. Rich Gang struggling now.
Yeah, and I feel like this is not necessarily how a poker position is supposed to be played. With a poker position, you want to take control of lanes, push out your waves, take control of the neutral objective, and then when your opponents are trying to funnel through choke points to check out these reverse slots, you're literally there just poking them down to death. And right here, Rich Gang just went head deep into the jungle of Velia right there. They do manage to kill him, right? They have Renewal and Nodu around, and everyone piled on top, throwing every ult in there. But once Lost Adonis came about, Avengers assembled, and unfortunately,
Eigentlich würde man denken, dass die einfach Spandau-Composition besseres Front-to-Back spielen kann.
They're just too far ahead at this point. It's feeling very, very hard. 7,000 gold over to the side of Lost Adonis. Feet of strength in their pocket. They're one off Soul as well. Crowd Soul, you know, not always the most impactful, but Mundo with Crowd Soul, genuinely terrifying. Really, really scary to deal with. Byron honestly looks like a very doable thing for them, although Bounce is finding himself in a bit of danger. It's going to send Conan packing, able to dodge away on a whole heap of the CC. Somehow making a break for it. Bounce should be able to get underneath the tower. Renewal even ults in. Oh, it's not Baron, it's Herald. We're 18 minutes into the game. But Herald
you gotta wait.
to the side of Lost Adonis.
You gotta wait about 4 more minutes for Baron to make his appearance in the game, but this is going to be Rift Herald, and I feel like Lost Adonis, if you look on the minimap, the second Baus spotted a second member down that bot lane, Lost Adonis were already moving up to go for that Rift Herald. They're gonna take that outer tier 2 top lane tower, and they will catch themselves a squid in the process as well. They came down, that makes it instantly a 4 versus 5, and Baus has spotted that 2 more members are down there for Rich Gang. This could be yet another bop on the tower. Velia can just take that one mid.
Really smart, actually, there from Velia. Is he going to be able to drive it somewhere else? He might be going bot lane.
He's going bot lane.
Can they get the damage off?
Ja, also wir
He's trying to make the escape.
Oh, man begibt sich einfach so weit aggressiv in Richtung Ross und respektiert
It doesn't matter. Bounce has walked away then, and they could just collapse their whole team down if they want.
Yeah, if you use it as a taxi instead, now the Hobo Quadrant is taken away by Lost Adonis, and this is going to be just as critical as ever. They do have the items decked up complete as well for Nemesis, double items onto Jin, onto Crown's Jin as well. Baus gonna take the back right here. 1 Rift Herald, 1 gank down bot lane for Baus. Posted 1 Rift Herald to Rich Gang, and their entire outer tower defense.
That is brutal. That is absolutely brutal. Los Ratones, as efficient as ever with their gameplay. And I feel like these bases may be the final bases of the game here. Everyone's going to spend up that money, get back onto the map. And honestly, with Atakan, you could force Atakan, you could wait for Baron in a couple of moments. You could even potentially siege, because again, you're against the Poke teams. Poke team's fine. They're 10,000 gold behind. Now Poke is not there. Jace idealistically needs to have 3 items. Varus sitting on just a single item, where the Jhin is closing on the third. Like, you are so behind right now. Your Poke is just not going to land. Velia is 2.5 items on this Mundo. He's got so much HP to cut through. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it.
I feel though it's just a little bit difficult because there's a lot of wave clear due to the nature of like the Varus and the Vel'Koz. They've got like inherently a lot of good spells to clear out waves. So I feel like Los Ratones right here specifically because it's Varus's Atakan. I think it's Varus's Atakan at least. That's what I saw on the map. It might have been a
flowers
map. But, okay, so it's Ruin's Atakan then. Hey, it looked red on the minimap, so I was like, hey, that's perfect, because you can just take that and just throw yourself under the tower, take the tower up in the base, and you can transition that to a Baron. However, still, that Atakan is really strong, puts you up ahead. You see in XP as well, 2 level difference between the mid lane, 2 between the AD carries, 2 and Baus under attack. But once again.
And they're going to immediately catch him with the belly bop, send him packing renewals, trying to find the damage in. Baus is getting the Protobelt out, but here comes Reckless, knock up onto 3. Baus is in danger, but in comes Nemesis to try and save the day. They're going to slide in, secure the kill. Shuffle comes back in onto 2, but Crowley's making his way over. The Lifebolt disintegration rate does nothing. The Zonias from Nemesis buys some time. He flashes over the wall, into Diverse's pocket, but Nemesis finally falls. Diverse catches in on the shutdown. Velia dealing with the tower, getting a kill onto Ribbon. Los Ratones look to turn it back around. Can they get a little bit more? Teleports coming through. There's the interrupt. There's the kill. Crowley, 8 and 1. Velia finds Diverse, caught up by the knockup, but he is going to just continue that chase forward. I don't think Diverse is going to be able to survive this one, although he is dodging the briefcases very efficiently, and Velia is actually starting to go a little bit low. In comes Crowley. Diverse with a fancy feet, flashing away. Crowley secures his 9th. 10th, actually. That's going to be solved.
That was really fun to watch, actually. The Mundo versus the Vel'Koz. It's like, who has the fancier feet? Who can dodge more skill shots to get away? Because once you dodge the kill from Mundo, there's not really much else that he has to stick on you. However, this whole iteration of back and forth and skirmishes, he's going to net Breach Gang, a few more grey screens, and Los Ratones are going to throw themselves in Soul. It's going to be Cloud Soul. Not that they were fast enough to begin with, but now they're going to be faster on the map as well. And the Baron is going to be spawning in about 2 minutes and something time as well. Los Ratones, I feel like they're definitely going to be playing for around that Baron. It does help their siege for quite a bit as well, especially if you don't necessarily have like really great tools on your AD carry side of things to push down towers. You do have Nemesis with the Azir, who's a great tower taker. However, I feel like, again, due to the nature of the Vel'Koz and the Varus being able to push out waves, you definitely need that extra help from that Baron buff to take down the inhibitor towers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sah auch so aus.
Having a look at the items, Infinity Edge now finished up onto Crowley.
Aber leider nehmen wir nicht in der
2 items onto Nemesis. He's closing in on that Sonya's though, which was very impactful in the previous fight. Baron coming up soon though. I think that's where our attention is going to get turned as soon as that one spawns up. Because like you said, the wave clear is there. Breach Gang are able to deal with it on the Crowley's damage onto Diverse. Absolutely abysmal. So much health was lost. No dude going to tank those shots, and he should be able to heal back up before the next wave crashes, though, so honestly, not much gain there for Los Ratones, although they are just going to collapse multiple members onto that top side. Baus just dealing with the bottom side, and the base will now finally be cracked open there from Los Ratones.
1 minute until Baron, but
so much HP.
If they keep catching auto attacks like this from Crowley, I don't think there's much they can do. 2 towers are going to go down. 3rd tower from an inhibitor defense is gonna go down, and only the inhibitor standing Baus, pressuring bot, Nemesis pressuring top. I think Breach Gang are a bit dizzy, they don't know where to defend.
Well, they were looking for Crowley, but he's able to put the distance out there with those Swifties. Now they're looking for the lockdown onto Renewal. Renewal losing half its HP, jumps into Crowley, immediate cleanse comes out, and Velia secures the kill. Reckless in the meanwhile, just being a menace on the backline. 4 members caught in his CC. Lifeboat disintegration rate, interrupted by Baus, and this should just be the ace. Breach Gang go down. A triple kill over to Crowny. An absolutely flawless fight. Nobody falls. All of the inhibitors fall. Tower will be next up on the menu. Baus holds his life because he needs to jump onto the fountain, take a slurp, and that is it. 24 minutes on the clock. Lost Ratonis close it out cleanly.
Wow. EMEA Masters champions, NLC Winter champions are not here to play. That was a very quick game. I feel like, again, when it comes to Lost Ratonis, every time we talk about them, we're like, they're just so good at playing around their own macro, using Baus, and that's exactly what they did here as well. However, I will say it over and over again, it's not just their ability to play around Baus when he chooses to int on the side lane, it's their ability to straight up strangle their opponents in lane. Like, Reckless and Crowny in this particular game were just invincible down bot lane.
They were so clean down in that bot lane. Really just a superb performance from them. It's the only words I can really throw for that. Anyway, we're going to pass it over to the desk to break that game number 1 down.
Das ist ihr ganz eigener Spielstil.
Ist das wirklich so, Scarface? In Teams, wo man sich gut persönlich versteht, ist man immer automatisch besser?
Nee, nicht unbedingt. Okay. Das kann auch unterziehen. Es kommt auf den Coaching-Stuff an.
Yeah. Do we need outcome at this point?
I'm gonna buy
we can talk
you
about
thing. This is not, it's the microphone. I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna hit it.
I think
you need the microphone.
You can summarize that game very easily. Lost Ratonis did not come to play, they came to dominate, and they did exactly that, right? I think Rich Gang, despite showing signs of life, and I like that they were a bit proactive, not just falling flat, it's Lost Ratonis, guys. I mean,
die halt stark aussehen.
Yeah, you just kind of
Head gekommen.
I was, before the game started, I said that so many of us wanted to see teams that will start not playing around Baus. Unfortunately for us, it was exactly the opposite from Reach Gang in this game. So much attention towards Baus throughout the whole game, especially more towards late part of the games when it felt like a little bit of desperation moves, just trying to get at least something happening on the map, but just leave Baus alone, please. For any other team that is going to play Lost Ratonis next, just let him do his things, ignore him, please. Maybe something will work out.
It's the Baus's law. It's the Baus's law. He's gonna take it regardless. And even on the late game, when we're trying to do all those things like to take him down, it was okay. Let's start with the first replay. Oh, guess what?
This epitomizes what not to do when you're behind against Lost Ratonis. Because the move always from any team we've seen is go for Baus.
No,
while these guys are dancing around Baus, you managed to survive here. I want to take your attention to the minimap. They're taking a Rift Herald, and after that, Baus is able to survive, and they take a tower with the Rift Herald. I mean, please just stop going after Baus, guys. It will not work, please.
But before we continue, I have to say, Rich Gang were looking good at the beginning of the game. They had countless moments where they almost got the first blood. But that's the Vin Diesel quote of if it's a 1 meter or a 100 meter, doesn't matter. As long as you win, you win. And they got the first blood regardless. But there's some signs of life, at least in my opinion, for Rich Gang, which I think is going to be different versus a different team. I think this, for a different team, they would surely get the first blood. They would surely get some leads. They got the grubs as well. There's some sign of life. I want to celebrate that. For the other side though, they're still clean. I think Crowny and Reckless' performance on the bot lane was just disgustingly beautiful.
Yeah, I would actually disagree with you a little bit. It's not just that they're still clean, they have improved a lot. In previously already, we have celebrated a lot the synergy between Crowny and Reckless on the bot lane, both during the laning phase and later on in the team fight. It just continues to grow and be shaped into something more beautiful than before, because this team fight is an excellent example of that. Look at Reckless, look at how he moves around the team fight, just knowing exactly how to reposition himself so that his team gets a better understanding of who to focus on this fight. Crowny, always in the perfect position for his Jhin ultimates. Every time you see one on the screen, you know nobody's getting to him and he's getting the shots. And in some other fights, Baus is not here at all. He's doing his Baus things on the top lane. But in other fights that we are seeing later in the game, Baus finding those flanking positions towards the enemy's backlane, just completely disrupting them. This team has already been good, but they have improved so much.
dann wirken die Teamfights
I'm getting scared. Exactly by that. I think they're getting better day by day, and that's kind of scary. Because, yeah, you think they reach a plateau, but they keep improving. And, oh boy.
Yeah, they are really good, right? Break by break, they are laying the golden potential in the ERLs. Need 2 more NLC splits and 2 more EMA Masters and then we're done. What no other team have managed to do in League of Legends esports and win everything they could in that kind of
Metagaming wird.
They,
Wir werden darauf achten jetzt
they
erstmal.
I mean, they are all just so well aligned. They know exactly what to do. They're not really pushing it too far anymore, which at the beginning was a bit of a problem, right? They got a bit too caught in the hype. Alf was a bit too overeager in how many ways he could take. You don't see these mistakes anymore, and I thought the highlight we just saw as well. The target selection was on point. They made sure not to go too far, but they were there to back each other up when someone went in. It was phenomenal. Really executed. You couldn't lay a finger on it and criticize them.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Okay. We have a replay. I'm gonna say this afterwards because this is gonna be kind of big.
Yes.
This is a good team fight, but see, look at Vel'Koz. He does what he needs to do, but then
It's the bows. It's exactly the fight I was talking about. The bows finding this angle because Vel'Koz is not allowed to ult at all. The difference between Vel'Koz and Jhin, they're similar in terms of when they ult, they want to be safe, but Vel'Koz was never allowed that safety.
That's a ranged top blind versus Gragas, and Gragas gets more damage. Is this legal?
No. He was getting focused. I mean, to be fair, he was fighting all the time because he was getting focused so much.
But he also overfarmed everyone.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Okay, I'm gonna say this before we continue and we have the interview, but I'm gonna say this. I think Belia is listening to this. I believe if a team wins 3 EMEA Masters in a row, they should be invited to Worlds. I'm just saying.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
Hear me out. This should be law. Let's bring in Velia so we can talk to him about it. MVP of finals. Welcome. Oh, you got the hoodie as well. You're looking clean. How are you doing? Welcome to the interview. We get to talk another one.
Thank you for having me.
It was a clean game, wasn't it?
It was. After when we were destroying the Nexus, I actually asked my team. I think this is the fastest win we did in NLC. Maybe I'm wrong, but it felt really fast. It felt easy. We were on the same page, and yeah, really happy with the performance.
Do you agree with us? We were talking about this, but it looks like even after EMEA, the team is getting better somehow. When you look into a team and you're like, oh, they're really good. They still get better. Are you getting the same feeling as you're playing?
I don't think that's even questionable, you know. We're just getting started, right? We were just playing for 3 months. We need to play for a year together. Imagine what we're gonna do. Imagine summer split. So we're gonna get better for spring, but imagine the summer split. You know, I would be scared if I was other teams, honestly. We're getting there, you know.
Well, I do agree that if you win 3 EMEA Masters in a row, you gotta get a ticket invitation to Worlds. Like, it has to be a law, right? Like, it should be a law.
I think if it's us, yes. If it's us, yes.
Looks good. Tell me something, new season, everything is new, like, it's a new game plus for you guys. What's the main objective for you as a player?
What's the main objective? Can you repeat, sorry?
Yeah.
Like, new season, new split, what is your main goal as a player right now?
My personal goal, or?
Yes, your personal
as a player. To get better, you know? To get better, to become a main shot caller, so everyone can listen to me and trust me. And yeah, maybe to get out of low master. Yeah.
Okay. I have one final one. I was watching a few clips today, and I got one from Baus, where he was looking at KC and also G2 placements on solo queue. Everybody's in top 20. And he was like, you know what, Los Gatones have to do this as well. But then he watched his zone, he was like, this might take a while. Do you think it should be an objective for the team to also be like really high in solo queue? Because that's really hard, isn't it?
Well, I think it would be really nice, because, well, I was personally just high-elo for the past 4 years, and I was like either teamless or in not the best teams. And now when I'm just 500 LP on 3 accounts, I think I'm just performing the best, and I'm just peaking when it comes to like game knowledge and my skills. So I just don't know what it is. It feels like if you try hard too much in solo queue, you just can't keep up with the good performances in competitive. But I think it's really nice to give your all in scrims, in competitive and in solo queue, to play the highest League of Legends you can play. It's not the same when you play Challenger top 10 solo queue with other LEC players and like low master solo queue, you know, but yeah, I believe at some point we're gonna do it. I think we can reach like top 50, all 5 of us, easily. We just need to want it bad enough, you know.
I have one final question. This is a personal one for you, okay? As soon as I did the interview with Baus and he told me like, I want to be a father, I want to have 2 kids, I was like, man, that's wholesome. Valiant, what's your main, like your final goal, your biggest dream in life?
That's a good question. To reach LEC at this point is for sure to reach LEC, hopefully with lesser tones, and to win it, participate in Worlds, and yeah, do good there. Maybe win the Worlds, you know, you never know.
I like it. That was a big smile when you said that. Let's hope it actually comes true. Valiant, thank you so much. Good to see you again, and best of luck for this season.
Thanks to you guys.
Bye-bye. Kann Rossmann eventuell dagegenhalten? Nochmal ein 2-0 holen? Nochmal 3-0?
Man, I don't know, these songs, man!
Rossmann Centaurs 2-0 einfach.
Okay, with this in mind, I'm just getting the information just like this. Any final words for this match?
We had the worst scenario and the best scenario prepared for a reach count, and even though they lost this game by a lot, I think it's safe to say that they have reached the best case scenario.
I'll say simple domination.
What
is this?
I mean, you're caught up in the tunes, man. Do your job.
Listening to us?
We gotta drop like...
He's ignoring the analyst and listening to the music instead.
No, I'm enjoying this. We're gonna have another game after this one. It's best of 1 with choo-choo non-stop. It's gonna be Chaos versus Venomcrest. They have new roster, they have new names, we also have new tunes. You can check them out by watching our VODs and replays. I don't know where else you can check them out. We're gonna do a quick pause so the sponsors can talk with you as well. And we get back for better tunes. I'll see you soon.
Wir werden sehen. Viel Spaß mit Pixabis und Kerz.
Basti ist so ein Pfeifett, oder? Einfach nach dem ersten Game predicten.
Ja, da habe ich alle oft gerade erwischt, dieser Satz auf einmal. Da musste ich auch ein bisschen schmunzeln.
Ja, ich auch.
Aber ich muss alles, was danach kam, war sinnvoll.
Ja, stimmt. Ich lebe übrigens noch. Also ich habe ein paar Chat-Nachrichten gesehen, die sich Sorgen gemacht haben. Ich lebe noch und wir freuen uns auf dieses zweite Spiel.
Ja, wir haben immer, wenn krass läuft, haben wir draußen ein paar Ventilatoren. Ich stehe auch schon mit so einem Handtuch und wedel einfach mal so ein bisschen in die Luft.
So ein Eisbad ist auch parat.
Ja, der Klassiker. Aber einen Körper noch reingemacht. 10 Minuten warst du in der Luft, habe ich mir sagen lassen.
Gut, also zweites Game 1-0 für Rossmann. Eintracht Spandau hat eigentlich die erste Partie dominiert, aber irgendwie zweimal ziemlich heftig an die Wand geworfen. Und Rossmann war dann skrupellos in den Teamfights. Mal gucken, ob es jetzt in dem Game ähnlich wird. Sie haben, finde ich, mit Pike einen Champion, der sollte es ein ähnliches Game werden, sehr gut in diesen chaotischen, blutrünstigen Games ist.
Das stimmt. Ja, und also ich gehe jetzt bei den beiden Teams noch nicht davon aus, dass es jetzt anders wird als im Spiel 1, was das Chaos-Level angeht. Aber der Komfort ist einfach super wichtig, den sich hier gerade Rossmann 2000 zusammen gedraftet hat. Also das Team an sich sollte damit gut klarkommen. Jetzt die große Frage, ob sie es schaffen, Eintracht Spandau in den Abgrund zu reißen. Weil ich finde, dass zumindest Power of Evil es schaffen sollte, die Ruhe zu bewahren und das Team bei der Stange zu halten.
Was ich halt spannend finde, ist erstmal die Ausgangslage, die sie natürlich haben. Mit Victor, mit einer Aurora. Der Nocturne gefällt mir eigentlich auch relativ gut. Wovor ich manchmal ein bisschen Respekt habe, ist aber gleichzeitig hat man nicht so viel Scaling. Weil du willst den Nocturne ja aktivieren. Jetzt hast du, glaube ich, wenn ich mich recht erinnere, eine CV noch Botlane. Wer fusioniert jetzt mit dem Nocturne, damit der eine erste gute Ult hat, damit er gut ins Game findet? Da habe ich ein bisschen Bauchschmerzen.
Camille. Ist Camille Support? Wir haben das alle damals viel gespielt. Lilith wird so...
Alle, genauso wie Lee Sin Support, die haben das so oft damals.
Ja, der wird so 6 bis 14 Mal sterben. Da gehe ich ganz stark aus auf der Camille. Und am später sagen, war ein geiles Game. Viel Impact gehabt.
Bis heute, ich finde schön, also ich muss glaube ich nochmal über Lee Sin Support sprechen. Es lässt mich nicht los, bis heute, ne? Als wir bei den Worlds, was war das, Worlds 2022?
We are back for yet another game. It's gonna be game 2. See, I'm not muted. I'm just saying this microphone kinda should go into the trash. With that in mind, It's Chaos versus Venom Crest, second game of the day. Keep in mind this is day 1, so of seeding stage. Can we show the schedule for everyone at home? I don't know. Maybe this is too short notice for production. If we can, eventually we can show that schedule for you folks at home. There you go. Production is killing it. So this is going to be the second game, Chaos versus Venom Crest, and it's a rolling schedule. If you get like smaller games, we move on with it. Rich Gang is going to play right after this one, so you don't have a lot of time to breathe. You lose, pick the bag, and go for the next one. We never stop. Now, talking about both teams, you have Chaos and Venom Crest. What can we talk about Chaos? Because Chaos is a new team, new roster. They just redid everything.
Es gibt ja bestimmt ein paar Leute, die Prime gucken und das
erst in den letzten 2-3 Jahren gemacht haben. Das heißt, die kennen ja gar nicht die Geschichte hinter They are still trying to find their footing here in the league. They had some slight ups, most of the time it was a bit down in Winter. So they've rebuilt from the ground up, they've changed their approach, and while they're trying to find their footing, they're allowing for the rebirth of many former competitive players who will back the first time in years on the roster. I am very excited as 4 out of 5 players are Danes, I have to mention that. I am very excited to see these guys back. The levels are interesting because they need to get back, right? There might be some rush. Some of these guys, in particular Vayu, hasn't played competitively since 2020. That is quite a few years ago, if you remember. So I'm excited to see what kind of shape they're in, but I'm sure they'll heat up.
Listen, we can talk a lot about Chaos and their new roster because it's definitely really interesting. We have people who have been playing for like a decade, like Rhea and Zoran, for example. They started their careers in 2015, but what I find super, I think that's not...
That is just the roster for today. There has been some substitution for just now. Vayu, the former support player, is playing mid lane. He's supposed to be in the top lane, but not for this matchup. Sorin is out substituted, so Vayu will play mid lane. And Turtle, we all know, famous for solo kill perks and Winter Split, is playing in the top lane again.
Oh my god.
Jahre her. Dass wir, obwohl zu dieser Zeit standen,
you know
ich glaube, es war für den Summer.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, because we have Chaos Esports, right, and they're playing versus Venom Crest, and if you look at the two rosters together, it starts to look like a crime scene, honestly, because if you look at those names, they're all interconnected. If you look at the regular rosters without Turtle, if you look at the regular rosters, 7 out of 10 people who are going to be playing in this match that they have played with each other before in some shape or form. We have Gooby, for example, who has played with Niter, he has played with Vendel, he has played with Vayu, he has played with Doxy. We have Rhea, who has played with Vayu, Gooby, Vendel. They are all interconnected, brother. They have all played together for so long in so many different places, including in the NLC, by the way.
Yeah,
are you okay, Solari?
It is one big web, right, between these players who have all played together in and around each other in the NLC. Most recently, actually, someone like Niter and Gooby played on Chaos in a one-off tournament with 3 of their current members as well, right? These are players who know each other in and out. I'm sitting there in the chat as well, in the lobby, and they're asking each other, are you going to play this game today? Because they don't need to study for each other. They know each other in and out. They are all very good friends, really, and it kind of paints the picture that it's a bit of friendly fire in this matchup, and I'm excited to see who comes out on top and gets
this could actually be complicated because you know the other individual so well, because you already played with him, against him. You have so much information, personal information of the enemy, that leads you to play a different sort of gameplay that you should do on the normal game versus someone you don't know. Apparently, it was like a big web, Solari. I can see there's a visualization of the... Wait, what?
I spent way more time on that than I'm ready to admit, okay? But I really wanted to connect all the dots, and that's why I'm saying it looks like a crime scene graphic. Look at that! 7 out of 10 people have played with each other, and that goes on and on.
Yeah, it's Detective Solari on the job, right? All of these things have interacted with each other at different times. Some of them have played together on Vert, some have played together on different teams, on different things, and one of the things that really interests me with this Venom Crest roster is not the fact that it's 5 games, it's the fact that ADC, Gooby, rolls up to the jungle, very different role that I'm excited to see what he does.
Of all the graphics we had today, this was the best, by the way. I was just letting you know. Tell me something.
Gooby is such an interesting case here, because we already have a little bit of changes in Chaos, but most of them are coming from the substitutes for today. Gooby has role swapped for good. He has been playing AD carry for so long, and his champion pool for AD carry is a very, very big one. But now he's going to be playing a completely different role, and that's why my attention personally, and I think yours should be on Gooby as well, because how well is he going to feel into this role? The champion roster, the champion pool is not going to be a problem for him most likely. He plays a lot of different things. How is he going to feel with these rotations? How is he going to feel on the map? That's going to be a big question mark for Venom Crest and Gooby personally.
And then Nafidi keeps getting kicked out. As well, okay, GP. So these are being targeted right now. Gwen is really strong. We talked about it previously. That's gonna hit the ban as well. The final one before we start seeing those picks from Chaos and talking about that. We were talking about this team. High expectations, they had that idea on the previous split of, hey, let's just go in, try to kill as many as we can. They couldn't get it. And now with this team, we should do something different. But Venom Crest is one to look out as well.
Yeah, I think in my opinion, they should be contested with top 4, maybe even qualifying to land. These are 5 very strong players with 5 very high scores. I know their level is all good. It is simply the fact can Gooby adapt to that kind of position as the AD carry. That's the big question.
Also beide Jungler müssen vielleicht nochmal auf die Jungle zu sprechen kommen. Grafen gerade in andere Richtungen.
I'm surprised the Timo ban isn't against Venom Crest. I think Xavier's scrims most
geht jetzt erst in die Midlane.
But the Choker, safe first pick with a lot of versatility in terms of where you want to
go. His timeline is weird, I know, Salari. It's a different timeline.
Yeah, I'm processing the Timo information. I'm just so happy that it's banned, okay? But what will Venom Crest go for? Because we have we talked about the fact that we have Kobe, the ex-LEC player, on Venom Crest playing in this very game? The timeline is absolutely insane, but he's going to be the one playing Ashe in this one, starting off with her. Braum is still available if you want to go for those, those good combos that you just know that work on the bot lane. I am so excited to see Corbin in this game. I'm actually losing my mind right now.
Wir reden jetzt von 30 plus. Nochmal diesen extra Schaden mehr dazu hast.
Was ich mich halt auch gerade frage, ich bin total erstmal deiner Meinung, weil sie ja auch irgendwo ähnlich wie im ersten Game irgendwo so auch catchen wollen. Aber gleichzeitig haben sie auch der Schaden, so ein Front-to-Back-Fight über Victor, über Sivir. Aber dafür fehlt eigentlich die Frontline. Das heißt, Camille, Nocturne müssen eigentlich immer doch für einen Pick schauen. Dann bin ich mir aber nicht sicher, ob Sivir, Victor so der perfekte Match dafür sind.
Ja, vor allem pickst du in Vi Rice rein, oder Orianna. Das ist super unangenehm, weil du musst da über den Ball drüber diven, um den Pick zu machen. Und wenn der Ball einfach liegen bleibt, hast du nie einen Follow-up. Das ist so das große Problem. Ich erkenne das. Ich sehe da auch die Probleme. Aber Probleme. Hier im Jungle wird Joker jetzt erstmal ein bisschen unter Druck.
Ja, der muss flashen, oder? Muss er flashen? Muss er tatsächlich nicht. Und somit ein richtig fetter, guter Play für Joker. Gewinnt hier einen Level 2 Camp. Das ist noch eine Level 1 Scuttle, das ist komplett irrelevant. Es tut so für Jungler weh, das erste Level 2 Camp zu verlieren. Also sehr, sehr, sehr lecker. Ich finde es interessant, dass Joker aber jetzt wiederum nicht zu dem Gromp geht, sondern zu den Wölfen. Und wird dann von mich runterwerfen, ne?
Ja, resetten, ne?
Oder cornert er. Also geht er quasi von den Wölfen zum Gromp und hovert dann Topside. Das könnte er halt auch machen.
Ich glaube, er sollte resetten, ansonsten verlierst du sehr viel von deinem Tempo. Oh, Lilip. Das ist das Risiko der E.
Mhm.
Da muss man Flash investieren. War da kurz im Türmchen drin?
Willenbruch. Slow ist schon mal drauf. Ich glaube, der hat gleich auch vorhin wieder den Hawkshot ready. Lilip sucht gleich wieder den Engage. Flash jetzt auch von Willenbruch drauf. Ignite ebenfalls auf den Kopf. Das reicht zwar nicht. Sissy weg. Okay. Einfach mal mit dem offensiven E in 2 Leute.
Ah, du musst, wenn du SRL spielst, musst du auch ein bisschen dominant spielen. Das ist alles ein Statements, die du da gerade ablieferst.
Ja.
Sehr, sehr wichtig. Ey, die Botlane ist genau das, was wir sehen wollen. Toplane gibt sich zwar auch ein bisschen ins Gesicht, da haben dann ja vorhin die beiden Flashes investiert, aber Botlane permanent 2v2 geht's rein. Und es wird tatsächlich nicht angenehmer für Sissifek und Wildenbruch, denn ab dem ersten Reset ist dann SRL nicht mehr so stark wie andere AD-Carries.
Ja, stimmt. Aber wir reden immer noch über den Sivir.
Ja, das stimmt auch wieder. Das stimmt tatsächlich auch wieder.
Also ich denke, eine Menge Verantwortung liegt so ein bisschen wirklich bei Joker und Lilip. Einfach, Joker braucht seinen Paranoia und ich glaube trotzdem, dass er als Follow-up die Unterstützung von Lilip braucht. Das hast du sehr schön runtergebrochen über das Hextech Ultimatum. Leider brauchen Supports dann mal ein bisschen länger, bis sie ihre Ult ready haben. Aber dann hast du halt die Arena, die du aufbauen kannst. Und da kommt dann auch ein Ezreal nicht raus.
Das heißt, Joker und Lilip laufen jetzt ja auch schön, um das nochmal zu verdeutlichen, zu zweit über die Karte. Sie waren meiner Meinung nach aber auch im letzten Spiel schon die beiden, die das hätten tragen sollen. Und da hat es nicht geklappt. Und da muss man natürlich auch dazu sagen, dass Joker ein sehr junger Spieler ist. Das heißt, der muss es jetzt auch hinbekommen, das Ganze wegzustecken, was da gerade passiert ist. Und jetzt in dieses neue Spiel mit der neuen Verantwortung reinzugehen. Und da finde ich, Nocturne ist ein sehr schwerer Champion. Ich weiß nicht, du hast ja Nocturne auch viel mal gespielt. Aber immer wenn ich den spiele, die Verantwortung reinzuulten, fühlt sich teilweise wie eine sehr große Last an.
Ja. Ich meine, Ich finde erstmal, was ich sehr gerne an die mag, ist, dass er jetzt, okay, Shockwave connected. Lilip aber auch da. Passiert also nichts. Hook trifft, aber man trennt sich damit unentschieden. Ja, ich bin so ein bisschen bei dir, aber ich glaube, auf dem Niveau hat man normalerweise immer den Backup. Also du weißt, was sind die Targets, auf die du gehen willst, in welchen Setups du spielen willst. Aber ich habe halt so gemischte Gefühle und dabei bleibe ich auch. Wer ist denn dieser starke Follow-up für Yoka in dem Game? Die Ori wurde dir weggenommen. Sie hatten vermutlich einen Plan, wenn die Ori weggenommen wird, dass er die Nocturne nicht gefirst-pickt.
Apropos starker Follow-up. Wir sehen gerade, dass oben die Grubs gestartet werden. Keine Lane rotiert hin. Pride ist der Erste, der läuft. Das bedeutet, dass gerade Yoka und Xagok im Duell sind.
Oh ja, aber jetzt geht's da ran. Flash Q, Xagok geht raus.
Er konnte einen Void Grub stehlen.
Damit kein Stack für die Feeds, aber ebenfalls ist er auf der Top-Side. Das heißt, kein easy Cross-Play, um den First Break zu bekommen.
Das hat mich auch gewundert. Also Xagok ist tatsächlich da geblieben. Normalerweise siehst du, wenn ein Team die Void Grub startet und wir haben gesehen, dass Pride die Kontrolle auf der Top-Side hatte, dass du dann halt auf die andere Seite der Karte läufst. Aber das ist nicht erfolgt. Trotzdem hat er mit diesem Stil auf die Grubs Stufe 6 getötet. Das heißt, die Vi-Ultimate ist da. Und das sind diese Crucial Ultimate, genauso wie Evelyn, genauso wie Nocturne, genauso wie Sejuani, wo du sagst, die erste Ult muss eigentlich ein Kill werden.
Ja. Das Gemeine ist jetzt nur, dass man so gut wie keine Flashes geforst hat bisher. Pride's Flash ist gleich wieder da, Lilips ebenfalls. Ich glaube, die interessanten Ziele sind vor allem Power of Evil. In der Mehrzahl gesprochen, aber ich glaube, Power of Evil ist das interessante Ziel schlechthin in der Midlane. Das heißt, die erste Ult von Xagok wird vermutlich nur ein Flash sein, den sie bekommen. Aber ja, ich bin trotzdem deiner Meinung, Xaro kann ihn jetzt gerade in der Combo Vi-Ulten zu Shockwave sehr viel gefährlicher geworden. Vielleicht sehen wir das jetzt auch am Drake. Also vielleicht wird man jetzt versuchen, mit diesen Level 6 Spikes, die sie haben, den Drake zu contesten. Weil ich bin mir nicht sicher, wer da wirklich gerade stärker ist. Ich erwarte wenig von der CD im Early Game. Lilip hat noch keine Ult. Power of Evil braucht eigentlich auch Items. Also vielleicht ist wirklich diese Vi-Ori-Combo zusammen mit dem Ezreal erstmal stärker. Jetzt kommt das Paranoia, suchen jetzt selber den Catch auf der Seite. Von Eintracht, Spandau, Ignite ist drauf, aber Wildenbruch flasht halt einfach raus. Und jetzt ist eine Ult, eine essentielle Ult raus mit der von Nocturne.
Er ist nicht mal geflasht, er ist einfach rausgelaufen.
Eben.
Also ich glaube, selbst die E war nicht mal ab. Er ist tatsächlich einfach rausgelaufen. Man hat nicht damit gerechnet, dass Xagok in dem Moment, wo Nocturne drauf liegt, direkt neben ihm stand. Und dann ist das Risiko doch ein bisschen zu groß gewesen. Vor allem, weil, wie du schon wunderbar vorgehoben hast, die Camille noch keine Ultimate besessen hat. Das heißt, dieser starke Lockdown ist nicht zur Stelle gewesen. Und die Nocturne Ultimate Cooldown auf Stufe 1, wenn du noch keine X-Plate hast, die ist so unangenehm hoch. Ja. Die ist wirklich so unangenehm. Ich meine, die Ult ist sau stark, aber trotzdem. Das bedeutet, dass jetzt hier tatsächlich alles gemacht werden kann auf der Karte gerade.
Total. Die ersten beiden Ults von den Nocturne sind crucial. Das ist ja genau das, was ich vorhin meinte. Wer ist denn jetzt hier der den Schaden delivern soll? Aber Power of Evil ist erstmal vielleicht das Opfer. Shockwave muss geflasht werden. Und jetzt haben sie den Flash und Xagok hat noch Ult.
Das stimmt. Ja, das heißt, Power of Evil könnte gleich abgeholt werden. Erstmal Xagok allerdings am Drachen dran. Aber wir haben davon gesprochen. Joker gerade irrelevant. Power of Evil kann das Ganze nicht spielen. Camille Support muss man immer ein bisschen im Auge behalten. Die kann auch gerne mal einen Jungler soloen. Aber dafür brauchst du Ultimate.
Das stimmt. Und die hat aktuell Lilip noch nicht zur Verfügung. Trotzdem kann ihn jetzt hier gecatcht werden. Reicht aber haarscharf nicht aus. Kann man den Drake noch contesten? Xagok muss raus. Der Drake noch auf 2000 Leben. Joker wird jetzt vielleicht versuchen, den zu übernehmen. Hat allerdings keinen Smite.
Es ist schon wieder ein Stand nach Kernos.
Ja, aber es ist diesmal ohne Kills. Also es ist spannend. Wir sehen Fights, aber es ist noch keiner umgefallen.
Niemand, man gönnt sich gar nichts.
Es ist wie bei meinem Krass. Ich fall auch nicht um.
Noch nicht.
Reden
aber
wir
jedes Mal habe ich ein bisschen Angst. Ja. Also es ist wirklich, man gönnt sich nichts. Du willst keinen Drachen for free geben, du willst keine Grubs abgeben. Alles wird contested. Überall gehst du hin und sagst, ja, eigentlich kann ich das doch fighten, oder nicht? Ja. Und ich schwöre dir, sobald die beiden Supporter Stufe 6 sind, jetzt ist einer auf Stufe 6, Lilip hoffentlich gleich auch, dann wird es noch viel schöner.
Aber das ist ein Drake, den kannst du eigentlich nicht contesten. Du hast keine Nocturne-Ult, du hast keine Victor-Ult, kein Level 6 bei Lilip. Also der First Drake in diesem Game, auch wenn er spät fällt, geht wieder an Rossmann.
Und ich kann es nicht glauben, dass in diesem Spiel noch niemand gestorben ist.
Ich auch nicht.
Also es fühlt sich so an, als würde es schon wieder für 5 stehen eigentlich.
Oh Gott, Lilip! Der E ist auf Cooldown, jetzt wird er hier vielleicht engaged werden. Wildenbruch kommt auch noch mit dazu. Der hat seine Ult parat. Der Speer, der sitzt. Paranoia wird nochmal gekartet. Jetzt will man noch mal irgendwie helfen. Aber der Flash kommt! Kein Goldshare! Trotzdem das First Blood für Xagok, der jetzt allerdings auf verlorenen Post steht. Pride, Move dazu, kriegt den Kill, verliert aber Topside ein paar Minions.
Schöner Late Play von Lilip. Aber wenn da der Execute durchgeht, muss halt Xagok nicht so weit diven, kann die Ultimate noch halten. Der Kampf, da sieht ganz anders aus. Also das war stark gemacht. Allerdings, und dann, das ist jetzt der Kritikerpunkt, wir haben so, Basti hat's gesagt, ich glaube, viele Leute haben es nicht geglaubt. Rice wird gebannt gegen Hannover. Er wird gebannt. Es ist der einzige Rice-Bann auf der ganzen Welt im Jahr 2025. Und das ist Nice Caben, der jetzt Royal of Ages im Inventar hat. Guckt euch hier unten in der Kamera an. Der chillt komplett sein Leben, hat 3 Platings schon auf seinem Nacken.
Auch der CS-Lead ist massiv. Also der Rice, der wird hier zu einem richtig großen Problem werden. Und das finde ich so interessant, weil ich finde, natürlich scaled Eintracht Spandau übel gut. Aber Rossmann muss sich nicht verstecken. Dieser Rice kann zum absoluten Endgegner werden. Auch die Volkers werden schon wieder contested. Der nächste Engage ist in der Mitte. Der Power Evil mega low. Er ist down. Hexer Ultimatum geht jetzt raus. Aber Ezreal ult durch 2. Rossmann dominiert jetzt.
Da haben wir gerade die Pike-E-Orienna-Ult-Kombination gesehen. Ja, da konnte man das Ganze aggressiv auf den flashlosen Power of Evil spielen. Man wird hier permanent davon tracken, welcher dieser immobilen Carries gerade kein Flash hat und welcher ein Flash hat.
Okay. Rice Rotation. Wird allerdings nicht genommen. Pride wird verjagt. Also mir gefällt das richtig gut. Es ist aber, fairerweise für mich, immer noch das erwartbare Bild gewesen. Es gibt für mich keine Antwort, wer im Early Game mit Joker auf Nocturne
zusammen ist schon wieder. Das ist die Void Cops, die gehen nicht einfach weg. Ja. Das sind schon wieder 3 Spieler von Eintracht Spannend, die da hingehen wollen.
Ja, also wird es zumindest kein Stack werden. Ne? Sie contesten viel. Dennoch 1000 Gold liegt mehr für Rossmann. Nach dem Smite müssen sie eigentlich ins... Joker hat kein Smite! Der kann keinen nehmen! Aber jetzt müssen sie auf Nice Guy Ben zu All-In. Allerdings ist Lilith alleine gegen Nice Guy Ben. Ignite kommt nochmal niemand, der ihm helfen kann. Der nächste fällt um von Eintracht Spandau. Das ist kein Teamplay hier gerade. Was sind das für Windows? Warum contestet das ist ohne Smite? Der Play muss doch sein. Reinsteppen, raussmiten und wieder raus.
Absolut verrückt, was hier gerade passiert. Wildenbruch ist jetzt auch wieder zur Stelle, nachdem er vorher noch gerecallt ist und man das Zeitfenster eigentlich nutzen wollte.
Oh mein Gott.
Ich bin sprachlos. Ich bin tatsächlich sprachlos.
Das war gerade das Rückgrat, das gebrochen ist von Eintracht Spandau in diesem Best of 3.
Aber ist es trotzdem, also Rossmann ist kein so cleanes, die werden das nicht clean runterspielen können. Das ist nicht das Rossmann, was ich kenne.
Maybe.
Das heißt, wir werden noch Comebacks sehen und von diesen Comebacks wird wieder Comebacks geben.
Oh mein Gott, Wildenbruch auf Pike ist so ein Biest. Die Shockwave auf 2.
Er überlebt das.
Aber Wildenbruch stirbt, okay. Allerdings stirbt ebenfalls Power of Evil. Jetzt versucht Lilith nochmal Kanin rauszuholen, es wird aber nicht ganz reichen. Also man trennt sich mit einem Unentschieden 1:1.
Ich wusste, dass es genauso ein Game wird. Sobald als Pike und Camille Support eingeloggt wurden, wusste ich, Midlaner werden gar keinen Spaß haben. Jeder Flash, den du zündest, wird doppelt wehtun.
Aber ich meine, das ist ja spannend, ist ja wirklich, dass beide sind diese Pike-Spieler. Ne? Also Wildenbruch wie Lilith sind überragende Pike-Performer. Beide haben das jetzt schon gezeigt. Für Wildenbruch ist es tatsächlich so dieser eine Signature-Champion, den man mit Wildenbruch auch wirklich verbindet. Lilith hat noch 1, 2 mehr, wie den Bart zum Beispiel in den letzten Game gesehen haben. Aber es ist Wahnsinn, wie beide diese kreative Ader haben, um auch auf anderen Champions diesen Playstyle durchzubekommen. Wie die Camille, von der du jetzt gesprochen hast, diese Antwort ist, gefällt mir richtig gut. Ich möchte aber wirklich festhalten, dass Rossmann für mich hier gerade das wirklich dominierende Team ist. Dass sie, finde ich, auch mehr Ruhe reinbringen als Eintracht Spandau im ersten Game. Es wird kontrollierter, wie sie diesen Lead ausbauen, finde ich zumindest. Und gerade sind sie auf einem guten Weg.
Wir hatten noch 10 Minuten keinen Kill und dann 7 Kills innerhalb von 4 Minuten. Also das Tempo wurde angezogen.
Ja, eine gute Shockwave. Oh, was war das? Das war einfach Wildenbruch.
Ja. Okay. Einfach ein ganz normaler Hook gewesen. Und sie haben halt die ganze Zeit immer noch das Rückgrat mit Orianna Rice.
Ja.
Also die beiden Charaktere.
Oh mein Gott! Doch. Und das geht an Wildenbruch, die Runde hier. Wahnsinn. Toplane geht man jetzt in den Catch. Nice Guy Ben hat Ult, aber hat keinen Flash. Shutdown für Pride. Das kann ein Hoffnungsschimmer sein.
Ja, okay. Vielleicht die Aurora. Die kann die Team...
Ja.
Aber dann hast du eine Aurora und im Gegnerteam sind Ezreal, Pike, Vi. Es ist schwer, da jetzt anfällige Ziele zu finden. Aber gut, ich lasse mich überraschen. Ich finde, Pride ist einer der besten Toplaner der Liga.
Ja.
Und auf so einem Champion wie Aurora kann er bestimmt Wunder wirken.
Ey, seine Stats sind wirklich brutal. Wir haben es ja kurz, ich habe kurz bei Krass angeschnitten. Er hat mit den höchsten Damage Share der Liga von allen Toplanern sowieso. Er ist punktgleich mit Shelfmate auf Platz 1, was Solo-Kills betrifft.
Ja.
Also, er hat eine sehr wichtige Rolle, hat auch Damage Share, aber ist wirklich einen fantastischen. Und jetzt muss Brücke schauen, dass er rauskommt. Schönes Space Shield, Ezreal Ult, die wird gesidesteppt. Man merkt schon, viel kann er auf der Civil noch nicht machen. Das wird sich vielleicht irgendwann ändern. Aber das ist vielleicht ein Transfer, über das wir mal sprechen können, Pixavis.
Ja, sehr gerne.
Wie sieht es denn im Late Game aus? Also wir haben darüber gesprochen, okay, Nocturne hat wenig Support im Early Game. Das sehen wir bisher auch in diesen ersten 15,5 Minuten. Aber wird das Game irgendwann besser für Joker?
Also beide Teams geben sich gar nichts im Late Game, finde ich. Okay. Ich finde, mit Ezreal, Orianna, Rice und Vi hast du eine solide Lockdown-Kombination, die wahnsinnig gutes Scaling dabei hat und auch Tanky das mitbringt, allein durch den Orianna-Ball. Auf der anderen Seite hast du Victor Sivir. Ja. In Kombination mit einem Nocturne. Also wenn man jetzt rein auf die Stats guckt, glaube ich, dass Victor Sivir die Charaktere sind, die am härtesten in diesem Spiel skalieren sollten. Aber ich finde nicht, dass sie das Team haben, was das besonders fördert. Das heißt, wenn wir hier in die 40., 50. Minute gehen sollten, gewinnt das Team, was besser spielt.
Voll. Guter Trade jetzt hier von Pride. Auf einem Item sieht das Ganze schon angenehmer für ihn auf der Aurora aus. Ja, und was spielt man jetzt? Also die 2 ersten Drakes, die gegen Rossmann. Rossmann hat damit auch übrigens die Feeds in diesem Spiel bekommen. Und jetzt müssen wir mal ein Auge drauf haben, was mit diesem Herald passiert. Der dritte Drake, der ist noch 4 Minuten weg. Wäre natürlich auch wieder was, für was Rossmann hier spielen will. Davon können wir, denke ich, ausgehen.
Und das Ganze möchtest du weiterhin stacken. In dem Fall ist es eine Ocean Soul, die hier auf der Karte ist. Bedeutet etwas mehr Regeneration, gerade für Siege-Situationen sehr wichtig, wenn du da reingehen möchtest. Allerdings spielt 1 eine All-In-Kombo, das heißt, die Seele ist nicht so effektiv.
Boah, Paranoia wird aktiviert, sie wollen jetzt den Catch haben. Sie gehen jetzt auch rauf, geht der 4 durch. Nein, Flash kommt, Wildenbruch läuft davon. Und ich frage mich manchmal, ob nicht jede Ult auf Wildenbruch fast eine Verschwendung ist. Also es klingt jetzt hart, aber die Utility von einem Pyke und auch den Flash zu forcen von einem Pyke ist nicht so viel wert wie von einer Ori, von einer Vi, von einem Ryze, selbst von einem Ezreal.
Die Frage ist, wie man das anders verwenden möchte.
Ja, bin ich bei dir, aber der Cooldown ist immer noch hoch. Ne, und jetzt ist man nicht ready, Toplane kommt das Cross-Play, First Rift wird es auch fallen in der Toplane.
Sehr stark von Pyke da, von Pride da reacted, muss man ganz ehrlich sagen. Joker Stufe 9.
Ja, also es wird komplett... Also er hat auch 20 CS weniger als Vi, obwohl er einen Power-Farming-Jungler spielt. Es ist überhaupt nicht sein Game auf diesem Nocturne.
Okay, er ist jetzt gerade Stufe 10 geworden, das war ganz...
Es ändert für mich aber wenig. Also klar, 2 Level oder 1 Level XP ist schon entscheidend auf dem Niveau, aber er ist immer noch ein Level behind. Er ist 20 CS down, er hat weniger Gold. Die ganzen Ults, die wir von ihm gesehen haben, sind fast verpufft. Das ist ein Desaster für einen Nocturne.
Das stimmt. Und hier wurde gerade Pride abgeholt, wenn er die Ultimate nicht zur Verfügung hat, wie er die einfache Umpositionierung zur Folge hat. Allerdings Bröki und Joker jetzt hier auf der Jagd. Stark hat die Kuh gerade eingesetzt.
Er flasht sogar nach vorne, er will unbedingt helfen und das schafft er auch! Bröki, der Held für Joker in der Situation. Er kriegt sogar den Double Kill. Das ist so wichtig. Eintracht Spandau hat auf einmal hier vielleicht eine kleine Win-Condition.
Ja, auf einmal spawnt da Bröki auf der Toplane, flasht in dein Gesicht rein. Und das, nachdem halt alle Ressourcen hier für diesen Kill aufgewandelt worden sind. Und man spielt den Pick und auch die Ryze Ultimate wurde hier verwendet. Und dann Overchase, geht man einfach ein bisschen rein. Joker geht hier für den 4, verstehe ich. Den Fehler, den Xao gemacht hat, ist jetzt hier die Q zu casten. Ja, wenn er da mit der Q einfach über die Wand rausgeht, ist das ganze Ding durch. Aber ich glaube, man hat überhaupt nicht auf dem Schirm, dass Brücke von der Seite darauf kommt. Dann die Ultimate, die von Nice Band eben gerade offensiv eingesetzt worden ist. Ansonsten hätte er hier easy rausulten können. Da macht sie ja auch nichts gegen. Und ein Double Kill für Brücke.
Okay, Paranoia. Jetzt sehen wir nicht mal die Kombination von Camille Support und Nocturne Jungle. Das ist genau das, wie sie spielen wollen. Picks generieren über diesen High Range Instant Engage von Lilith und Joker.
Absolutes Kino. Einfach Game 1 wieder.
Ja.
Jetzt gibt es hier einen Schlagabtausch.
Jetzt ist auch wieder offen. Ne? Also jetzt ist man goldtechnisch wieder rangekommen. Man steht jetzt auch langsam bei dem zweiten Item, wo sich dann, glaube ich, auch der Victor, die Sivir wohler fühlen, die Aurora. Und dann sehen wir vielleicht auch ein Spiel auf Augenhöhe. Aber ich will noch eine Sache vielleicht mal highlighten aus dem Play, gerade von Bröki. Was für monströse Eier hat diese alte Herr eigentlich, mit Sivir Ult Flash auf 2 Targets rauszuballern.
Ja, das stimmt. Und vor allem sind das auch nicht wenig starke Targets gewesen.
Eben.
Hat dann noch 1, 2 Rise Qs, glaube ich, im direkten Duell gesidesteppt und damit dann auch das Duell für sich entscheiden können, weil Nice Ben war halt zu dem Zeitpunkt auch schon 2 Stufen über ihm. Ja. Also sehr wichtiger Play von ihm und ich glaube, dass das auch ein schöner Boost jetzt ist. Die Rolle, die er in diesem Team einnimmt, kann ich mir vorstellen, ist tatsächlich gar nicht so eindeutig, dadurch, dass du Power of Evil ja als Veteran und Leader damit drin hast.
Richtig.
Und das wird eine interessante Falle.
Ja, man geht jetzt noch auf Lilith, schöne Q-Charge, er kriegt immer das Schild raus, bleibt am Leben, hat eine Menge Ressourcen gefressen, verbrennt anscheinend auch nicht ganz. Jetzt kommt die Unterstützung, Teleport ging raus, Pride steht die Arena auf, der Damage, der ist gut, allerdings Wildenbruch mittlerweile auch, der Remob trifft jetzt auch 2 an, Paranoia wird gezogen, aber diven, das geht noch Turret, das ist zu viel, Joker wieder down, der Schaden reicht noch nicht aus, sie wollen zu viel.
Ist so ein riesiges Investment, 4 gegen 3 sieht das
Bit of the opener, Kobe free firing away in the middle of it, and they have been able to isolate it to 1. The bailout gets Scooby's life back to full, and now they're going to continue to chase on this Nyla. Nyla's going to go down, another reset onto Nyla, and he secures a double kill for himself. Scooby will get the last 2 grubs, 5 stacks over the side of Venom Crest, a absolutely tremendous turnaround.
Chaos went too far. Look at the bottom of the map. Rhea had already decided he's not partaking in the shenanigans over the void grabs. All Chaos had to do was to walk in, allow Shackle to smite one away, and then go back into whatever you were doing, back into your lanes, pushing your waves, in your jungle. They went a little bit too far. They even went as far as engaging into a fight where they knew they had the disadvantage in terms of numbers and bodies around the play, and Venom Crest is instantly punished.
Das ist es einfach nicht.
I'll have a little look at that play again. Scooby did mess up his flash here, and the ult was on nothing because it's a Scion, but still, really nicely played from Venom Crest.
Yeah, that was an excellent play from Turtle right there to press R onto the ultimate from Scooby, but the bailout is going to be the bane of Shackle's existence, especially when you're playing reset champions. Having that one ability that will deny you the reset, which means you're done, which means that play doesn't follow up. Like, he looked initially good from Chaos, and then just got outnumbered.
Stacked up too much too quick for them. Did gain a bunch of plates out of Raya though on the bottom inside on that Corki. The problem is now you're playing into 5 grubs on the side of Venomcrest. Like, if this Tristana is left alone, a tower will evaporate to them. Shackle was able to avoid getting caught out by the Hawk shot. Niter now the on-tiles. Wild Arrows in his infantry. Starting to get quite strong. Is there going to be a contest here from the side of Chaos? Niter going to honey through up, make sure they have some health to work with. Got the knock-up from Gooby. It goes wide, and they are able to secure himself the dragon. Gooby puts up a really good steadfast presence. Taxi's out using the crab, and Venomcrest get that uncontested. Really, really nice from them. They even rotate Doxy into mid lane to make sure there's nothing to be gained over there. He will lose maybe a plate on the top side, but Nestle may struggle to be able to translate this into 2 plays.
And this is what I call spectator mode. It's when you're expecting to maybe play around the objective, but you're really hovering, but you don't really have the setup, but you want to play it from the way. Chaos already had the first one. I think they don't end up pressing in lanes. He was only Turtle up on the top side. He was waiting until his teleport available. However, because there was no play to be found right there, he didn't end up initiating onto the teleport play. And I feel like Venomcrest kind of got away with Burger right there, walking in, taking that second dragon first one for themselves, and then getting out now 1,000 gold in the lead for the Venomous Snake, 3-0 for Niter, and I feel like actually you can use that Tristana in side lane to start really contesting for the side lane be tier 1 towers.
Right now though, right, able to open up onto the tower, the reset's a little bit awkwardly timed. Shackle's making his way over, Kobe not going to be able to catch him. They do actually get a bit of damage onto Riot just to force him away with that Valkyrie. And this is the power of this Cho'Gath. So fast on the map with those boots. Moves over, clears bot side, roams into mid lane to make sure play is as safe as possible for his bot side. And then Venomcrest kind of, they're starting to scratch their heads a little bit. Niter can't keep up with the wave clear coming in. I guess their only real play is to, again, try and throw one of those Ash Arrows out and see if they can catch on to Vayu.
Here it comes, here it comes!
Getting chased down to. Good flash comes out. The play is thwarted.
They managed to get they didn't manage to get him on the first try, the second try. What is it? Fool me once. Shame on you, fool me twice. Shame on me. Vayu flashes the second one, that doesn't get called by Venomcrest. And good catch right there as well. I feel like Kobe has been very active with his ultimates as well. He's been actually pressuring with the ultimates on cooldown on that Ash. And I feel like this is the essence of this champion. Every single time the ultimate comes up, it's not necessarily a very long cooldown. If you look over to the right on the portrait, you see that pretty much half of it is already backed up. So pressuring whenever specifically there isn't a big neutral objective to take, that's pretty good because you can get a pick and actually get to pressure more towers, grab a little more of division into enemy territory, etc. However, right now, 25 seconds allowed for that refill to spawn on the top side of the map, and we have some really big item breakpoints, particularly everyone on Venomcrest, but plus the Solari being completed by Wendell right here, will display a lot of the damage coming through from the
yeah, it's a really nice little pick up there for Wendell. 2 players with the Wild Arrows as well on them. Kobe and Niter on the stack up map. I mean, Niter's had it for a while to the double kill. The biggest problem for him is because of how fast Vayu is, I don't think he's been able to really get that many resets off. He's got a massive gold lead, but hasn't really been able to spend that money because every time he's presented with a window, he can't really find the reset because Vayu's going to get back onto the map so fast.
Yeah, this is where it becomes like super annoying. Alright here, Groovy. Found Vayu again.
Ashar doesn't quite make the connection. They do get the slow this time, and that should be enough for Niter to secure the kill. In the back, there it is. And actually, maybe first tower over to the side of Venomcrest, but will come at the cost of that Rift Herald.
Yeah, they are actually pinging on the bottom of the map. And again, Venomcrest, they're allowing those neutral objectives to go way over to Chaos. However, they're taking a little bit more control of the map. If you look towards the bottom of the map, there are 2 wards that went into the bot lane, the bot side vision inside the jungle. The power is very crucial as well, because if you look at the top side, top right of your screen, sorry, you see the Dragon spawning up really soon. That tower down the bot lane is very precious because it creates fog of war in favor of Venom Crest. You already have 2 wards inside Chaos' jungle as well. So now Venom Crest can play from ahead, being able to have that vision, walk into the river first, pressure the waves, so that Nightmare?
That might just go out all the window there as Wendell just face check, gets himself taken out. A fair amount of ults were committed, but that could just be the Dragon given over off the back of Wendell getting caught.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Wendell was doing on the top of the map. We talked about the retro, we talked about the Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and now Chaos might just take both.
Yeah, they're going to look to absolutely chunk out that tower. Does go down the tower. Well, the tower stands, the Herald goes down. Doxy's still got teleport. Naito was able to put a fair amount of damage into Shackle, and Doxy will answer out of the tower here. If Venom Crest can get this, actually, whoever takes this Dragon gets feat of strength. They're both on that last stack for it. This is their opportunity. Naito almost has that Infinity Edge finished up as well. It was a huge base for him. It looks like the resets come into Chaos. Venom Crest should be able to just secure this Dragon for themselves, unless Vayu pulls off some miracle feast shenanigans, but he has no flash, so not going to happen. Venom Crest will secure themselves a feat of strength. Dragon number 2 in their pocket as well. Team's starting to ramp up a little bit. Naito especially, almost 3,000 gold over Vayu.
Oh yeah, and in his next B-press, I'm pretty sure an Infinity Edge is going to magically appear in his inventory as well, and it's coming about now. That is great stuff right here again from Venom Crest, and I'll take you all the way back to what I call the domino effect, that bot lane tower falling, the fog of war that we mentioned into the jungle didn't allow Chaos to actually walk in and try to contest for that Dragon. Plus, they burned quite a few trying to catch Wendell out, which is just a support because of the Venom Crest. So they lost that, they're going to lose feats of strength right here in Venom Crest. They call Chaos sleepy, and team members showing up top. I'll take that mid lane tower for free.
Yeah, well, he's going to take a lot of the damage off of it. 5 grubs makes it really brutal. Naito back on the map with the Infinity Edge. Also got those upgraded boots now that we have the feat strength over the Venom Crest. Doxy's kind of been on a little bit of an island this game. Hasn't really been able to have too much impact, but was able to secure that tower for his team as well. And once this next tower goes down, this mid lane tower, Venom Crest will really open the map up for themselves and can start to play some more aggressive wards and kind of control the tempo a lot more efficiently when your mid tower's up and the enemy mid tower's down.
Absolutely, I feel like these towers. We're not talking about enough about how important they are specifically when you've got
Stufe 15, Oriana ist 30 Rüstung und Magieresistenz mit dem Ball. Danach kannst du das Ganze einfach runterspielen und du spielst ja dann dieses klassische Front-to-Back.
And I feel like right here, both teams are hovering around. I'm looking at Kobe when he's going to choose to press the trigger.
Jones in for a fight. That's going to be the opener. Massive handshake back on to Snyder, but they're not going to be able to get anything else. Naito's going low, has to make the escape for it. They find the knock-up onto Gooby. There is going to be the ultimate from Vayu. Beats down onto Gooby, secures the kill. Shackle continues to chase forwards onto Naito, but he is able to break away. Oh, it looks so good for Venom Crest to start, but it just went so wrong so fast.
I'm not sure when we actually became NA, where it's like, hey, there's no obvious play on the map. Let's just all pile up in the mid lane and play A run. This did not pan out to be good. However, Dox is here now.
That's a bit of an awkward equalizer. Isn't really going to achieve much, but Naito does teleport back in. Can he find the damage he needs to? Right, making a break for it. Naito now has those Winter Spikes onto him. Has to break away. It's interrupted. The flash forward comes in. The stun goes down. And that will be the end of Naito. Venom Crest consistently making mistake after mistake, and it is costing them heavily here. Snyder able to flash away from that final harpoon shot. Venom Crest should be able to fire out on this tower, but they paid such a dear price for it. Nice handshake. Vayu cooked alive. Gooby interrupts the bot from Turtle. He should be able to interrupt him on the blast cone as well. They get the slows. He is going to find a knock up onto one, but Turtle will go down. Venom Crest able to find something in the return, but a lot of mistakes were made in that series of plays as Kobe does hit it. Good plays.
Wow, it's an absolute piss fight of a game over in the mid lane. I got a little bit about the NA round? That's exactly what's happening right here. Both Chaos and Venomcrest are like, hey, Prince just said that both our towers are pretty low. Hey, Trouble just said that, hey, they give you a lot of advantages in terms of like gain focus
Ja, für fast alle, bis auf Basti, der natürlich schon am heutigen Morgen gesagt hat, dass man 2-0 gewinnen wird. Aber trotzdem, ganz ehrlich, das war ein cleanes
ended up
Game.
being
Das war
pretty
Rossmann
even
auf einer
for both sides.
Favoritenrolle gegen
However, I
einen
feel like
Spieler.
Chaos, whenever they make a play, they tend to overextend the play to the point where you overextend your arm too much, somebody's going to slap it down. That's exactly what Venomcrest do. They have pretty good follow-up with the Ash, with the handshake, with the Tristana, and all the jumps and the resets, to the point where if you overextending your Chaos, Venomcrest is going to straight up run.
Yeah, they've been consistently trying to do that. Looking for the cheeky handshake. Oh, rocket from Raya, actually able to steal the chickens. Items are starting to stack up a little bit here, but Chaos, they care about the stack, they don't care about the fight. They're just looking to now turn their attention towards Atakan. Has been spotted out though. They're going to have to back off. Kobe just got his ultimate back, and there's actually a world where Venomcrest may be able to find them and go for the kills. Gooby's got the flank, the arrow comes in, it actually makes the connection. They find the knockup, Shackle has to flash away. Vayu goes down. Shackle will survive, but Atakan probably going to be the prize.
And now if you look very quickly on your mini-maps, Shackle is super low HP, that's 35 seconds from the Cho'Gath, no teleport to get back onto the map, which means that Venomcrest have the timer to actually pressure out their lanes and set up for the next dragon in 10 seconds. That would be so point if they manage to secure that one for themselves. But most importantly, I feel like Venomcrest have been playing a lot of the vision that they create through the pockets of vision that they take away from Chaos. And right here, using the advantage, remember the body advantage they have over Chaos, they're going to sneak away that third dragon for themselves.
They're not going to pick up here for Venomcrest. It's getting ever so stronger. Every little play that Chaos seem to make, Venomcrest seem to make two little ones in response. It's slowly amounting to Venomcrest having a bit of a lead. The gold lead itself actually not that substantial, just 2,300 gold up. And honestly, all of that is actually currently on Nighty. 2,600 gold up over Vayu. Gold's close, but it feels like control and tempo definitely in favor of Venomcrest.
Yeah, because there's this... No, oh, hold on.
Oh, Wendell does have the ultimate. Can line it up. Gooby going low. They got that bailout available. And they did get a nice chunk onto Gooby, but ultimately nothing more really going to break out from that one. Shackle does chase forward once again, but it's hard with the volley. Constantly, consistently slowing you down. Chaos getting chunked out a little bit here. Kobe has got flash, so he'll be fine.
That's exactly what I was talking about. They do not have tools to actually engage. They committed to the Brom super early on before they see R5 from the sort of Venomcrest. And not only do they choose a melee support, but a melee support without engage into a Renata Ashe. Now Kobe does have E, he does have R as well, and they're pulling the TP from Doxy. This is going to be another fist fight.
It's going to be a big one as well. They have that ultimate available, sending two packing. Wendell doesn't even need to use the hostile takeover. The wraparound from Chaos is coming in. Vision control still there for Venomcrest. They are slowly losing that vision, as that's going to be the equalizer. Cutting onto a couple of members. Knockup doesn't quite hit. They find the knockup. Gooby going a little bit low. Shackle waiting for an opportunity to jump back in. Gooby incredibly low there. Knockup into knockup comes in. Venomcrest find themselves on that trampoline. Raya jumps forward. Another knockup comes in from Turtle, but there hasn't been enough to secure a kill. Nita is just getting beaten up by Baron. And that is going to be the handshake. Turtle goes down. Venomcrest secures himself for one. Chaos. Can they muscle their way forwards again?
Oh, Vayu is gonna TP back. Remember the symbiotic souls that he has. Got the TP. Raya got to pressure that mid lane, and HP bars are not the healthiest in the sort of Venomcrest.
This could be messy. Nita gets a couple of, gets Vayu sent back. 3-man knockup did come in from Vayu, but ultimately they're not going to be able to transition it, although now they're going to flash forward, finding the lockdown, and Wendell secures the kill. Atakan will be resetting any second now, though. As Venomcrest, they're wasting a lot of time on this one. It honestly looks like Riot's just going to go mid and try and take that tier 2.
Man, that is so messy. Again, you see chaos. They want to fight, but they've got nothing to stick. The second you overextend, Venom Crest again will run you down. That is a ferocious Atakan on the side of Venom Crest. And with Baron up for grabs, this is the best Atakan flavor to have in terms of buffs, because you can actually throw your body in this fight and then get back up on the map after 10-15 seconds and go towards that Baron with that tempo play as well. And Venom Crest have all the tools. Kobe has that ultimate up. Doxy, same thing. They can actually use that pressure through the lanes, get that vision down, textbook play right here from Venom Crest, and then turn around towards that Baron, bait Chaos to come in.
See how they use it. Right now, it's just to strip away some of the jungle camps. Scooby will be still this blue for his team. No. Shackle stole it. I think Turtle stole it with a Q. Doesn't matter. It's only a blue buff. This is where you want to be saving your smite. This is what you want to be securing. Venom Crest happily starting up onto this Baron. They're able to absolutely whack through it with double ADCs. Snyler making his way forward. There's a good equalizer coming in from Doxy on the flank. Gooby gets the knockback and Snyler still getting burnt down. Now Doxy's the one in danger. He's going to get the bailout thrown onto him, and it's enough to save his life here a little bit more, but he has that revive. Turtle now in his zombie form, trying to put a little bit of additional damage down. Shackle opens up onto Gooby. Vayu gets the silence down, but Gooby continues to press forwards onto Shackle. Now Vayu slowed down by Kobe as he's trying to put a little bit more damage in, but these fights feel very drawn out with not a lot really happening. One kill onto Turtle, a reset onto Doxy. Venom Crest is just back on the map, and they're going to continue to pressure forward. Souls up in 40 seconds. Looks like they want to spend their money though.
Yeah, luckily for Chaos, 18 seconds only dead for Turtle, and that's how the teleport back in if Venom Crest wanted to do a fun play onto Baron. However, at first, Atakan didn't really net them much on the map. They didn't take any structure, they didn't take any neutral objective. As you mentioned, Dragon spawned in 20 seconds, so Chaos should be very, very happy with the outcome of this fight. Specifically, when it comes to the fights being very drawn out, this is what happens when none of the two teams have necessarily much CC to stick down, to re-chase, to follow up on fights. So I feel like what Chaos is really betting on is Shackle getting a pretty good reset onto the Gooby or Wendell and then following up on that one. However, Chaos first ones in that river, they want to take that soul away from Venom Crest. Venom Crest do have pretty good tools if they want to re-enter the river with Ash E and also Rumble.
Remember though, Niter did just blow his flash as he teleported in because Turtle channeled the Q up and had to avoid getting hit by that. So no flash onto Niter. He's just going to get pressure with the wave so far. Gooby sends two packing, isolates the team. Now Shackle's in danger. Equalizer laid down onto Chaos. It's going to chunk out Shackle and Riot. That should just be the Dragon over to the side of Venom Crest. Ocean Soul in their pocket. They don't have the revives anymore from Atakan, but they can still look to pressure onto Baron. The biggest problem that I think Venom Crest have been having is the double tanks in the Cho'Gath and the Scion is really drawing the fights out. It's getting Kobe and Niter a lot of time to kind of ramp up their total damage dealt, but they're not actually getting as many kills as maybe they would like to.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, you're used to having like the Kraken Slayer type of builds on Ash, Blade of the Rigging. Oh, they found Kobe!
He hasn't got flash. They are going to come in with a shield. They find the knock up onto him. It's going to be a bit of an interrupt though. The bailout is available. Hostile taking a throw down. Kobe's going to get some extra damage off in the meanwhile. Turtle will lose his life for Niter. Vayu going very low there. Doxy no ultimate available as Gooby just going to make his way forward. They're able to find the one hit. Oh my word! Down goes Niter. A mistake coming out from him, and everybody's going to get caught. The equalizer in response from Doxy is absolutely beautiful. Venom Crest find their turnaround. Doxy secures the double. What a save of a play.
Whoa, Niter just absolutely sent it into 4 members of Chaos right there, and Shackle was so close to getting reset after reset. Doxy saves the play 4-0 and 7 on this Rumble right now, and Venom Crest are going to secure the Baron. Now let's watch this one more time. Again, Turtle sees Kobe, he's overextended, super far away from his team. He sees the play, they try to follow up on that knock-up after knock-up. They do not necessarily have their damage there to stick. And when Chaos overextend, we talked about Venom pretty much running them down. So right here, Turtle dies, and then Vayu goes super low. Neither sees the play and tells him to 4 members. But Shackle makes a very crucial mistake. When you pick up an 80 carry soul, you're so damn squishy and ends up instantly down to the equalizer.
That was a bit of a sad jump from Naita because Shackle was charging up his stun as he did it, so he landed on the stun and got stunned. Not that I think it was a good play regardless, but definitely got caught out by the mistake as Shackle's going to put some damage into Kobe. It's forced to flash away. The equalizer comes down. Vayu does do a lot of damage. The hostile takeover comes in. Here's Turtle on the back line. 3 members caught in the CC. And Chaos turn the play around. Everybody goes down. Doxy will fall. Only Gooby standing and Naita. Oh, what a mistake. What a turn.
What a disastrous play right here from Venomcrest. They should lose their inhibitor tower at least. 30-second timers on the bot lane, 40-second timers onto Doxy Chaos. They've got their whole Avengers coming through. They could even look to end. Surely not. Not after Baron.
They have Baron. They can potentially hold 18 seconds on Copy though. It is going to be a hard ask. There's going to be the ultimate from the Poppy. Going to try and send a couple of people packing. Gooby has to actually cancel it. They will be able to clear out the wave, however, off the back of this one. Venomcrest actually lets her try and wrestle forwards, but it came at a heavy price. Redemption comes out. That's going to be the flash from Gooby on to Raya, but he is able to break away. Gooby continuing to chase forwards. Naita comes in. He's going to immediately get caught by Turtle's ultimate, but this time, no follow-up damage, and Turtle is going low, knocked into the wall. Naita secures the kill. They handshake him back. They will see Vayu get the reset off. Can Venomcrest find anything off this?
This has been an absolute fist fight of a game. Back and forth constantly. Venomcrest take the Baron, and then they absolutely run it mid. 4 versus 5. What a fantastic flank also by Turtle, but right here Venomcrest, they still do have that Baron. They have the Void Grubs in their inventory as well, and they're looking to pressure into the base. 2 members dead from Chaos. Scylla just about got up. Purchased his Knight's Vow. And Venomcrest, they have the tools. Kobe does have the R button ready.
Let's give it the equalizer thrown down by Doxy. Not onto really much effect. They do get some damage onto Vayu though. Just chunking him half, but Venomcrest unable to translate it into anything else. They've got Elder in a minute. They're going to look to pressure onto this bot side tower. Just build up some wave pressure there and then turn towards that dragon.
That is worst case scenario of what happened here from Venomcrest. You do manage to get a fantastic victory on that team fight. You grab the Baron, and the only thing you managed to secure for yourself a Turtle, another engage.
Get a whole heap of damage on the Gooby. He was just on the trampoline, man. He couldn't play the game. That is heartbreaking. He will be up in time for Dragon, but like the odds of him getting to the pit in time, if Chaos start this on spawn, but they're continuing to chase forwards onto Kobe. Can they find him? Constantly getting slowed down by the Ash, but Kobe, he's going to have to flash something soon. Gets caught out for the second, there's going to be Turtle. Flash is coming out plenty. Venomcrest continue to retreat backwards. Oh my word. Venomcrest, this game has been so back and forth.
What a fantastic game from Turtle so far. They asked him to sub in last minute. He was playing for Chaos in Winter Split. He didn't necessarily do great. And now subbing in here in a game where Chaos are constantly on the back foot. He's found a fantastic flank in that mid lane that stopped the Baron siege from Venomcrest. Constantly finding picks to double flash from Rumble and Ash in that chase. That is flashing through the wall himself. What an incredible game Turtle has been having on the Sion, and right here again Chaos. First once in this river. Elder just about spawn, and Venom is going to have to find a way to get in mid lane, pushing through that wave straight into that river is their best bet.
The last game was a very measured game from the side of Los Ratones, but this game has just been a bar fight. Constant action breaking out. They're looking to send one member pack. Got themselves a man advantage. Vayu going quite low here. Hostile takeover still hasn't been used. There it is from Wendell. Vayu goes very low. Gooby gets caught by the Bearlac. Can they get him out in time? Yes! He's able to save his life. The smite stays alive. Turtle goes down. Elder gonna get fired onto. Riot and Snyla. Can they find the steal? The zombie's taken away.
Look at the base!
The base! Wendell is gonna get into danger here if they're gonna continue to chase on the Gooby. Bearlac will come through and it's just gonna waste the time of chaos. The base has been opened up and Venom Crest have been able to find their opening, find their way into this game. 36 minutes on the clock. Venom Crest have bang!
And Venom Crest quite literally bites back. I just want to remind everyone that Chaos was the team that took them out of their playoffs run over in winter by just completely destroying them 3-0. And I just want to take my hat off to Turtle, first and foremost, for a fantastic Zion game. I feel like the angles he was finding throughout the entire game were incredible. However, was this game the cleanest from both teams? Absolutely not. Was it entertaining? Absolutely yes, because there were fist fighting consistently. However, the lack of CC, the lack of engage on both sides just really showed when they literally kept ping-ponging back and forth and couldn't really capitalize on those fights.
Chaos just, that game was their namesake. It was just pure chaos. It felt like anybody could have won at any moment. An incredibly tight game for both those teams. Venom Crest finally put some venom in their fangs and take that victory. We are going to pass it over to the desk though to break that game down.
Reset auf der Ult und dann nochmal rein. Ich finde es auch sehr spannend.
I mean, just because
Kindred-Bann höher als Nafiri werden. Weil Kindred
Denmark beat almost Denmark. 5 Danes to 4, and I know what comes out on top in that equation. Not clean, but a win is a win. A win is a win, boys.
Sometimes a win is not a win.
It's not, because there was a lot of chaos, and I'm not even making the pun. I agree with Hipred on this. It was so chaotic. This game was so chaotic, back and forth. But this also means like, okay, Venom Crest is looking like a good team if they can get their act together. But Chaos is relentless, and Turtle subbing in, just as Trouble highlighted, he was making a wonderful performance. So where should we start this? How do you believe the game went from beginning until everything started going bananas?
Oh, where do you even start? Honestly, that's so hard to pinpoint at where to even start with breaking down this game, because it's so hard to look at it like in a retrospective. I think we can maybe start with Gooby, because he was a very big question mark for us before the game even started, with him role swapping from the AD carry to the jungle. It was the question of how is he going to fare in this completely new role with so much responsibility on his shoulders. And by the end of the game, he showed us some really interesting moves, but in the first half of the game, he was not having a fun time at all, being almost constantly on the vision, getting caught out, getting caught on the invades. It was not a good game for him as a first game as a jungler.
I think this World Draft are composition where he's essentially the only front line. And that once he got CC against so much CC on the other side, it was an inevitable death, right? The CC train was unstoppable, and I mean he had to fight tooth and nail for any chance of survival. It was rough for him. The draft was difficult to execute for him, but they made it work, and I think, as Larry said, he definitely picked up the pace as the game progressed and started showing better and better sides.
I don't think this was an easy game to play as an Ashe, by the way. Kobe did a wonderful job, the way he was sidestepping and he was just controlling the fights. Even when he was caught by Sion, he was able to stay alive and just do the yard walking, as Double Lift would say. I think that was a rough game to start off, and he did a wonderful job. I understand you're a fangirl of Salari. I kind of agree. Kobe was doing Kobe. I enjoyed it. Yeah.
He was doing good. That Aver on the mid lane, somewhere in the mid game, was just perfect. The way he was, as you said, sidestepping, the way he was just finding his footing in the game, because it is a hard game to play in the team fights, to pilot those team fights as an AD carry. That's why we saw Nairo dying from time to time, just because he jumps very unfortunately right into the enemies. Kobe did not make these mistakes. He knew much better where he's supposed to be at any given moment in the team fight, and that's probably something that just comes to you with experience.
I very much agree on that. It is very much the fact that this is a chaotic team, a bit crazy sometimes, but Copy throughout this split will be the rock who, makes them a bit more solid, who has the right positioning, makes the right point of saying we do not fight this. What we're watching here is a bit of that chaos unfold, right? A messy fight in the beginning, like a recalling, TPing back in, a bit too deep in the beginning of the start as well. But look at Copy, able to get Shakal positioning was carefully, perfectly executed from him, at the very least, throughout what was a very messy mid-game that at one point really swung into the favor of Venom, and then at one moment, we have the replay for it as well, 30 minutes into the game, we thought Turtle pulled the victory out of the bag.
It was insane at that point, yes. Turtle, honestly, can I just say that this is a completely different Turtle from what we saw from him in the previous split, where he had, like, not the best games, let's put it this way, but I feel like him solo killing Perks on the top lane just shifted something in his brain, because today's Turtle was a completely different guy.
Yeah.
True, I agree 100%. Like, you told us solo boloing Perks might have changed. It was this kind of event. I don't know if that's the idea. But at least he presented himself as a relevant player at the beginning of this one. I gotta say, Venom Crest was looking... I think this is the one where Kobe gets caught. Look at this. Sidestepping, this is not easy. And then you get caught and you believe it's like a chain of CC. But he somehow is capable of just kiting everything.
Was ich sage ist,
it's support from Venom and
It's pure kiting, honestly, which is not easy to do because you don't really have a lot of frontline or any frontline to rely on. Yeah, can we not?
That's a bit of a Denmark thing, right? Sometimes you get caught in the hype and jump a bit too far forward. Luckily,
you will be a little bit too close to the sun.
Yeah, he laid a nasty red carpet down. We didn't get to see the silos I was thinking about, sadly, but the goal lead, you can see the swings, especially at that 30-minute mark. There's a big hit down. That was when Chaos almost won the game, but the tower defense was there. Venom Crest, they outscaled it, felt like they might have, needed a lot of time to cut through the HP bars of Chaos, but in the end, they were successful in doing so and very sneakily ending the game around that overtime.
Well, to continue with this show, let's jump into the interview of this first game. They are going to play yet another one today. So let's bring in Kaya. Kaya, welcome to this show. I mean, we need to talk a little bit about what happened, this composition, this team, but before we do that, what happened in the game, boss?
Well, we thought that, game one was a bit one-sided, so we just decided to make, the first day of NLC more entertaining.
I understand. Okay. No, when you look into this roster, it's looking mean. Obviously, people want things like Nord announcement and stuff like that. This is looking like a clean roster. I know the first presence of the team was not as clean as you wanted, but when you look into this roster, how can you explain this composition to the audience?
Yeah.
How would you present this?
I mean, I think someone like Duckling can probably do it more justice as a Danish man himself. But yeah, it's an honour to work with these players. A lot of veteran experience, a lot of known names in the NLC, and obviously one that's known more wider European based. We're really excited to have this project, and yeah, it's going to be fun to see what we can kind of accomplish with these group of 5. Obviously, we've got Gooby, who's made the switch as well, which is exciting. He's fully committed to the role, and he's been putting in a lot of work. So yeah, we're really excited about, more games.
I have to put in the question, I think this is a well-deserved one. When you're going versus teams that I'll be having like Nord or Los Matones, I want to know how is the experience so far within the team and how the scrims are going and how long have they been going. As in order to fight versus those individuals, I think the machine needs to be oiled up and everybody should be on the same page. So how long have these 5 players been together towards this project?
Well, I mean, a lot of these players have got a lot of experience playing with each other, so they kind of know how to bounce off of each other, they know kind of what to expect. We were quite fortunate compared to probably some other teams that we were able to kind of lock in and get this kind of roster set up pretty quickly into the off-season, so we didn't have any, last-minute unfortunate circumstances that we had to deal with. So we've been kind of working a bit off and on with obviously people's kind of work schedules and everything.
and it's been really exciting. Obviously, we're looking forward to kind of test ourselves more against, you know, the kind of established echelon of the NLC, which we'll be doing later on tonight.
That's the other question. Your second game of tonight, you gotta win. A win is a win, as Duckling provided on desk with all that outfit. Good. But you're now facing a team where you slip once, and they might cut your leg, your arm, and like it's a rough one. How are you
I think, I mean, I'm hoping that it will be a little bit more controlled. Maybe it's a bit of kind of rust on the keyboard, maybe a bit of rust on the mouse that we just needed to brush off or anything. Maybe we just needed to get those kind of first official jitters out of the way. Obviously playing a game against obviously not only NLC champions but even Master champions is going to be a really nice way to kind of see where our level is at. But I think it's important to play teams like that because we're going to only learn by, you know, making these sort of mistakes. If we played all of the kind of lower end teams and kind of stopped them, we wouldn't be learning a lot. So we're really looking forward to, you know, testing ourselves, but also getting some kind of learning out of it as well.
I love a thing when I was a player. I think this to me was the most important thing, which is the scrim bubble. You know that the scrim bubble you have access to, and nowadays it's really hard to get a good scrim bubble. Depending on the name you have. So tell me something, Kyle. Do you think the scrims you've been doing, like the bubble of the teams you're fighting against, are relevant towards facing a team like Los Ratones, or you think you need to upgrade towards a team like
Yeah, I mean, we're streaming our scrims as well. Wendell and the guys have been experimenting with streaming scrims and that, and kind of producing content that way as well, so shout out to those guys. We've had a couple of scrims and stuff. Obviously, you can never kind of really match up against certain playstyles, and I think Los Ratones have a very unique playstyle in comparison to a lot of the kind of teams that we played against, which is obviously an exciting thing, but it's obviously a very brand new thing, so it's going to come up with its own challenges. But I've just got to kind of have faith in the team, faith in the staff that we've got, that we've done our background kind of knowledge and kind of background checks on it, and we've got a game plan ready to give them their first loss of the split.
Oh, we talk. Thank you so much for this interview. Hope to see you again. Best of luck with this project. It's looking clean, it's looking good. Best of luck for the next game.
No worries, thank you very much.
I like this, I like this. You need to put in expectations, and we know who's the David. I mean, we all say Goliath, but Goliath lost, so I think David is the one to take down. So who's gonna take down David? Doesn't matter now, because next game will be Verdant versus Rich Gang. The last team we haven't seen yet, versus the team that started off the stream versus Los Ratones, where they showed a glimpse of craziness or maybe genius. With that in mind, for both of you, Solari and Duckling, take a breathing, because we'll be right back after this short break. I'll see you soon.
Guck dir mal an, was der für Movement-Speed hat. Der kommt überhaupt nicht mehr weg. Und damit kann Jester sich eine Menge sehr wichtiger Kills sichern. Und das ist ein schöner Boost für Copenhagen Unites in einem Game State, wo der Skana eigentlich noch sehr stark sind.
Zwei White konnte White ist secure. Der dritte kann nicht mehr ganz genommen werden. Wir kommen aus dem Hüfte raus und es ist sofort das nächste Objective, welches angegangen wird. Das sind 2:1. Ich denke, das ist für beide Parteien fein.
Also beide Parteien haben sich auch dazu entschieden, das Game halt defensiver zu spielen, weil wir erinnern uns, erster Spieltag, Auswurf will haben gegen Evi.
Ja.
Skana gegen Nafiri, Matchup Afroboy auf Nafiri und wir hatten Danker eben auf dem Skana. Und da hatte Afroboy irgendwann 80 Farm mehr.
Ja.
Hermann dann invaded. Das ist halt auch eine Möglichkeit, diese Nafiri auszuspielen.
Ja.
Aber hier ist halt einfach jeder Fang für sich. Also wirklich ein sehr defensives Spiel und ich denke, das hängt mit den Ergebnissen in letzter Zeit zusammen, dass du dir wirklich sagst, wir wollen eigentlich diese Risiken im Early Game nicht eingehen. Wir wollen kontrolliert auf unsere Power Spikes zuspielen. Wir wollen immer auch nur die Bilderbuch-Trades quasi nehmen. Auch zu sagen, wir diven nur, wenn wir 2 Leute mehr haben. Wir gehen nur all in, wenn wir Vision auf den und den haben. Und dadurch, dass die Risiken minimieren.
Ich sehe trotzdem das Risiko, dass White sehr krass outfahren wird. Wir sehen jetzt aber genau das Play, welches ich eben schon erwartet hätte. Scanner ruhig schön gesetzt, trotzdem hat Random keinen Flash. Er wird suppressed, Simply hätte die Ult und mit der Skana-Ult in Kombination sollte das der recht einfache Free-Kill sein. Jetzt kommt der Knockback, Simply kassiert den Kill, trotzdem kommt Rebel dazu, um einen möglichen Return-Kill zu forcieren. Der Schaden reicht noch nicht ganz. Wisdom stößt zu seinem Jungler dazu, möchte er das auch nochmal fighten, aber er hat nicht den Schaden.
Ja. Ultimate da ganz klar nochmal entgangen. Ansonsten wäre es für Rebel auch noch ein bisschen kritisch gewesen, aber schöner Scat of the Week von Random. Aber du bist ein Flash-Luther mit Laner. Gegen den Skana. Das Spiel.
Skana Asia vor allem.
Ja, also er wird nur einmal sterben. Das ist, glaube ich, die positive Nachricht, weil der Flash halt in der nächsten Minute wieder abkommt und die Ultimates jetzt auf Cooldown sind. Also er konnte 3,5 Minuten defensiv spielen. Aber dann halt auch einmal auf einer Wave nicht mehr.
Unangenehm für Random. Das Play hat sich angebahnt, aber schön gemacht. Das auch schön zu sehen, dass bei Unicorns diese Geschichten durchaus auch funktionieren. Haben wir auch sehr viel einstecken müssen. Auch zu Recht natürlich, aber diese Idee, die hat auf jeden Fall sehr schön gefruchtet.
Ja, für mich ist die größte Überraschung bei den Unicorns, wenn wir schon ein bisschen über das Erwartungsmanagement sprechen, darüber, was denn bei den Unicorns aus meiner Sicht schiefgelaufen ist. Simply. Ich habe das Gefühl, der Mann hat nicht mal annähernd das Feuer, was er im letzten Jahr uns präsentiert hat, als er noch bei Schalke in der Midlane gespielt hat. Er hat nicht mehr diese Kreativität, er hat nicht mehr diese Cockiness und damit fehlt den Unicorns in der Mitte einfach ein starker Laner, der diese Advantage, also diese Vorteile kreiert.
Ja.
Das ist für mich so die fact-basierte Quick-Analyse, die ich jetzt hier mal raushaue.
Ja.
Deswegen ist es umso wichtiger, dass er sich hier den ersten Kill des Spiels schon gesichert hat.
Ich denke, vor allem wird das krass durch den Kontrast, weil Unicorns traditionell ja, glaube ich, sogar immer koreanische Midlaner haben. Und die hatten ja prinzipiell gesprochen eher immer die Stärke, dass sie mechanisch sehr, sehr stark waren.
Welcome back. It's going to be Verdant versus Rich Gang. We already know about Rich Gang and what they can provide. A little bit of craziness, a little bit of Velcos as well in the mid lane. And obviously the best champion in the league so far. It is Pantheon. It was first picked in this season and nobody will take that away from me. I'm happy. But Verdant though, we've talked about this team in the past, but we have no idea who they are in the present. Who can guide me through Verdant? And what can we expect? Solari, you take it! Duckling, you shut up!
Yes, let's go. So Verdant, we have 4 new players out of fight, right? They kept Obstinatus as their support. They signed in 4 new guys. Taven, for example, the top lane, same case as Rich Gang here, a very young player, 18 years old only. We don't know anything about him. It's his first professional split. Is he the one you should be looking at there? Probably yes, but at the same time not really, because there is one player on this team that I personally am pretty excited about. I wanted to look at the jungler. I wanted to look at Noodle. Great nickname, by the way. He has pretty good stats throughout his professional career. He's pretty good as a jungler, but the thing is, I'm not saying that that's something that's going to happen, but I wanted to look at this replay and I wanted to look at the minimap, because this is the very beginning of his game. He is a jungler for Vanir. Yes, thank you very much, production. Just look at the minimap. Wow. Did you notice anything?
Also, ja, hat es gut, wenn sie einen Catch bekommt, sieht es normal aus.
It's just a casual flash over the Baron wall. On level 2.
This is in 2022, isn't it?
Why? Because he can. He just goes into the enemy jungle like that. And I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but if it happens, we're gonna get. I think we deserve.
Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing sometimes, definitely committed to his place. He is a very good team player. I had a bit of a chat with the guy who now coaches my team, Shooting. He's worked with him before, and most recently won the Aurora Cup in the NLC with Newbie in 2024. And he is a very good team player, very good leader, definitely able to play around the stage. And the more I look at this team roster, I think they have a very safe roster. I think they have a solid roster. And I hope this will allow their top player to really shine and grow in his first because he's surrounded by veterans.
Yeah, when you look into this composition by Verdant, I'm like, this is a good composition. This is a wonderful roster. We were talking about top 4. I might say this could be one of those seasons for Verdant at least, but I'm gonna say it. I might be sued, but I'm gonna say it. We might have a Verdant moment. They always pull it off.
Und es war ja
so,
dass man
I think Duckling, you were the one who put them as like your second team for the power ranking for
nur der Trade. Zweite
I might have put Venom Curse there for my game 5, but I do think on paper that Verdant has the better team, but it was very tough on my heart to vote against them. Right, so let's head into the draft game. We're about to see what is going to unfold. We're going to have a rookie off in the top lane, the 16-year-old versus the 18-year-old, both having their first split ERO ones here. The first player has to go that way as well. Darius removing a little bit of that, hopefully removing the Fury as well, but for the top lane, I'm just looking at 2 guys who have showed themselves up a lot
lot in the solo queue have been exceptional there, have ended their solo queues with such high rank, but right now in professional team, it's gonna be so different from just playing in solo queue. And we already saw a little bit from Rich Gang, we saw a little bit from every one of them, from their bot lane, from their top lane as well. Now that they're against each other, I want to see more from Rich Gang as well. As we've been talking about Verdant, what do Rich Gang have in stock when they're not playing versus Lost Performance? They have Navieri in stock in the bound. Thank you very much. That's a much deserved one.
Hey, Verdant are looking on Varus as before, like copying a little bit of Rich Gang as they did on the first game of the split. Duckling, what do you have in mind?
Yeah, I was a bit surprised with the Fury Pain. Obviously very strong in the matchup, but that's something that's really had this Gang but
der Gameplan im Real Life ist ein bisschen offensichtlich.
The Varus is a very safe first game, right? Not giving too much away.
Lass uns nochmal darüber sprechen. Du hast 5 Void Grubs, glaube ich, bei den Copenhagen Unites.
We've seen you can exploit that, Varus. I know you can go poke, you can go attack speed, but one who has been left alone is the Maokai, and instantly they go with the Jhin. So they have the range, they have the tankiness, they have the CC as well, and if required, they do have some magical damage. I'm not saying I like it, I'm just saying it's a possibility. We have to live in this world. The possibilities talking about AP damage. Rumble might be the lock-in. And this will leave a question mark of where it's going to land.
Would not be surprised if it lands in Cleveland's hands on the top lane. Again, this is a player we don't really know much about, but those very new rookie players are always a big wild card. And Rumble is just such a no-brain champion to pick on the top lane these days just because of how strong she feels and how many team compositions you can play into, including, for example, having something like Pantheon for Noodle in the jungle. There you go, second one of the day.
You are eating good, I think. I was maybe seeing if we would get the Sense up or the
Glaube ich, dass wenn Wisdom auf Zack ist, und du hast gerade fantastisch ausgeführt, dass sehr schwer sein wird.
Schöner Engage, Rebel wird hier fallen. Unicorns! Mit einem wichtigen Catch. White nimmt sich da ein bisschen Kohle, ehrlicherweise. Aber, glaube ich,
Counterpick on the matchup and very strong top lane.
Ist es nicht, es sei denn, sie können jetzt...
Okay, so yet again, Rich Gang are relying on long-range damage. So you have the Jace, you have the Jhin, which they fall victims to on one side of game 1 versus Los Ratones. What are they pairing it? Because I got to see a Vel'Koz on game 1 versus Emil Masters winners Los Ratones. If you don't pull something crazy versus Verdant, I'm gonna be confused. I want to see your personality, Rich Gang.
Because otherwise Verdant are going to pull out something crazy against that. I'm especially looking at Sangex, I'm looking at the mid lane for Verdant, what he's going to pull out. He has a very big champion pool, recently has been playing things like Annie on the mid lane, for example, so you can expect something unconventional from him there. And on top of that, he's a good player by himself. Like, if you look at his stats, he almost never loses a laning phase. So that is the one that Rich Gang should really be scared about, and you can see it coming from the bans, with 2 of them, both of them actually dedicated to them.
So might just be removed?
I mean, really focusing center, right? You're trying to hit his safe champions, you want him on something, right? You know he's not just gonna sit and scale up and be a consistent carry in those team fights. Verdant sets on Noodle, I'd say some influence on the Rel. Obviously, it's really hard to judge Rich Gang on that one performance. The Rel will be the badass and the rest of Rich Gang wants to show something different here in game 2, and I think this is where they really have to show their level, because no one expects anything against Alaf. Might be able to really make something happen.
Would be really good to see some engage from Rich Gang at this point. Like, there is support spanned out, but things like Leona, for example, are still available for you with a non-committal ultimate, both from her and from Maokai, to work around and decide whether or not you want to engage onto the enemy or not. Maybe pair it up with something like Ari on the mid lane just to spice things up and make this peak potential really shine out with Jhin, with Jace. I can see that happening.
Talking about engage, let's follow it up with the Nautilus, Pantheon, Varus, Rumble. Like, if Verdant wants to go, they go. There's no way to stop him, even if you had like an Alistar where you can kind of engage but also disengage with that champion. That Leona is not going to be enough to stop this onslaught of engage capabilities coming in from Verdant. So all you need is extra damage, extra range, and
Defensiver Flash nochmal.
Okay.
No.
I got
I think regardless of what really happens here, they've got some very strong
erreichen wollen. Dass White hier gerade für den Engage gegangen ist, hatte einzig und allein den Grund, dass
like
Kaufmann ihn davon abhalten wollte, mit dieser Wave auf T1-Turm zu stehen. Dadurch hat man es geschafft, das Ganze zu delayen, konnte sogar noch die Lane-Spike ein bisschen reduzieren und hat damit auch den Fall des T1-Turms abgewinnen, konnte die Kontrolle auf der Botseite halten und kriegt damit jetzt selbst noch einen Turm. Mit dem gesetzten Smite ist das ein sehr positiver Play für die Unicorns gewesen.
Zusätzlich kommt
We're going really heavy on the AD for Reach Gank. Again, I've seen that already happening today, but they have another Tristana on the mid lane. You don't really want to skip on her. But that leaves the question open to Virgin. Can they build up into being tanky enough for Reach Gank to have troubles to cut through them? Because they don't really have a lot of front lane on their side either.
Okay, final picks before we jump into this third game of the day. First time watching Verdun, second time for Rich Gang. Go!
Ich finde gerade gegen Tanks, also gegen
That's a hard one, actually.
wirst du ja halt sehr schnell.
Yes, I know.
I'm saying Verdun. I like the draft.
Ich meine, er baut eine Menge Leben auf mit
I would have liked to see the series to have a bit more safe CTS, because now they are very much all in, all out in terms of the damage. But I do like it. I think that we'll see more from Rich Gang and they'll make this close game.
I hate to say this, but I agree with Duckling. Yeah.
We're about to jump into this third game, and you know what? Even though here Frank complains about Trouble's background, this individual has more small toys than even Santa Claus himself. Take it away.
Nein, das ist ein paar Monate her.
Ah, okay.
What small toys have I got?
Früher Ding von Season 4
Are we talking about Trouble or me?
Das hat das gemacht und
Okay, I can tell you.
In a blue void.
If you want, I'm gonna shout out Yamada right here.
Oh.
Because when we were on our way back from the NLC finals, I was like, hey Yamada, there's this shop that I want to go to buy more of these guys, right? I was like, I don't know how to get there on my own. Dude, carried my suitcase throughout the entirety of London to get to Oxford Street, to get there, so we can play these guys. So, shout out to you, Yamada, you're the freaking real one. Best game of the game.
I got called out by Archer, by the way. I do actually have more small toys than you because I have a lot of D&D models. But I paint them, it's a hobby. You just have nightmare dolls in your background.
That's a hobby too, I'm a collector.
A collector of nightmare dolls. Are you a witch?
Is that what this is? You'll never know. You'll never know.
Unicorns macht gerade richtig Meta.
Always.
Ich habe das Gefühl, man
You
merkt
gotta be
so ein
nice to
bisschen
me.
die Schwäche von den
That's what I'm
Kopfhörern.
gonna say.
Dieser Call da zur
Okay.
Botlane zu laufen.
Oh, you'll curse my bloodline. Anyway.
Was machst du da?
Otherwise you'll become one of those little guys. My glasses away.
Just people who've insulted you just get turned into those little guys.
Not people that have insulted me, people that pick graves in my jungle.
Kann ich verstehen, dass du das
We don't
stirbst.
get, I
Aber
haven't
dann rotiert das
Scoundrel
gesamte Team
a
runter, weil
while.
sie
He's,
denken,
you
sie
know,
können
ever
die Leute
since
abholen.
Archer's taken over,
Vergessen aber, dass Asien Turm stellen kann?
Is that what happened with Scoundrel?
Irgendwie.
Don't worry, don't worry. Ex-Scoundrel will pop up
Random sehr weit
once
vorne, ohne
every
jegliche
TFT
Vision zu haben,
set
wenn
to
CS
ask him to tell me that he sucks in TFT and ask me what to play and then he just
That literally sounds like Kenan. Alrighty, here we are, onto the Rift. We haven't really talked much about the comps. Luckily, the Death did, and I also hate to admit with Duckling, I do think I prefer the comp. I will say though, he is right. Rich Gang definitely not drafted themselves like a losing scenario this time around. I think they've given themselves a lot more tools. There's a bit more of an identity. And there was an identity of just hope in the last game, but that identity kind of just struggled heavily into what was drafted by Los Angeles. This time around, I feel like they've got a lot more that they can work with. Diverse, jumping forwards, and then eating the execute from Senka. Probably not the start that he's looking for.
Und das passt ja auch
This
so ein
is what
bisschen
you wanted
zu
to
dem
talk about,
großen
right?
Bild,
Like
was
the
wir
jungle
haben.
mid
Also, sie müssen nicht
of
nur in
Verdun
diesem Game
is
Jazz Clearer spielen, sie müssen auch mit der neuen Personalie Jazz Clearer erstmal
push mid lane
Reason
first,
mal
and
Beweis
two, when
stellen.
it comes to the 2
Neu
versus 2,
dazugekommen,
you are
jetzt aber
stronger
erstmal von
than
Reason, der ins
Now,
AD
when we look at the
trotzdem sollte
Verdun
die Public
versus
Execution
Verdun's
nicht
comp
ausreichen,
versus
um
Rich
einen
Gang's
Return
comp,
Kill zu
I think
forcieren.
they're both
Shutdown
pretty
geht an
tough.
Rebel, man könnte das
What we
Ganze
saw
für den Attack
in game number 1, we had the Jin versus the Varus. Actually, Jin can contest the wave versus Varus, and you do have melee support and melee support, so I feel like Rich Gang's and Verdun's bot lanes can go toe-to-toe. However, I will and forever give the advantage to poke Varus, especially with Comet as well. It becomes so annoying, especially when Leona steps up with the wave. Jace versus Rumble, pretty even matchup. Jace can actually push that one out through, and then Tristana versus Aurora. If Senkax pushes through, he can take a pretty advantageous trade. But Tristana will always have that AD and the passive onto the champion to pressure out the waves and extend just a little bit.
Ich würde es anders framen.
Overall,
overall, I think they're both very well balanced. If you will. Engage, disengage, pretty good damage distribution throughout. And I feel like right here it's going to be the best clicks and the best little objective control.
Weil das scheint zu funktionieren, man kann Wisdom's Ult
I think so. It's going to come down to how they play it out, how smart they are with this. And that really then kind of depends on the junglers, how the junglers handle the objectives and their lane assignments and how they work. So have to keep our eyes on both Noodle and Renault. Haven't seen any bonkers stuff from Noodle yet. We highlighted it back when the rift was green.
He's on blue side, man. He's on blue side. He has to be on red side. You know? He has to start red right now. We're saying that.
Well, looks like Renault. Renault was very active in the Lost Returners game. Yeah, this might be a little bit hard. Current turns on the flight, on the flames, and Conan gets himself caught out. He is mannerless right now, getting run down. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, there's action breaking out. Oh my god! Fishing Inari, and Renault's going down. 4 minutes on the clock, and Vern have the fewest strength for kills. So Verse almost gets killed and has to flash away as well. Vern just exploded.
Okay, I think it's safe to say right here for Rich Gang again, they had a whole sort of renewal of their team, no pun intended right here from the jungler as well. They bring in the rookies. However, if you look at the names over on Verdun, people you probably recognize. Very nice hook over. And again, reminder, when Leona steps up into a full Varus and a Nautilus is around, this is some tough stuff right there. Senkax, of course, a veteran in his own right as well when it comes to the entire games. He played in ULCS back then. LEC stepped up, stepped down in the ERLs as well. He has been all over the place. However, he has primarily been a very, very strong mid laner. So I feel like take nameplates off. I like both comps. Nameplates on. I think Verdun just have proven through the history that they have the better clicks.
Yeah, absolutely. Early kill in both bot side and top side. By a lot of early pressure over. Dragon spawning up. It looks like a Hex Flash potentially coming in. Nodu not going to close that wall though and get onto Shiganari. As Riven's actually being able to hold the wave here, so that's going to suffer! I mean, it's a 1-for-1. Taeron crashes the wave, so Conan's the one who's going to lose out off the back of that one. Nice play.
That was the brute force right there from Taeron as well. Establishing some dominance on the top side of the map. He's going to solve the one This sort of stops the passing from Jace behind the tower, so Fern had to commit into the 1v1, which cost him his life. He did miss a couple of those creeps crashing underneath the tower. And right here, Nodu, that's not your tribush, buddy.
Yeah, he's got a fair amount of HP, but his W does shield him up from that one. We are going to see Renewal and Noodle handshake grubs for Dragons. Renewal's actually pretty good at securing these grubs in the game versus Lost Returners. Recognized that they were more focused on Dragons as a game plan than they are on the grubs, so ultimately, once again, able to do that, although Taeron is being a total menace, constantly looking to apply pressure onto him, and the grubs slowed down heavily. This now gives Noodle a little bit of time while Renewal is doing that objective, and Riven needs to be careful because when this wave crashes in, Noodle could potentially go for a gank, spotted out by the trap, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to turn this one off. Actually, Obstinatus is going to be looking to jump in. Riven gets caught up by the CC, going to open up onto the fire. Remember, this tower's doing a lot more damage now, so that would be Nodu securing a kill on to the support, but ADC for support. I'll take that trade any day if I was Vern.
That is a fantastic trade because Rhythm is just going to lose so much down that bot lane. And the kill going over to Leona as well isn't necessarily where you want it again. That Varus, when you are able to pick it on blue side and there is no much tankiness pick on the red side, which means you're allowed to go for Comet plus the whole field, he's such a menace when it comes to that lane phase. A great wraparound by Noodle to get that gank going. I was actually concerned. So Flashfire up on Rhythm, and I'm like, maybe Leona is the better choice right here to kill, but they actually committed into Rhythm, and that was a pretty great trade. Whoa, that hit me!
His Grand Star falled in. Not particularly on the mark with their ultimates, but they start the numbers advantage, and Conan is incredibly weak right now, so down he goes. They're going to jump in, looking for the burst. Obstinatus jumps in forwards, though. Vern find himself in danger. They find the lockdown as well. Senkax is caught out by the ultimate. Buster shotted back. Nodu losing a fair amount of HP, but Senkax not going to be able to save his support there. Bit of a misstep cost them pretty heavily.
Great trade back right here from Rich Gang, and most importantly, the kill going over to Diverse. He definitely won a very strong Tristana. Sees a champion that very easily threatens the side lane as well. And let's mention the 3 void grabs that have already been picked up by Rich Gang. I feel like as a team, Rich Gang should definitely focus a little bit more on the top side of the map. Possibly try to get that Jin over to the top side, play for those 6 void grabs. It would be such a very strong play. You got a J side lane, you got a Tristana that's potentially a side lane. You could eat through those towers super quickly as Rhythm tries to do that.
Yeah, really nice there. Rhythm has lost a lot of rhythm in this game, unfortunately, for himself. Being caught out underneath that tower, the wave crashes. Shigenari pretty substantially over him, and even with the Swifty struggling to dodge the poke coming out from Shigenari. It's rated I can't remember the name of the item now.
So rated dirt, yeah.
That is the name of the item. Gonna give him a lot of early damage. Got a fair amount of poke already. Is that Renewal predicting a potential dive here? Is just hovering about Nodu. Smells a rat, but that rat is going to catch him with the chains. There's the lockdown. There's the CC chain. W just swayed so much damage though on Nodu. He's going to be able to walk away from that one.
Nobu's defense is very powerful, and oh my god, Taylor, just stop the violence up top lane. Gonna throw the carpet one more time. Has had Conan's number this entire game so far. 1,000 gold in the lead, 2-1 and 2. Has picked up skill caps as well. Displayed a bunch of that damage coming through. And as you can see, Senka's already on his way. Super low in HP for Conan.
No, he's coming in between worlds. Thrown down. Senka secures the kill. He's giving a nice little pick there. Shigenari actually finds himself in danger. Has the cleanse, has the flash. They're gonna look for hooks. Everything just goes a little bit wide. It feels like a bit of a warm-up game. Everyone's kind of missing their major skill shots. Shigenari having a cleanse and flash though, because he missed that. Pretty costly price.
Flash and a cleanse right there, burnt. He'll be fine for now. 1 minute though on the clock for the next dragon. And Verda definitely want to secure that one. I feel like especially when you're playing Team Maokai and Leona, losing your flash and your cleanse could very easily be a very steep price to pay. Reach Gang, as you'll see, after the resets onto the map, 50 seconds off the next dragon, and Diverse might have taken a very deadly W forward.
That was incredibly dangerous for him. Has to bust a shot Noodle out. They go for the spear, and Noodle finds the mark. Beautiful shot.
Diverse hasn't been having a lot of fun on that 1v1 versus Senkax. Overextends right there. And as you can see, Rich Gang were actually starting to play for those 6 void grabs that we stated earlier on, but now Renewal is going to have to smite one and get out if he can at this point.
Conan does a fair amount of damage to Senkax, but Q's going to come through. That's going to be the proc on the passive. Spear goes a little bit wide there from Noodle, and Conan actually able to survive. Verdant are going to pick up these drops though, deny the stacks, and also get themselves a little bit more power. But now, Verdant in danger. Chains go very wide. Shigenari in danger. Diverse able to secure the kill. Osnasis dodges away with the deadly flourish. There comes the slow into the Zenith Blade, into the dunk. Rich Gang fire back and get himself 2 kills on the bottom side. Double kill for Diverse as well. 3-1 on the Tristana.
Very nice punish right there from Rich Gang. A nice TP from Diverse. A little bit of a, what do you call it, a redemption arc for that Tristana play in the mid lane. I feel like, oh, hold up. I'm gonna hold that thought. He's dead.
Oh, they speared the wrong bush. Oh, Noodle. They got the kill though. Let's have a look at it again, mate.
Yeah, again, Tristana just spawns on the map right here. Shigenari looks a little bit too far forward. Remember the flash and the cleanse that he was missing? Again, played into a Leona plus a Maokai. This is what you end up playing through, and I feel like this was a pretty good engage done by Nodu right there to capitalize on the 2 missing summoners of Varus. However, the Baron, sorry, the Dragon, has been started. Senkax pressuring that bot lane. We've got Shigenari pushing that mid as well. And now, Noodle taking care of that Dragon. See, obviously, Nathis, he's pushing his body to stop Renewal from getting in. Dragon's gone.
Come with a heavy price though. Obstinitis will lose his life. Senkax able to jump away.
That's support, man. Oh, yeah. Not a very heavy price. That's what they're there for.
To die for Dragons. I mean, now 1 stack of feet strength, so it's actually nice here for the side of them. Riven's going to open up, try and get onto this tower, take a plate or 2. He's got 4 grubs, so he's going to do a fair amount of damage, but Senkax is thrown down the between worlds. Continues to chase in. in, chain to come up the other end. There's going to be the good slow. Lots of damage onto Nodu, but once again, that W on the Leona, really solid at just turning off the burst on the side of Verdun.
I'd just have to say Senkax is all over the freaking map. Now curtain has to open just for Rhythm to clear. However, Diverse again.
Die wollen einfach Botlane weitergehen.
He's in danger. Noodle will get another kill under his belt. 5-0 on the Pantheon. Archer probably laughing manically in the distance.
Ja, das kennen sie ja schon. Haben sie eben gerade auch schon gespielt, ist ja kein Problem.
It has been such a rough game for Diverse. I feel like he's been struggling to find his footing in terms of how much he can pressure that mid lane without necessarily having a lot of vision. And I'm struggling to find words to make this seem constructive, but I feel like he's missed the mark on the map, on the resets, on where to play aggressive defensive. I feel like every single time Rich Crack for play, Diverse is dead. Every time there's a play being done on the other side of the map by Rich Crack, it's very successful. Diverse gets caught, and pretty much every sort of attempt Richmond has made on the map, if you lose your mid laner, who by the way has most of the kills on this map, and he's the most head in the team, it's not going to pan out to be the best right here. If you look on the top side for Verdun, the top of the Pantheon absolutely insanely fed, and Senkax is an absolute shadow of Rage Gang all over the map. Does not help Rage Gang make those plays. Unfortunately, I think it comes back a little bit to the whole nameplates on and off thing. I feel like Verdun just outplayed Rage Gang.
I mean, it also kind of boils down to what you were talking about at the beginning as well. I mean, the jungle mid duo of these two is really strong. Pantheon and Aurora incredibly good at making picks, and the crazy thing is they've not been doing it together. They've just been menaces elsewhere. The jungle mid duo hasn't been a duo at all, but they have been doing so much for their team across the map. It's starting to get a little bit dangerous here for the side of Rich Gang. Like I said, one off securing those feat of strength. They can go for Herald in 50 seconds if they want, or Dragon in 2 minutes time. Also got the tower option as well. These towers are being whittled down on the side of Verdun, constantly pressuring on all of the lanes. And if you look at the map right now, every lane, their tower is at least under half health. They've been chunking away at them very efficiently.
Yeah, technically, Rich Gang has to have invested a little bit more to get the void drops, right? They only got 4. Diverse down forward again! Surely not!
Not where you want to be. Caught by the slow. Is going to get hit by Noodle. Just flushes off him. Down he goes. Diverse will fall. Senkax will take the tower as well off the back of that. Really nice stuff from the side of Verdun.
Terran is looking like, I don't think he has enough of the wave. He's going to shred the MR of Connor right here. He's thinking about it. Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it, girl. I was just thinking about it. That's what Terran is thinking right here. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. Pantheon's coming in though. I did it.
Absolut nicht
angreifbar. He was thinking about it, and he followed through.
He followed through. And mid lane's falling as well. It's a disaster.
Ich würde deine Bewegung gerne einfach als GIF haben, ohne Sound.
This is unfortunate for Rich Gang. Like you said, absolute disaster. Every lane
also jetzt hatten wir
crumbling
schon
aside.
viele Bilder von Pixabel von 2020. Jetzt gibt es ein neues.
So good with this new roster. Noodle on the Pantheon.
Noch großartig, dass die Unicorns scheinbar
playing an incredible game. It's a return. It's a return from a player we haven't seen for a hot minute here in the NLC. And a really good return to the league.
Das war ein schönes League of Legends Spiel.
You couldn't ask for more if you were Verdun right now.
Is that a Storm Surge in the inventory as well? Senkax going for mid-max damage right there. 100% to zero summon. He's going to have his chance down the bot lane. He has to be careful. Noodle is lurking around. Very easy to follow up with Noodle on the Pantheon, right? You hope the semi-global is there. Terran onto that TP super quickly. And if you look at the inventory of Terran as well, very respectful place. Straight into the Seekers. You get a lot more armor through that. If you look over on Rich Gang, primarily the damage profile is AD to stun, Jin, Jace. So anyone who's been sent onto the side lane versus that Rumble is going to have an AD damage profile. Seeker Sunguard, not only does it help a lot in terms of like a 5v5 skirmish, if you want to play around the Dragon or around the Herald, but it also really helps through that laning phase. And again, I want your eyes on the minimap, look on the top of the map, Obstinatus and Senkax holding hands back to back again. I just love the way Verdun is playing, and honestly I'm really happy to see this sort of form coming through from Verdun, because I was looking at this group for a lot of honest, and traditionally there wasn't a team that sort of popped out to be their biggest opponent opponent in this group, I think Verdun could potentially have a chance.
Unicorns, die du schlagen musst.
I really do. We got off to our ranking of the teams. And I know a lot of people had a very different ranking from me. I had a lot of faith in these guys.
Top 3 sind, aber
obviously lost to Tennis in
irgendwann muss es doch
irgendwann muss es klicken.
Vielleicht muss man einfach den Stil ändern, also was für eine Teamkomp man spielt und in die richtigen Personen reinspielt. Weil zum Beispiel Noah hat ein gutes Game gehabt, ne? Der hat Toplane dominiert, aber das war's auch schon. Er hat die ersten 15 Minuten halt den Weg angegeben.
Well,
Tayron
has been pinned into the pit. Has the flash?
Yeah, he does. He's going to go over the wall. Are they going to be able to follow up? Looks like the answer is no. Charge from the Herald comes down. They're going to be able to take a tower. They do secure the kill onto Tayron, but a lot of people were moved into that area to get that. And another charge is coming in. Are they going to do the old wraparound? Nope, they're going to just chunk onto that tower. Shiganari not really feeling the threat, throws the chains of corruption out. There's the burst! Grand Starfall comes in, Rhythm forced to use the barrier, but Nodu goes down. Oh my word, Verdun is just not letting off the pedal, man. They're just putting so much pressure down.
And just a reminder, the slam down, the thunder from Storm Surge was nerfed quite at the beginning when the item came out, so that it lands a little bit later, but you saw that extra that sort of electric, quote-unquote, falling onto Rhythm, almost killing him, had to pop the barrier right there to stay alive for himself. Ruinous Atakan now on the map, and I feel like 8,000 gold lead for Verdun, 6 or 5 in the jungle, 3 or 4 in the mid lane. They're absolutely in the lead in this game, and I feel like they should definitely play for the tops of the map. Look at the wards, first of all, inside the top corner for Newell's jungle. There's no way you step in there without getting capitalized upon. Newell as well, finishing his black cleaver. He's a peak form and diverse. One more time. Oh, 7.
Yeah, he's had his moments this game. Definitely got the most kills on the team, but still has been a victim to a lot of the pressure. Obstinatus and Noodles, the amount of crowd control that those two can bring to a fight is enough to get the pick, especially when the damage coming out from Noodle. It's kind of bonkers, to be honest. He's putting some serious work in. Zenkat's just going to be able to hold the wave down here, as the attention is shifting now towards that account, but only need 2 people to do it. Conan's going to really got to go toe-to-toe with Zenkat. That damage is absolutely brutal. Zenkat should be able to clear the wave. He actually might just go for the assassination here. He's going to force the teleport out. In comes the rest of the team, and that is going to be Tayron looking for the equalizer, cooking Conan alive. Nodu, suddenly Jaceless, is going down. That'll be another kill given over. Let's see who gets it. It's going to be Zenkat this time around. Rhythm going low. Good route down onto Shiganari though, because Rhythm is heavily junked. Atakan secure.
Meanwhile, Noodle was left all of his lonesome to take down the Atakan. He's going to secure it, get that XP up for the rest of the team, and now you suddenly have 2 levels up between mid lane, 2 levels up between top and jungle, and Senkax is got a little bit more knowledgeable, having 6 pages in his brand new book, Medjai's completed, and I feel like it speaks of the confidence that Senkax has walked into this game with. Diverse hasn't necessarily been the matchup that we expected to see versus Senkax, and confidence, the experience are definitely showing. Medjai is now secured, and I'm expecting Verdun to close this one out very quickly.
I think this is going to be down to Verdun making a misstep. If they're going to have any chance of losing this game, they've got such a substantial lead right now. I mean, like you said, you've already talked about the mid lane items. Almost getting to that third item to Shiganari as well. Noodle, 2 items in, and 3 levels up onto Renewal just means that Renewal not really going to do much versus him here. Black Cleaver slowly chipping away that HP. Chains of Corruption do make the connection here. Good flash from Renewal to avoid getting caught out. As in comes the Grand Starfall just to reposition, and that is Rhythm interrupted mid-ultimate. And Noodle is just 1 versus 2. Rhythm is going to go down. Noodle finds his himself the kill. Can he get the next one onto him? Hook coming in from Obstinatis. Renewal will fall. Noodle secures the double kill. That's a portal combat as Obstinatis misses the hook onto Nodu. Surfs up, bro. Nodu goes back to base and Verdant will take another tower.
Wow, it actually felt like Verdant threw so much at Rich Gang and nothing really stick. So Rich Gang felt like they had the opportunity to pull the ultimate down from Verdant and potentially get a pick, grab a shutdown, come back. It wasn't the case. He got straight into the backline, shut down the Jin. And the rest is history. Verdant very, very strong in this particular game. 12,000 gold in the lead. They're going to secure themselves a mountain soul as well. So if it wasn't easy to kill them before, it's not necessarily going to be now. And you've got levels difference, which gives up a lot of HP towards Verdant as an advantage, armor, base stats overall. But yeah, let's watch this one more time. You'll see that's a lot that's been thrown. Chain of corruption. You'll see that also Rumble ult is gonna go through. Suddenly Noodle sends it straight into the backline, doesn't actually care. While Senkax has caught diverse one more time. Still is just they're so much stronger, they're a bunch of levels up, they've got more items, and they're just sending every single fight.
Noodles just so crisp on this Pantheon, playing really efficiently. Doing so much work. Now got the third item, the Death Dance finished up for him. And then, being shadowed by Renewal, we'll be looking for this tower. The problem is you're looking for the tower and you probably will get it because no one's going to come defend it. This is giving so much time out of Verdant to secure himself vision down by the Baron, and you can see there's a massive amount of control within the jungle. That tower's lovely and it's a nice little pick up there for Conan, but this Baron, as soon as it spawns, I expect Verdant just to immediately collapse on it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily see how Rich Gang can actually...
Ich find's geil. Team Orange Gaming haut einen Fiebertraum nach dem anderen raus und ich liebe es. Ich muss sagen, so cringy immer die Videos sind, ich müsste eigentlich bei Talk anfangen. Also wirklich, es ist genau meine Art. Wenn jemand Unterstützung braucht, ne, ruft mich an, Freunde. Ich bin euer Mann.
There is just one jungle item on this smoke and it's just 58 stacks on the hard skill and Obstinatis is looking for an opening.
Noodles on the back line and in comes Senka. Immediate deletion of Ribbon. Diverse, left alone. Noodle flashes over the wall and sends him packing as Senka will secure the kill of the auto attack. Just Wing over that wall, chasing now onto Conan. I don't think Conan's really under any major threat right now, but his base down there is Verdant. You said clinical. This has been just so crisp on the side of Verdant. Inhibitor goes down. They've got the death timers for a couple of members coming up, but I didn't think Baron was necessary. Verdant being able to take down tower number 1. Tower number 2 shall be quick to follow as well off the back of that one, as the Nexus has been left bare. Nodu caught out, a little bit of damage padding coming in from the side of Verdant, but that was an unbelievably clean game. Noodle, what a return to NLC.
Absolutely. You see the players as well, and so many old and new names coming through, like Noodle was playing back in Vanir in 2022, and Senka was playing the NLC a bunch of times back and forth. However, the one thing I'm so damn excited about is the Verdant versus Los Cartones match. They both played Rich Gang, the exact same team. They both dispatched for them super quickly, super cleanly. They both had really clean games versus them. And I think finally I see a real contender. The big question is, can Verdant take Los Cartones down? I don't think we're going to find out today, but this is a very exciting question in the back of my mind.
If you were to use Rich Gang as a benchmark, there was 1 minute between Verdant and Los Cartones winning. Los Cartones did it in 24, Verdant did it in 25. Regardless, an incredibly clean game coming out from Verdant. We're going to pass it over to the Death though to break this one down. So Archer,
there wasn't a single Verdant moment. This is clean. This is it's a new page. I'm enjoying this. This team is looking sick. Okay, obviously, Pantheon, yada yada, Noodle. You brought it up, Solari. You talked to me about Noodle. Might as well talk a little bit about him. Let's close Noodle up. Yeah.
I expected things from Noodle. I gotta say, I didn't expect him to show up that massively in this game. I feel like if you look at Noodle both in this game, in this team, and just historically, what allows him to be such a good and aggressive jungler is a very strong mid laner who he knows he can rely on. And I feel like this is going to be such an important point for this team going on, because Noodle and Senkax, they have very good synergy, not in sense that, you know, they are the same player players all at the same time. They move around the map with the same goal in mind. You can see Sengax moving around a lot, of course, on the bot time all the time. And that proactiveness from him, and him just being such a safe and reliable mid laner, allows Noodle to go completely crazy on the map. But honestly, kind of expecting that to happen, I didn't expect that Noodle is going to be that good in this game.
Yeah, Noodle really took over when the fight started. They were so far ahead at this point, but regardless of what Rich Gang did, Noodle had 5,000 answers. He did have a bit of an easy game with his team, also just winning every single lane. We'll get more into that later, but once this Pantheon snowballed, he knew how to keep that snowball rolling, should I say, and he did that phenomenally. He didn't die a single time on the Pantheon, got like 11, 12 kills in the final fight, which we'll also see later. He takes no damage. Let's take it back to the beginning, because this all went wrong very quickly here. In the lane, while Noodle was just taking care of his jungle, the whole map capitulated as pretty much every single lane to the side of Vert and found a solo.
Also ich kenne ja Shippy und Shippy geht immer
It's actually insane. And like, it's probably easy to be a good jungler when all of your lanes are the winning ones, but we gotta look at the top lane because these are the two dark horses on the top lane. We have one is 18 years old, another one is 16 years old. Ivern had such a good game on this Rumble. This Jace was just not allowed to leave on the top lane.
Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, tell me that.
That highlight really showcased this point, right? The top lane is turning around the play that Rich Gang is trying to make. In the bot lane, they find a 2v2 solo kill, and I had a look in the menu as well. In the mid lane, Senkax was this close to solo killing too. So within just that 1 minute, that one extra phase, the whole momentum of the game was already decided to be heavily in Verton's favor. And they managed to take just these 2 kills and snowball it beautifully too, a 25-minute game.
Yeah, everyone was aware, everyone was on the same page as well. When you look into a team that brings in a new roster, whether or not they played well together in the past, you need to understand how they're clicking. How's the synergy? And I do believe this team has a really good synergy, where we wrap up with another one apparently, just to wrap up this one. I think this is kind of the final, because Pantheon walks in like, I'm 1v3, doesn't matter, I have full items, I don't care.
He's 3 levels ahead of the enemy jungler, he's 2 items ahead of the enemy jungler. This is the point of time in the game where Verdant are simply allowed to do whatever they want, and that's exactly what they do. They just jump into the enemy backline and end the game. Oh my god.
Oh my, the damage as well from the side of Rich Gang.
The damage
is tickling the HP bars of Verdant. The gold lead kept growing, it was insurmountable very quickly. I think Verdant, he really amped himself voluntarily into this split as a team to watch out for. This was their first game. I'm looking forward to see more.
Well, we have another one coming up, and I know everybody's starting to tune in to watch that one. But before we do it, I want to talk with someone we didn't get to talk a lot about on these replays. Shiganari is waiting for us, and we toss it to the interview. Welcome to the show. Congratulations, that was so clean. Did you feel the same? Like, that was such a clean game from you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of chill to play this game.
Okay, I'm gonna make you a question. Imagine I'm a new viewer tuning into the NLC and I see you. I'm like, okay, who are you? Tell me, who are you, Shiganari?
That's a good question. That's actually a hard question to I mean, just a random idea that been wandering through BRLs, you know, and end up in NLC. So,
and NLC is kind of a tough one, isn't it? When you look into all these nameplates. But it looks like your team is oiled. Like, the synergy is there. How long has this team been scrimming? Can you tell me?
Well, you wanna guess? First, you wanna guess?
Oof, I have 2 answers for that one. Either like a month or 2 days.
Neither of them. 4 games. Not even 5. So, can we count as a 1 day?
I guess by Kaufland kann man für einen Raum gehen. Ich meine,
okay, boss, this is looking rough. I'm gonna make you this question. I made this question in the past for the teams, and I'm going to do it to you. Obviously, this is a rough one. Imagine you and I, like, we're going out, and I see a friend of yours, which is your team, Verdant, and I need you to introduce me that team as a person, what would you say that person looks like? Verdant. What sort of person is Verdant nowadays?
Man muss irgendwas picken, was
Let's say like
creative. Irgendwas, was reliable aussieht.
Let's say in the draft meeting and stuff, so much players actually like have ideas, right, about certain champs. So it's like all over the place a bit. So it's like creative, you know.
Okay. What is your main goal in Split? Because you have a lot of experience. Your name goes around the IDLs just as
I mean, you know, finals in Copenhagen Arena sounds a bit juicy, you know, in front of the live crowd, LAN event. What could be better for a pro player than to attend the LAN?
Support,
So,
ja.
good start. That would look clean.
Es ist nicht optimal gelaufen, weil da war die
Anything you would like to
Bandbreite auch
do
einfach gut von
for the
Kaufland mit
exceeding
Nautilus
stage,
und Leona.
because
Aber ich finde, sie
next,
haben zumindest noch mal was
next
dazu bekommen.
Wednesday you're
Aurora
gonna be playing
Flankfeld
versus
hier,
LR.
Galio hat zumindest noch mal diesen Follow-up-Taunt oder kann vom
What
Himmel
should we
kommen,
expect?
wenn der Wukong drin ist. Aber sehr viel
Blood
Verantwortung
buff,
liegt für mich
probably.
wirklich auf White, dass der
I
den
mean,
ersten
I expect at least blood buff,
wirklich eine Blanc mit
fighting, a lot of fighting.
Das wäre
Yeah,
Boys.
it will be
Das ist noch schlimmer.
Yeah.
If you had to tell me one aspect, this is the final question, one aspect where your team right now could surprise LR,
dass er
what
einfach
would
in
it
deine
be?
Backline geht und seine Combo da reinhaut.
Top.
Okay, aber
I
das
think
ist auch
top.
so ein Pick, den musst
I
du irgendwie
think Daron
vorbereiten.
is
Den
like,
kannst du nicht einfach mal
he didn't
so
play a
picken.
single game, right?
Ja, also
If
Midlane
I'm
hat
not
man
mistaken, he's like full rookie. I think he will surprise everyone.
Toplane hat man den
I think
jetzt
he's
öfter
legit
gesehen,
good.
tatsächlich in den höheren Ligen. Also, aber Vladimir Mitte
I
ist das
got
Mal, als ich
some
den gesehen habe.
really
Jahre
good
her.
answers.
Also vielleicht
Shiganari, it was a
hat Random
pleasure
den
to
der
meet you.
Solo-Queue spielt,
Congratulations
den
on
Solo
this
spielen.
game.
Vielleicht hat er ihn
Thank
von
you.
früher noch prepped.
I really enjoyed this. I hope to see you again. That was a lovely conversation, boss.
Hat er an dem ganzen
you.
Draft was geändert für
See
euch?
ya.
War der jetzt der X-Faktor?
I
Für mich
love it.
tatsächlich
I
schon.
love
Also er
it,
muss natürlich
man. I
beweisen, dass er
love it.
funktioniert hat, aber wir haben die Probleme
These
jetzt
are the
angerissen.
personalities I want to meet.
Engaged.
That-
Waren
Yes,
bei den
when he
Unicorns,
said Bloodbath,
diesen
I'm like, oh, so
Sonic-Control
that is
und
like,
wenig, was du gegen ihn machen kannst. Er geht durch,
That
That
was
was
bedroht
a,
die
that was a
Backline,
great
während
start
die
for
Backline
them.
bei
I want
Kaufland
to
selber
say
auf sie
in
aufpassen kann.
right, that is a
Aber man kann sich
way
mit den
to
Champions
announce
von
yourself
schon
in.
selber
As he says
nach vorne
they've
arbeiten,
only
sich in
scrimmed
die
4
erspielen
games.
und dann die Gegner in dich
Didn't look like that.
reinforcen
It
bei
looked like they've
Objectives.
scrimmed together
Also
for quite a while.
Das wäre gut, ja.
I'm
Ich kann
gonna
mir
be
das
honest,
schon
and from
vorstellen,
what I
dass
heard
Unicorns
behind the
trotzdem
scenes,
schafft,
Tayron is
irgendwie
really someone
Objectives
to look
gute
out for
Teamfights
as
zu
well.
finden.
In terms of how he's performed in scrims,
Und der
the few
Vladimir
they've
Pick
had,
ist sehr
and
risky,
how many
weil
teams
machst
wanted
ja
him to
eigentlich gar
join.
nichts das ganze
I was
Game.
like,
Also
okay,
bis du halt auf
I
deine
hear this
Items
story
kommst,
too many times. A bit like Exo thing. I'll
ich
wait
glaube,
and
es ist
see
eine
for myself.
Aurora-Midlane,
Yeah.
die wird die ganze Zeit pushen.
I mean, in a
und
team with someone like Senkox
Also
and
es
Newton, who
ist
all have brilliant games, we're sitting here talking about the 18-year-old Turkish top laner who, played phenomenally all game, and I think that is fantastic.
Imagine having Senkox in the team, facing LR, and you say the surprise will be the top
Okay,
one.
besser als Scarface. Ich habe selten Analysten so leiden sehen.
That's phenomenal. I'm looking forward to it. It will be a fun battle, and I'm looking forward to see if they can go toe-to-toe because LR is really the benchmark. If you can back up with lots of tones and make it a close game, well then you're a good team.
Yes, then you know Denmark could be actually a travel, could be a journey, could be a vacation. I don't know. We could go to Copenhagen, but we're going into a small break before we head back into our fourth game of the day, which is going to be LR versus Venomgrass. Venomgrass, the snake, looked really menacing, but the rats have proved once and once again that they're not to be trifled with. So I'll see you soon.
Aber wenn die fällt, ist das okay, das ist wie ein Gym. Also du verschiebst dir einfach deine Frontline so weit nach vorne, dass deine Backlines, also der Backline-Lifestyle einfach schlechter von Copenhagen Green.
Warte mal, du verschiebst deine Frontline so weit nach vorne?
Das ist du spielst quasi eine Backline. Und Vladimir, wenn er auf die MF drauf hat, ist so isoliert, dass währenddessen der 4-Mann-Kopf von den Unicorns seine Backline mit auseinander.
Ich bin verwirrt.
Ja, das
war zu viele Backline.
Ja, das stimmt.
Gut, also wer ist jetzt besser?
Ich sag, der Vladimir macht nichts.
Der macht nichts? Ich sag, der macht was. Aber er wird im Early Game die ganze Zeit reingepusht. Das heißt, Zippy kann die ganze Zeit über die Map roam. Und das wiederum heißt, Botlane gewinnt.
Ich meine, das Matchup ist vielleicht gar nicht so angenehm. Vladimir ist vor allem deswegen in der Mitte nicht gerne gespielt worden, weil er den Early Push von vielen Midlane-Mages nicht matchen kann und die Reichweite. Aurora hat zwar ein bisschen Push, aber auch nicht die größte Reichweite. Du kriegst zwar immer wieder diese Short-Trades reingedrückt, die echt viel Leben abziehen, aber darüber kannst du dich ja regenerieren. Deswegen sollte die Laning-Phase eigentlich recht fein sein.
Ja, könnte durchaus funktionieren. Aber ich habe trotzdem das Gefühl, dass Simply sich immer als erstes lösen können wird. Aus dem Midlane und dann dementsprechend eben die Karte besser
mit White. Stell dir vor, das kommt so eine fette Vladimir-Ulti mit auf 5 Leute, der Dash da rein. Alle kriegen Damage, nur hat Seas vorher einmal R gedrückt.
Ja.
Keiner kriegt Damage, weil alle ein Magie-Resistenzschild bekommen.
Ja. Ich finde das immer klasse, wenn man merkt, du bist schon ein bisschen länger dabei mit dem Magie-Resistenzschild und ich denke mir, wir sind im Late-Game, bevor dieses Wort fertig ausgesprochen ist.
Ja, das stimmt. Was hast du denn gesagt?
Magic Damage Schild.
Ach so, weil das so viel kürzer ist.
Da hast du einen Punkt, ja. Da hast du tatsächlich einen guten Punkt. Ich weiß auch nicht, aber das ist, weißt du, ich verbinde auch einfach diese deutschen Spellnamen mit früher. Magie,
wo ich das gelernt habe,
Wolkendrachenseele und so.
Das war, glaube ich, noch ein Jahr vor mir.
Die Wolkendrachenseele?
Generell deutsche Namen.
Achso. Aber wir können die Zeit zumindest nutzen, um noch mal ein bisschen darüber nachzudenken, was denn abseits von Vladimir, über den wir jetzt natürlich sehr viel gesprochen haben, der Plan von Kaufland ist. Weil ich mag eigentlich die Botlane mit Corki und Rakan. Der Rakan sollte gemeinsam mit Rebel, also mit dem Sensao, auch, denke ich, immer recht gut playen können, also spielen können.
Also eigentlich haben die Unicorns 3 Winning Lanes. Das heißt, für White ist es recht angenehm. Wenn er jetzt kein Wukong wäre, wäre es noch angenehmer, weil dann könnte er sogar aggressiv diese Lanes ganken. Aber Mitte kannst du nicht angreifen, das ist ein Vladimir. Botlane wäre eine Möglichkeit, weil MF und Galio machen einfach extrem viel Schaden im Early Game. Und wir sehen, White ist auch zur Stelle, er kann auch ein bisschen mehr Schaden dazu bringen, nur Diven ist halt ein bisschen schwierig. Oder gehst du tatsächlich für den Dive, ist ja crazy.
Ja, es ist mutig. Es kann durchaus nach hinten losgehen, aber mit dem Galio kann das durchaus funktionieren. Der Taunt auf beide hat gesessen und in der CC One-It-Is to Wisdom. Nicht mal einer, der stirbt. Ich hätte erwartet, dass du auf Jessica gehst und versuchst, ihm die Wave zu denyen und 1-for-1 zu traden.
Aber ich glaube, du hast einfach gesehen, wenn du Wisdom hier triffst, kommst du raus.
Ja.
Was natürlich auch stark ist und damit hat man nämlich keinen Kill gegeben. Währenddessen ist Rebel auf der Top-Lane gewesen, hat da aber auch keinen Flash von For No Reason mitgenommen. Ich möchte noch mal kurz darüber sprechen, dass Rumble wieder aktuell
ready to rumble also as the snake will try to eat the rat alive. Venom Crest versus Los Ratones, Emu Masters, NLC, Winter Split victors as well. Facing Venom Crest, they fell off hard previously, but now they are back. They're looking good right now. It was a game versus Chaos, but they had a lot of mistakes during the interview. We heard it coming in from Kaya that this team just needs to focus and maybe they can pull it off. Duckling! Is it possible?
I want to say yes, and I need to say yes. The Danish
but you get late!
Within me. Yes, I was hoping for a bit more from Venom Crest in game 1. Yes, they won, but it wasn't as clean as I wanted if I was to be confident going up against LR. But when push comes to shove, it's 5 Danes and a Danish coach. I cannot not back the Danish coach. I kinda have to hope for something here. But the draft will be alternate, maybe they draft now, and I'll keep my eyes and ears open for what
Duckling.
Am Ende des Jahres
You're telling me your Danish faith is bigger than what Los Ratones presented until now, not only on our region, but versus the entire Europe, including LFL.
Aber es ist schön, ihn in einer Liga zu haben. Ist ein sehr
How strong is your bloodline? I think so. There was nothing there, young Padawan.
It's red, it's white, and it's Danish dynamite. And I believe that regardless of how many revs or how many star players, world winners, MSI winners, or whatever you want to call them, 31 years of tier 1 experience, the Danish dynamite stops for no one. They are in the best position when they are underdogs, and despite the big names, Venom Crest certainly underdogs in this game.
Und jetzt ist er wieder zurück. Und ich freue mich sehr, darüber zu haben. Super, super.
Never changed.
Ich mag CS total gerne.
No, Duckling, you are a gem, but you're so hard to work with and to reason with sometimes. I swear. This is Los Ratones we're talking about. Have you seen what they have to offer? And have you seen that previous game versus Chaos? Like, there is so much to still expect from Venom Crest. There's still so much to ask from them. But I gotta say, the bot lane is going to look so interesting in this matchup because we have Crowny with Reckless having this insane synergy between the two, going versus Kobe and Virgil, and Kobe was phenomenal in the previous game, considering how the game went. Still, all things considered, he was phenomenal. I think all that experience is definitely coming in clutch there to help the team out a lot. And this will be the matchup that I think we all should be looking forward to.
I agree. Bot lane should be the matchup to look forward. When you have that experience, you're talking about 31 T1 level experience coming in from the Rats. But then you look into Kobe. Kobe He is known. He has a lot of experience. Obviously, he doesn't have a Reckless with him, but what can Wendell provide towards his AD carry to protect him? We're gonna figure it out as we jump into Champion Select. Both teams with a 1 and a 0 on their right, which means at the end of the day, one will be tied up with 1 and 1, and the other one will get a 2. Beginning, Los Ratanes are expected to win, but as we jump into the Champion Select, start from level 1, keep that in mind. Rumble, Scarlet, Bee, where's the Nafi? Where's the Nafi?
Nafi and Gwen. Nafi and Gwen. Oh, there is Nafi already from Los Ratanes. Still don't want to see her despite them being on the blue side.
I don't see a lot banning Gwen. If Velia is alive, nah, don't do it. Come on, give him a chance.
Ja. In ihrem Kit wirken sie stumpf, aber sie können halt ihren Spielstil sehr gut variieren. Tatsächlich ist Galio-Support deswegen damals so broken gewesen, weil du diesen W noch einflashen konntest. Ich weiß nicht, ob du dich an die Zeit noch erinnerst, aber das war mega broken. Dieser Multi-Tone eingeflasht.
Bro, he's scoping so much.
Let me live in my delusion. Ist so ein bisschen wie
but
we're committing to.
Yeah. You know what? That's admirable, actually. Please don't change that, Clink.
Never mind. Don't give him a shield.
Weil sobald Gragas flasht...
Why are we giving him a shield? I said it in the first game. He's so unbeatable on it. But Nida is one of the most creative mid-laners
und ihn angegriffen hat. Guten alten Zeiten, als League of Legends noch Broken war und Anwendung. Apropos Anwendung, am besten Outcome sind nicht anfällig, ich wollte gerade sagen. Apropos Anwendung, das ist doch Menge Champions, die...
You know what I like you the most is your knowledge of the weirdest things in League of Legends and history rise. Even though you were terrible on the game show of Wants to be a Challenger, which was about history, man, I love your wiki. There's a wiki inside of your brain, which is lovely. Now, putting Yone versus Nemesis is not an easy task, especially when he's playing this Azir. He's clean with it. Maokai to follow it through, and now Velia is aware of what he's going to play against, so... Is this game one, like, mirror?
Almost. I mean, some things just work for Los Ratanes, and why would you want to change them? I'm looking at Venom Crest, though. This Yone is a very dangerous pick for Nitro at the moment, because if you're pulling Yone versus Azir in the laning phase, you really want to help your jungler helping out as much as possible. And Maokai definitely should be an easier pick for Gobi to pilot compared to his Poppy in game number 1. Still expecting to see something more from Gobi after the first game, but he just lanes pop, so we'll see what else he has in his pockets. And I am so jealous of you, Archon, right now. This is the 3rd pumpkin we're seeing today, and still 0 Swains that I've seen on the draft. I'm feeling.
I suffered so much until this moment, you know. The hardships provides good times. Wait, what? Really?
Die Wukong Ultimate ist zum aktuellen Zeitpunkt einfach zu stark.
Duckling, you know it.
Dass dieses Objective einfach kampflos abgegeben
I'm feeling more and more uncertain over here. The Pantheon has been so strong today, especially if they get ahead early. I mean, lots of tones. They won't be running it straight back to what they did in game 1, but the 2 main carries remain the same.
Mit dem wir werden wir erneut für Simply Poke und vor allem Wave ultet, weil das ist immer noch die Schwäche, die ich eben angesprochen hatte. Mir in die Push-Bio. Dann sein Tool dafür wenn die Wave killt, vor allem muss er flashen, dass Simply hier nicht Solo gehen kann. Auch von Wave nutzt seine Ult, um die Wave zu clearen. Man könnte meinen, Wave sind wichtig.
He's questioning it. He's asking for help at this moment. Just halfway to the draft.
He should be asking for help, because this Misfortune is of course going into Kobe's hand. He knows what he's doing, but Misfortune is a champion who requires a lot of setup on her team, and for the enemy team to not be able to distract her when she is doing her ultimate. I'm not seeing either of the two being fulfilled right now. Venomcraft still have their support to fill in, so maybe that will help Kobe a little bit, but I am uncertain about this Misfortune.
Make a support now for Venomcraft, save the top lane for last, and pick the Rumble so you have enough AP so that Maokai doesn't have to go AP. Please do that. And my hope might be a little bit bigger, because that allows the setup. You have the Yone, the Equalizer, all of that. There you go. Plan 1.
Okay. Richtig starkes Item auf ihm. Die andere ist tatsächlich Simply, der macht damit mit seiner Ulti mit so einem AOE Burn-Effekt quasi das gesamte gegnerische Team. Während allerdings auch Rebel Divine Thunder hat.
I really like that pick. I think it really helps them a lot to have a bit of the wombo combo. If you fight find the right team fight, you can definitely have an angle now. It starts, you know, tying the knot around the composition that Venom Crest want to build, and it's starting to come clearly out to me, and I'm starting to believe a bit more. Maybe we are back, baby. This is the way of esports, right? So quickly up and down. Very reactionary here. But sadly, Raggers was left open. I said it in game 1, I will say the same. He's impeccable on it. Cyan, then nothing needs to be said there. It's powerful Cyan.
That allows at least the misfortune to be left untouched during the channeling, because one of the concerns for Vel'Koz was the Gragas. Now misfortune can channel it. Okay, now... Okay, it's locked in. Solari, final thoughts.
I was hoping for Witchgang to be the team that is going to not be playing around Baus in game number 1 of Los Tones. They weren't. Venom Crest is my second pick, so hopefully they will have something else prepared for this.
Looks good. Do you have it in you, Duckling, right now? You think it's the Venom Crest, the Danish powerhouse, or whatever you're talking about? Yeah, okay.
I like the Nah, and I will say this, right? I might have been a bit less confident.
Will nochmal seine Passive abbauen, aber auch das klappt nicht. Schöner Trade und gutes Fighting der Unicorns.
Trotzdem, die Lebensbalken sind zu niedrig, die Reset-Timer von Copenhagen United zu gering, sodass sie den Drachen nicht machen können. Und es sogar so sein könnte, dass tempotechnisch Copenhagen United gleich sogar sagen, sie können diesen Drachen bespielen. Denn die Spieler von Unicorns sind komplett in der Basis.
Aber schauen Sie sich das so much for that. He was ready to go off on the Copian take. Trouble has been replaced by a curse to Doll. Everything about this is so cursed, man. That is so funny. That is honestly shutting Duckling down before he could take the most coach take ever.
He couldn't even say a single word.
Mechanisch fantastisch. Also hier
he didn't even get his jacket off in time. We just cut him off before he could say a word.
We couldn't even hear the D on Denmark, you know? Like, we didn't even get the essence.
I'll give you the short form version of what Duckling was going to say. Yada yada yada, Denmark, yada yada yada, Copian. And we are into game. Los Ratones versus Venom Crest. Now, let's come in with the real takes. There's a lot of faith we obviously have in Los Ratones, but I like this draft from Venom Crest. I'm going to be real with you. It's not a bad draft at all. Nameplate's off. I'm quite excited.
Alright, things that scare me when you play versus Los Ratones versus things that actually look pretty good. Number 1, Baus on Cyan. You kind of gave the guy who made his name on this champ his champ. Number 1. Number 2, Nemesis on Azir. Very damn scary. I think he's so confident on the champ. And I talked a little bit about Indiana's about the ego of Nemesis in a very good way, as he's like probably one of like the best laners we have in NLC, and a lot of people agree. And the LEC as well. He's very, very strong in terms of lane phase. However, that bot lane for Venom Crest is so damn strong. Misfortune, an AD check the Jhin, and you also have Leona into Rakan as a straight up counter pick. In the Rakan, you get to trade really hard with Misfortune. So the top side belongs to Los Ratones for sure for me. But the bot side has a lot of room to play around.
Yes, absolutely. See how the junglers kind of play this one out. Again, we've got a lot of Pantheon today. Pantheon in every game so far, Trouble. It's been a major pick for the junglers today. And honestly, even in the loss, it looked pretty good. Like, Pantheon's been incredibly solid today. Velia, you know, one of our better junglers in the league. Piloting a very, very aggressive champion. Now, I did say this in game number 1. Pantheon does nosedive. If snowballed, great. It's a bit like LeBlanc in that sense. Well, like, if you get ahead on one of those champions, you can 1v9 a game. Velia, had they put the performance in, we saw in our last game. Right now, Los Ratones' bot lane are getting bullied pretty heavily, and you talked about this actually to me off air, but and it's a bit of a stat checker for Jhin.
And so is Jhin as well. Like, Jhin is technically a stat checker in the early game. However, you have to straight up counter pick on the support, as I said earlier right here. So Reckless walks forward, you jump onto Crowny, and Nox and Baus right here are going toe-to-toe. As you will see on the bottom right of your minimap as well, both junglers are going to be piloting towards that side of the map, which is a very strong suit if you are Kobe and Wendell. you want your jungler to end up towards the bot side. However, due to the nature of the matchup, Velia will be done first.
Der
When
hinterläuft das so
Wendell
ein bisschen.
really
Also du
needs
wärst
to
in der
cover
3
the
gegen 3
Firebirds
Situation.
right
Ich glaube, die
there
gewinnst du nicht.
for any form of wraparound from
Woodpecker
Velia
Planning
towards
hat
the bot
nicht
side of the map. And they also need to be
Knockout
ready
gegen
to allow
allerdings schon und
Gooby
der Torn
to
wieder
get
einmal klasse,
priority
der
into that
Fokus
river.
klar.
Very
Der
nice
Heißbuch
reason
stirbt
from Velia.
trotzdem
Go
an
back,
Simply.
buy items.
Sehr viel besser gemacht,
sehr
von den Unicorns wieder.
Taking a very aggressive stance there. I think he was thinking about flashing on Doxy. Just keeps landing those E's onto him, gets the slows, pops the W, forces Doxy to flash. And like you said, Velia is now heading topside. Flashless is going to be very exposed. Nemesis able to shuffle away from Wendell's Zenith Blade. I think we're about to see some action here on the top side, although Baus may lose his life before that even happens. Doxy gets the kill onto him, but Baus is going to look to try and run him down. Not going to find the window, as Doxy will stop the zombie form down. Meanwhile, in the bot side, Reckless able to jump on to Kobe, as now we're going to see Gooby jumping in onto Reckless. Reckless able to escape that play though. A lot of disjointed plays across the board. Top side, there's still some action breaking out though, as Wendell does Zenith Blade back in. They do get a bit of damage onto Doxy, but he's able to escape with his life.
I feel like Gooby was a little bit overzealous right there. There's no way, even if you dive or hand with flash, he has flash, he has W, he's just a sleeper champ. You actually have to basically layer the CC so flawlessly between the Leona and the flash. Twisted advance from Gooby to make that play work, but now it's a flashless Maokai and he's taking nothing from that one. Rather than a kill from Reckless. Topside got a little bit punished because Doxy actually breathing for the wave and got jumped on by Velia, which will then return deprive Gooby of his Raptors. Unless he can smite that one away. I mean, his smite is pretty powerful,
Yeah, was able to put that one up. Baus doing Baus things here and getting the proxy off. A bit of a pain. Nemesis slowly but surely getting whittled down by Niter. Has got the key 3 charged up, so Nemesis needs to be careful. Is gonna be able to dodge that knockup?
I guess so.
It's just constant back and forth in this mid lane. Now Gooby invading into the chicken camp. This time Velia is able to secure it.
Yeah, he's already smiting his own Raptors, right? But it shows you how strong that bot lane is. They're literally wrapping around.
Yeah, they are looking for them, but you said it, slippery. It's so hard to pin a Rokan down. Jumps in, gets the work done. Crowny finds himself a little bit caught. Wendell takes the 4th shot though. Venom Crash not under any real threat. You get the heal off from the Gleaming Quill, and now Hobby needs to be careful. He's going to dodge away. The knockup lands in. Crowny's got 4th shot available. I don't think it's enough to finish the kill. As Wendell has to flash away to safety. Velia now here.
I feel like Wendell has been pressing.
Oh,
he's going to find
here
it!
he comes.
Oh,
He gets the kill! Bow! Beautiful knockup! Onto one! Velia secures the next one! Lost Ratones find their kill!
Level 6, reset into send it down bot lane, catches both Kobe and Wendell under their tower with super low HP. And that's what I was alluding to. I'd like to see Wendell not press E every time he comes off of cooldown. Not every trade is a good trade, especially when you're super low on mana. And I feel like right there, Crowny and Reckless super hard capitalize onto that one. Baus, there's no way he's dying anytime soon right here. He's level 6, he's level 4, level 5. This is the BF, so he's going to lose way too much underneath his tower. So this is going to be the nuisance that he is. Meanwhile, Lost Ratones have swapped. What was the bottom of
Well, Niter tried for the all-in there on Nemesis. Nemesis able to send him packing. Wendell still continuing to be an irritant to Baus. Baus already picked himself up 2 plates on the bottom side. Lost Ratones aren't looking to give this dragon for free. They're not going to hard commit for it, but they were looking to just be a bit of a nuisance. Plates now secured. Doxy able to dodge away on the deadly flourish as Crowny continues to apply pressure. And Baus just going to happily hold this wave underneath the tower. Gonna get that knock up, clear the wave. Easy as you like. Gets the reset off as Nemesis. Able to escape Niter's all-in once again.
Yeah, that's some beautiful macro play, right? That's what makes Lost Ratones who they are right now, because they are playing so flawlessly around the map, the way they manage to pressure through Baus, the ultimate down bot lane into Crowny and Reckless instantly do something, going straight towards the top side of the map, securing the void grabs, playing aggressive into enemy jungle, Raptors taken away by Velia again. He's going to secure that level 6. He might look for a dive to the top side of the map. He's going to try to take that red buff. However, Gooby and Wendell are going to be there just in time. Just the sheer pressure of just entering the jungle, taking control, sitting down the vision, resetting, forces teams to chase them around the map. And that's just gold has already been created for the sort of
We're seeing as well the swaps coming in. Baus able to escort the wave underneath the tower. Probably could have taken an extra plate, but he wants to get that reset in and head back towards this matchup.
What's this though? Venom Crest bot lane has a swap into the top side. What does Lost Fighters do? They wait in that tri bush, they reset, and they're gonna play towards the bottom of the map. Or
no,
they go into the fight. Kill.
Cobby goes down, Grand Starfall was on point, and now Wendell finds himself in the curtain call. Dodging away quite efficiently here. Fourth shot makes the hit, and there's the spear from Velia to dunk the kill down. Lost Ratones take exactly what they wanted.
Oh, that was so well played. They were resetting in the dry brush, but when they saw Comet and Wendell overextend, they decided to stay to punish for the double kill instead. 2 kills onto Velia right now. 2-0, 600 gold up. And we did see in the previous game what happens when a Pantheon gets ahead, especially in the early game. Just one more time, they were actually resetting. You see Baus was heading towards the top side of the map as well, but they did see kills on their sides. They had Velia diving in from the sky with that Pantheon ult as well, and capitalizing on Wendell here as well. Very well played. A little bit of a sacrifice onto tempo, if you will, but 2 kills in the bank. I'm pretty sure it's going to be worth it.
Oh, they're sitting very happy off the back of that one. And again, it feels like Venom Crest are behind the lane swap every time that Lost Ratones move their bot side somewhere else. Kobe and Wendell are just not there to answer, so Doxy getting pushed behind. Is Baus dead? Oh, he does that. He does that. It's part of his MO, really, isn't it?
That is true. Listen, I was just thinking, like, just of an anime, Baus was a side character. He would be such an interesting side character. He wouldn't be the MC. The MC would have to be like some loud guy who's like all in every time, but like he would be probably the best side character that an anime could ever create.
He's the main character, what you're talking about. We're actually having a replay on the bottom side of our screen of Baus getting caught out. As, he's able to grab himself another plate in the meanwhile. And this fight just went on for ages. We're currently watching Baus fighting in 2 different screens right now. He's actually in real danger. No flash available to him. Doxy has that flash that he can just chase after. Baus just flashes over the wall. Doxy's got I think he got away with it. There's no way he pulls that escape off again.
What a fantastic escape. However, talking about escape, Gooby is looking, he's thinking about the R.
Brownie has that cleanse, has that flash, he's going to get caught out. Xenoblade comes in, there's the bullet time, he's going to get cancelled out. 3 ultimates for a flashing cleanse.
Wow, that was literally the tip of Leona. With that tip right there, just about off. And it's not going to result into anything. However, the very crucial part is that 1:20 again. Late Jin into Leona, Yone, and Maokai not having flash cleanse. Really costly. Let's see. Venom Crest are actually going to capitalize. The reason they're going to come coming through. 1 minute on the map. And I'm seeing Wendell will head towards the top side of the map. They could potentially look to play for the Void Graph to not take 6 away. Lost Ratones, we do know Baus on the side lane and what he can do. Giving 6 away, your towers are going to start really getting.
Looks like everybody's coming in though. Crowny and Reckless have gone for the reset, so I'm looking to move over. I think Venom Crest is just going to have to give this up. The question is are they going to get that second dragon under their belt? This grub cap is going down so fast with the Azir in the area. They probably have time to move over in time. You can see that Crowny and Reckless have just redirected their appearance and moved over towards that mid side so they can pressure here on the bottom. And try for this dragon number 2. This will be the feat of strength upgrade for the side of Lost Ratones if they can grab this dragon, and it looks like they're going to contest it.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to play towards that bot side of the map. You've got Bloodthirster onto Kobe, onto this Misfortune. Summoners up and available. Unfortunately, you do not have item for Nitro, which really makes Yone what he is as a champion and makes him super strong on the spike. He's great. that one item, he can start trading, he can start diving backline. However, it's not going to be the case. From the other side, Los Ratones do have their first items completed. This is for everyone joining. Faust is going to push down that wave and head towards that bottom of the map. So it's a 4 versus 5 in favor of Los Ratones, and Doxy has got a long way to go until he reaches the bot side.
That's it. Scooby's caught. Cool comes out, and that's going to be the shot to secure the kill. Reckless interrupting onto Kobe. There's the shuffle back. Caught out by Niter. They trade out, but Bounce finds the knock-up. Wendell's low. Kobe's low. Crowley secures the kill. Good little interrupt on Reckless trying to jump in as the Grand Starfall makes its way over. Can they find their mark? Niter trying to get a bit of additional damage out. It's not going to be enough to secure a kill, but Los Ratones will get the Dragon off the back of that one. The tempo is very much theirs.
Yeah, and I just want to give context right here. That was a Yone with no items, and he looked super scary. Imagine if that was a play for Ricky Niter could potentially change how this fight went. I was going to head over the top of the map. Doxy has taken all but one Terry plating off of that top lane tower, and I feel like Venom Crest again. This is where teams become from good great when you suddenly get out of that spectator mode and you do have your play done. However, we talked with the players before as well, and we don't necessarily know how much practice they've had together as a team, particularly from Venom Crest. All 4 Terry platings are going to go over to Doxy onto that Nard. Behind him goes Seal for Doxy. But again, for Venom Crest, I feel like it was a little bit of a thorn right there. Just not completed the routine. Or Niter, but you have even to strength away and then second down.
Los Ratones did give up a lot of tempo on the map. You can see they're currently kind of scrambling around the map, trying to figure out their lane assignments after sorting that one out, but they haven't given up first Tower Blood yet, although it looks like Nemesis may be able to catch that in on bottom side. Niter's been interrupted on his way in to the lane. So they are going to back off though. Too many people starting to collapse towards that bot lane and towards Nemesis. So Faust under fire. Doxy will be able to finish up this tower nice and easily. Just going to quickly get a chunk onto the wave, force it back, and Doxy can't take the tower yet.
Yeah, a little bit later here from Venom Crest, trying to take some control of the jungle. Would have loved to see this when the Dragon was actually up. They're looking for a Hex Flash onto the Jhin.
Oh, Crowley, he's got that cleanse. He's had to use it already inside the bullet time. Finds himself in danger, but Wendell chunked out. There's the Deadly Flourish. Curtain has been called, and Wendell has been sniped. Beautiful shot coming in from Crowley. In comes Reckless with the 2-man knockup. Los Ratones are just so hard to catch out.
Crowley burns his cleanse, but most importantly, gets out of dodge alive. And what an unfortunate event, the twisted advance and went right through the bullet and killed Wendell. Oh, that's been so unfortunate. Meanwhile, Velia has found himself sometimes not only take those flowers off of Gooby's jungle, but also his blue buff. Los Ratones all over the map, 4,000 now. The gold lead for the rats. Usually the snake eats the rat, but in this particular case, there's too many rats to handle.
Big old rat, this one. Nemesis. He's been struggling to close out on the wave, though. Niter with that Bork, gonna jump in. Nice little shuffle back. Reckless is here, though, to buy the time and save the day. Catch up onto Niter. And Nemesis is able to back off. Grand Starfall committed here from Velia. Niter has the knockup. Is going to catch it up onto Baus, but Baus finds the knockup onto Wendell in the middle of all of this. Teleport coming in as well from Doxy. Deadly Flourish makes its connection. Baus flashes away. Solar Flare lands onto one. Gooby finds himself in danger. That's going to be one already. 4 Los Ratones. In jumps Nemesis and secures himself the kill. Doxy trying to make a run for it. Zenithblade makes his connection as Velia slides in once again. Double kill for him. Reckless finds the knockup onto 2. And Los Ratones find the ace. It's triple kill for Velia. Down goes the tower. This team is looking so clean.
So huge on this Pantheon. 2.6 thousand gold up. And they played this perfectly. You know why? Because Kobe didn't have his bullet time. They knew they could funnel through that choke point because Doxy was Mininar. Kobe didn't have ult. Gooby didn't have ult. Venomverse were missing key components to fight this Tribrush. Let's go one more time. Niter, first of all, misses ultimate way too early onto Nemesis. And this is how the Azir versus Yone matchup works. You're gonna ult one, the other one's gonna ult out, you're gonna ult your way. Reckless to Slippery together with Nemesis onto this Azir. Velia's then gonna come in. The TP committed by Bowser to cut them off at the Stride Bush. And if you look at the key component ultra here, they're all missing. Cobb is going to come through it, and suddenly you see it's starting to look pretty good, but there is no bullet time. There's been chances for such a great bullet time right there, but you don't have it. You do not have the Mega Gnar, and Los Ratones are taking complete advantage of those cooldowns missing from the sort of Venom Crest.
What a knock-off as well. Reckless has been so clean. As now we are looking at Reckless being chased down for the quickness.
You almost ditched him.
He's so hard to do it, and that is going to be the kill. On to Wendell. The curtain has been called for Gooby. Able to evade one shot, but not the third. Brownie kills another kill. 8-0 on the Jin. He has had an absolute cracker of a day.
I was about to say from downtown, but Baus came from uptown. All the way from that top lane on the flank all onto Sion. You're right. Crownie has looked invincible on this Jin. And even though their laning phase early on didn't look the best, however, Doxy, 1 second, caught here.
Nice little knockback, but immediately gets himself caught out. Beautiful deadly flourish. Nemesis secures the kill. Baus has got a bit of danger here. Or is it Nita who's in danger? Chunked out. Baus looking for the kill, but Wendell makes his way over. CC layered. Kill secured. Baus chases onto Nita, although Nita has the knock up. They find himself a little bit of extra CC. That's just going to clear the wave. Wendell stopping him from getting the cannon.
Titanic Hydra right there helps clear out the wave. Double tap as well. As Crownie and Reckless take mid lane tower. Velia is taking care of that bot lane. Pushed it out. Off to the Dragon. It's going to be the second one for Los Ratones. And again, I feel like we've talked about this way too often, but I feel like it's worth mentioning the fact that not a lot of people have played or practiced around how Baus likes to play the game.
Was ich immer wieder einfach über das mangelnde Setup jetzt schon Draft.
Ich fand's sehr schön, weil war so glücklich. Look at the deep wards in the bottom jungle of Ruby. Mid lane tower, gone. Mid lane wave, pushed. Top lane wave, pushed. Everything else on the map belongs to Los Ratones. When you see one or more members committed on to killing Baus. And Baus is playing those sort of champions that are so slippery that can actually earn so much time for your team to make plays across the ring. And that's exactly what he does here with Sion. Although, I will say, that's not the Sion I'm used to, man. He changed. That's not full AD Sion.
Yeah, true. I mean, Overlord Bloodveil gives AD, I guess. So they are looking for something. Velia actually finding himself a little caught out, puts up the W. There's going to be the knock-up onto multiple members. Curtain Call comes out. Bullet time kind of wasted. Baus teleporting in. They find an interrupt onto a couple of people. That's going to be a good shuffle back as Nemesis scores the kill. Grand Starfield forward. Velia jumps in. CC's too thick. And Los Ratones.
Jetzt habe ich's. Amumu Support.
I mean, we're not surprised, are we, really? These guys have been so clean. Oh, Kobe, caught out, deadly flourish, instant turnaround, and he is popped by Baus. Doxy gets the transform, gets the knockback, and Crownie four-shots him into the ace.
Yeah, Los Ratones so dominant for yet another game. 2-0 most likely on the day, and that's what you're expecting, right? Winter Split champions, EMEA Masters champions, coming through absolutely breezing through that day one. And let's watch this one more time. I feel like there's so much miscommunication going through for Venom Chris right here. Billy doesn't have his ultimate available, but on the side of Wendell does. Now Bullet Time went into the absolute void as well. There wasn't any CC to stick down, and then when the Maokai ult came in, Azir was also on the flank at that time. Velia is gonna flank around. Nobody has to flash out. It's just like there's not much coordination to try and pin one member down, and everyone from Venom Chris commits onto that. Of course, huge influx in gold in Los Ratones' pockets has a lot to do with that, because it just sends in every time another entire item up. That has a lot to do with it. However, if you won't commit onto one play, come back into the game, you have to commit onto one champion and actually send it to try and get those shots.
Fortune wurde auch ständig bedroht. Also sobald die Ulti gerückt hat,
Venom Crest down
irgendwas
konnte man auch nicht aufhalten.
An absurd amount of gold for a game that's only 21 minutes in. Baron hasn't even spawned, and they have no towers outside of their base. Los Ratones closed out their first game versus Chaos incredibly fast, and looks like not too much is going to be changing this time around. Venom Crest, and not a bad roster as well, so it kind of shows you that, you know, Lost Returnists just don't feel a threat by anybody. In jumps the fight. Doxy's going to jump over as well. Gets himself the two-man gnaw back. Good ultimate comes in for the shutdown onto Velia. The problem is Nemesis is on the back line, and Kobe's being stack checked, run down. Crowley throws down the curtain call. 1 kill, 2 kill in the bag.
Lost Returnists with a double kill to finish that one. Look on the bot side of the map. Baus has a wave. He can push down that inhibitor tower. Another wave crashing into that mid lane. Meanwhile, Reckless and Nemesis are keeping Doxy busy. This is going to be a triple wave push coming through from Lost Returnists, and that's exactly what needs to be studied. The triple wave push into the play when you're ahead to solidify your victory. And Baus right here is going to join his team. Reckless and Crowny are not too far behind. They're going to look to take that second inhibitor. However, Venom Crest just spawned. Baus.
He's going to get himself in a bit of danger, able to flash away from all of the CC. Doxy maybe trying to chase forwards, but the healing comes in for the Quill. Baus slowed down by the boulder toss. Solar Flare not available to Wendell yet. In comes the teleport. Venom Crest see this is their best opportunity to get some shutdowns and get a kill, but now they're going to find the damage on to Gooby. Here's Dux. Crowley gets himself the kill. Wendell making a runaway is now in jumps Reckless. Doxy could find himself under fire. Crowley gets a double. That's going to be Doxy running away as well. It's a triple kill. Gifted over to Crowley. He just continues to chase forward. They're going to find the lockdown onto this Misfortune. A little bit too quick to catch. Niter trying to find a kill onto one, but can't find that knock up. They get the lockdown. They get the shove back, and Niter is going to be able to escape just about. But with the rift held up, it looks like Lost Returnists have got this in the bag. Baus jumps in onto the fountain. That's the lockdown onto Copy as he is dunked. Crowley finds the kill. It's a dancing herald. Lost Returnists are back in full force.
Exactly what was expected by the Winter Split and India Masters champions. Coming back into the NLC, absolutely breezing through that day one, both of their games. I just want to give a huge shout out to the unsung hero, Reckless. Died 0 times, and I think he had very close to 100% kill participation, and it's so easy to lose the small details, especially when you're playing support and your early carry like Frank has been popping off the entire day. So easy to overlook someone like Reckless, but his performance in this particular game, chef's kiss.
Honestly, it was an impeccable Rakan game. If anyone's getting MVP for that game, it's Reckless. He played superb. We're going to pass it over to the death though to break that game down to Archer.
Schwules Couple.
Hi Duckling, how are you doing?
I'm having a very good day as an average viewer who's definitely not wearing a Denver jersey right now. I thought it was a great little game. I'm XDDing in chat. I love the rats. I'm happily cracking around there. Absolute disaster. I had nightmares. This wasn't a nightmare. I was awoken from the nightmare, then put right back in, and then I was like, this was torture. I'm sorry. This was painful. I mean, this was waterboarding or some crazy stuff. This was unbelievable. Let's start from the highlights, right? Because Baus was peak Baus this game, and that's what happens when you get inside, right? He was unbelievable, getting solo killed, and then, Solari, you can talk about what he did in the back.
Listen, when we were discussing it behind the scenes, what Archer said is really nice, is that every mistake that you make against Lost Returnists is very expensive, and it gets more expensive the further you go into the game. But the most expensive mistake for Venom Crest here was giving this Baus, this Cyan Baus. He's just rolling in there, and it's like, you are supposed to be safe at this point as Venom Crest to recall back to your base. You're not safe at any point on the map if there is Baus, especially if he's on Cyan.
It's scary because you're under your turret. It's so early in the game. Everybody's like level 4, level 5 boss. You think you're safe? You think I care about ADA? And I'll chase you to the fountain and I'll die killing you. This guy is scary. I think when we got Baus joining in pro play, it was like having this idea of how to play top lane, yada yada, with it's a good death. And now he realizes what good deaths are. I'm getting scared because his marker is upgrading. This guy has no ceiling. I'm scared of Baus, to be honest. And also team fights. I think we need to highlight those, Duckling. Yeah.
Just before. Like the only thing on top of this game. We have been solo killed once in lane. Doxy though thought he had found his moment, and Baus just shows his macros is still very good. This is a fun one. Look out for the blast cone, and then, I mean, it's just peak League of Legends. There is no other way to describe it. He might be Swedish, but even I have to praise this. It's just so fun. And that's the fun part over. Now we can get into the painful part for me, the team fighting, because yeah, Lost for Jones.
There's one video of Baus talking about team fighting and how you should look into your HP bar and cooldowns. If you're low on HP and you're low on cooldowns on your team fight, just step away for a second and then join in. There's always something more you can provide instead of recalling and then saying good luck boys. Like that vision is also translated to the entire team and the way they space. I think Reckless is the king of that. When he engages, he goes back, gets some time, goes in. Trouble was highlighting it. I'm giving you props by the way, Trouble. So don't attack me please. Oh, look at Nemesis reflexes. Yeah, see ya. What? He had no vision on. What?
Great reflexes, and the most important thing this does is buy them time, right? Because this is actually Venom Crystallization. It turns into a Lost Returns loop because Baus TP'd in on the flank, Venom Crest weren't expecting it, and now they are on the back foot. I think this fight was close. I want to keep my eyes on Dox here. I thought he was very close to potentially turning the fight, but you know, the target selection of Lost Returns was phenomenal. Nemesis, brilliant as well.
And it goes back to spacing, right? Because you can see how much peeling Reckless, Baus, and Vilja are doing in this team fight for Crowley and for Nemesis, but mostly for Crowley, always making sure there is enough space between the enemy team and that there is enough space for the carries to do what they have to do, which is what you can see on your screens right now, deal all that damage.
I always said this, and I think Jhin is not an easy champion to play with because you have to have a lot of tactic and knowledge and map awareness. And somehow Crowley pulled it up 2 times in a row with the cleanest possible gameplay. It is absurd what Los Ratones are doing, and it's even scarier when you look from Winter Split to Spring Split Day 1. I think they look even harder to beat, so good luck to all teams you have to face Los Ratones, the XTD squad. But meanwhile, talking about that, we have one of them waiting for the interview. It's the return of Crowley, if I believe it's correct. There you go, welcome back, Crowley, long time no see. Man, your team... Come on, man, you guys can't get better than this. This is looking menacing. This is looking menacing for the NLC. Tell me something. EMEA Masters, you got it in the bag. What's the first feeling? I didn't get to talk to you, so how are you feeling with that?
Yeah, it was definitely not an easy tournament. I think we ramped up. I think the Supermassive series taught us a lot. And after that, it got easier. But I think we all learned a lot. And yeah, it's been great.
Tell me something, Crowley. I've been noticing time and time again. Looks like the synergy between you and Reckless is just on peak level. It's like on a millisecond of going in, when to go back. How is the communication when you have those team fights? Do you even talk? Or it's just like, you know each other so well right now, you just click?
I mean, we definitely talk, but since we've played at a pretty high level, and he also played, he was like the best AD carry in Europe for so long, obviously he knows what I need, like in lane and in fights, so I mean, yeah, he makes my job easy, pretty much.
It definitely feels like it. Tell me something, we're talking about team fights and the way you punish the enemy. Every single time you guys take a team fight, it's not only because it's a team fight. Everybody's aware of when to join in and what to take afterwards. People like to win team fights and then recall them by items. No, there's always an objective. So what's the vision when you take a team fight? How do you decide this is a good one, we shouldn't fight this one? Like, that map awareness of when to punish.
I think Nemesis and Reckless do a very good job at tracking enemy sums, so we are aware like, who has flash and who doesn't, so we can see when people are overstepping, and like on the bot fight we had a good Baus TP as well, or we knew they don't have flash when Baus ulted them bot lane, like we knew Leona has no flash. Like on the first dive where we killed Murph and Leona, so I think we're just very aware of what like summoners there is and what the potential plays on the map. Yeah.
So obviously the team is looking clean, probably the toughest so far, and I think a huge improvement has been, and I know there's a big meme and all that, but the way Baus is now playing with the team, like every single time he's TPing, he's not saying he has TP on cooldown and farming the mid wave. So how is it playing with this team improved boss.
I mean, I think him and Velia's growth in just a few months has been amazing. Like, to go from pretty much not playing competitive at all to winning EU Masters, and it's not an easy change to go from like playing mostly solo queue to playing competitive, because the game is very different. So I think they're both doing amazing because of everyone helping them and because they're so willing to learn. So yeah.
Aber jetzt ist halt wirklich
congratulations on this one. I don't see a team taking a game right now, aside from the Quinn incident. We don't talk about that. That has been deleted for the VODs. But congratulations, Crowny.
Thank you.
Hope to see you again and good luck for the next day. It was clean.
Thank you.
I like it. They know. They are aware of what they need to do. It's scary. It is scary. I think Los Ratones are like here and everybody's just climbing to get to where they are, but as soon as you get to that level, they're already above. They're not stopping.
Yeah, that's the thing about them though. They have been good from the very beginning, but they have been improving so much. Like those little things that you saw them having in the previous split, they're completely gone in this one. They're so much clearer, and that is scary because how much further can they go?
It is unbelievable, right? Because normally you have like a stationary point of this is where we need to reach, but all the teams trying to catch up to Los Ratones. Los Ratones might be here right now, but next week they'll be here, and here, and here. Like, they will keep improving. They're not standing still and accepting, we are good, but we could be better. Like, no, we might be the best team in the league by a mile right now, but let's make it 2 miles, 3 miles. And all the other teams have to make up that ground somehow, and it's really hard to see anyone do it. I mean, we have some candidates who are qualified to give it a shot. They are the undisputed raid boss in the league, and so far no one has been able to even take any hit points away from them.
As we're getting ganked by Warwick, Doctor, can you imagine if they were Danish? That would be cool.
Dude, I would have bought all them birds. I would have bought all them birds. I would have painted the walls, Lost Ratones. Like, I would have done everything already, but sadly, they have 2 sweets. And wow! I'm sorry, I love Lost Ratones. I'll make that very clear. I'm a big XDD myself. The pride they have bought on the region is, you know, out of this world. But if they had a Dane or 2, my hype would have been 10 times more.
It is what it is, but it's also time for the last game of the day of Group A on day 1. Keep in mind, this is seeding stage, so it's a best of 1 to get the seeding towards playoffs. Yeah, that's the way we roll, by the way. To talk about that, let's roll into a small break before we head on Verdant versus Chaos. Don't go anywhere, I'll see you soon.
Die Ari noch oben drauf, das heißt, du hast einen hervorragenden Backline-Dive, du hast eine hervorragende Mobility. Die gefällt der Draft Kaufmann bisher so gut, wirklich.
Das Einzige, was fehlt noch im Kaufmann, ist irgendein Lockdown für Zeri. Also, Genua muss hier irgendwas spielen, was Zeri reliable ziehen kann.
Oder Wisdom vielleicht mit einer Leona oder so?
Stimmt, die sind auch noch offen, aber die muss man halt draußen.
Ja, also man hat tatsächlich nicht so viele Optionen. Wenn man heißer spielt, dann möchte man meistens einen Midi-Support haben.
Ah, okay.
Aber du hast ja schon Maokai, ne, wenigstens.
Ja, genau. Aber ich glaube, also ich denke mal, wir rechnen jetzt trotzdem mit einem Nautilus-Leona-Band oder mit einem davon, damit die Unicorns selber mit einem der beiden Picks gehen können. Fairerweise, ich sehe Zeri irgendwie fast immer auch mit einer Lulu zusammenspielen, aber Enchanter sind halt selten.
Also man kann, glaube ich, auch Milo Support spielen, aber meistens sieht man eine Zeri Lulu oder sogar eine Yumi.
Oh ja. Zum Glück noch nicht in der Prime League aufgetaucht in diesem Jahr. Das kann sich aber natürlich ändern. Der Champ ist viable. Auch Milio vielleicht noch eine Option. Jetzt gucken wir auf den ersten Band. Das ist Nautilus, wie wir prediktet haben. So Nautilus, die Leona werden jetzt vielleicht Bands, die beide bei den Unicorns fallen.
Ich habe gerade einen komplett wilden Gedanken, der mir eigentlich nicht gefällt, aber ich muss ihn mal mit euch teilen. Es ist ja immer noch ein starker Engage und Backline-Dive, den Kaufmann. Ich habe Raum ist auch noch offen. Ja. Hier gibt es eine Welt, wo man sagt, ey, wir ballern da jetzt, wir haben einen Victor, Front to Back, Zeri wartet ein bisschen, wir ballern den Braum rein und wir spielen nicht auf dem ersten eigenen Engage, sondern wir lassen uns Engage, überfahren euch dann.
Also meinst du der Braum für welches?
Für Unicorns, ja.
Also das finde ich ein guter Call. Braum ist tatsächlich noch offen in der Series. Ja. Dieser Liga ist anscheinend Braum ein super starker Pick. Also vielleicht nimmt man den jetzt hier sogar raus, wenn man auf der Seite von offen ist. Und Leona ist tatsächlich noch offen. Also man hat einen Mini-Support hier für Kaufmann noch available.
Vielleicht, ich glaube, sie haben selber für die Leona. Das wirkt für mich so, wenn du Nautilus bannst und Poppy und nicht die Leona, so ein bisschen, als würden sie auf R4 jetzt gerne selber die Leona nehmen. Ist so ein bisschen mein Eindruck.
Aber dann würde man doch eher Leona bannen und dann Nautilus nehmen.
Ach, vielleicht. Ja, aber ich meine, das ist vielleicht auch Präferenz. Ich glaube, der ist schon eine ziemliche Leona-Legende.
Leona bannen? Auf der Seite auf dem Kaufland.
Lulu auch. Also
ich glaube, sie hatten ich denke mal, sie hatten eine ähnliche Idee, dass sie nicht das Risiko haben wollen, wir wollen nicht gegen diese Leona spielen. Darum nehmen sie jetzt selber raus. Was jetzt aber Tür und Tor vielleicht für den Braum ist.
Ja, ich glaube auch. Also Braum ist High Prio jetzt vielleicht trotzdem der Milio nochmal eine Option. Und ansonsten...
Also Braum ist nice, weil... Also Braum...
Und nein. Macht Sears das auch? Er pickt auch Pike! Der zweite heute!
Zeri, Pike, haben wir das nicht schon im Eintracht gesehen oder so damals?
Ja, aber ich sehe zu viele Pikes hier aktuell bei uns in der Liga. Ich krieg Albträume.
Also man braucht auf alle Fälle irgendwie so einen 80 Damage Share oder Toplane, irgendwas, was C mitbringt. Also es kann wieder die...
ist nur Hammer.
Wurde blockt oder nicht?
Nein.
Ja, ich hab das blockt.
Blitzcrank wäre
das Game 3, ne? Da kommt ganz Cheesefix.
Der wird gelockt. Blitzcrank ist da. Was kann man alles hucken? Naja. Ja, Zeri, Victor.
Ja, fast alles eigentlich.
Javan will's nicht hucken, oder? Dann steht er plötzlich in dir drin.
Ja, mit dem Silence, dann der Hook. Okay. Dann der Maokai, Charm von Ari.
Welcome back to the last game of the day. It's going to be Verdant versus Chaos, where I present you Hype and Bloodbath.
Am besten
has been the word of the day.
Verdant versus Chaos, let's go! Match 5 of day 1, play day 1. Spring split seating stage. Verdant looked so good. I never thought I would say this in clean with no mistakes on the first game versus Rich Gang, but Chaos have to fight again. In Newsflash, it's going to be Zonin in the mid lane and Vayu on the top lane on this one. Duckling, you were telling me like a lot of news in the Wikipedia that goes on your brain with it's. I think it's like Denmark knowledge and then NLC knowledge.
Danish knowledge, NLC knowledge. It's like a flip between.
So bring the knowledge. Come on, come on.
Yeah. I think the main thing we want to highlight here, right, is the mid lane matchup. Two seasoned veterans going up against each other. I know Solari is excited to talk about this as well, so I'll take the Danish counterparts. Simcuts having been around for ages. Team Dignitas EU, if anyone remembers them qualifying into the EULCS. Then rebranded to Splice, made it to the finals, then get into Worlds as well. Got knocked out by TSM, disappointing, we don't talk about that. Regardless though, he's a story veteran who's been around the block and has also been in the NLC before from Scotland's talent.
Also wenn du das als Toplaner sagst, dass das einfach ein schlechter Pick ist, dann werden wir
das mal so hinnehmen. You're right about talking about the mid lane because I think this is going to be one of those two most explosive potentially lanes because we are talking about Zorin, who is by the way back because in game number 1 of Chaos today we had a little bit of substitution situation with Turtle playing all the top lane and Vayu moving to the mid lane. In this game, Vayu is going to be back where he now, after the lane swap, belongs, and Zorin is going to be back on the mid lane. And this guy has a decade of professional competitive experience behind his belt. This is insane. He has been playing longer than some of these people have been playing games at all, full stop.
Okay, I'm not getting the hype because on the first game we got to see from Chaos, it was chaotic, no pun intended. It was, yeah, but with this roster, would it be different?
Should be. Hopefully it will be. Because honestly, it can go both ways to be honest. Because on one hand we had the substitute coming in, we had their lane swap. On the other hand, the substitute coming in was Turtle, who had a really good game despite all the expectations. He shattered them all by having a really good silent game. So this game right now with the full roster finally playing, it can go both ways.
Duckling, should I be biased?
Vielleicht ist es auch einfach for no reason, der uns
No, I think Vert is our favorite here. I'll go out and say that. But obviously, I am a bit biased towards the 4 games, but I think they have an up in front of them. Vert looked phenomenal in game number 1. And while I will say Chaos was a substitute, looked completely competent as well. I'm a bit worried for the top lane. Vayu has won the Nordic Championship before as a support. This is his first ever competitive game in top lane. And while yes, Verden's top laner is not very experienced at all, 18-year-old, only played 1 competitive game, he absolutely dominated that game. So I'm a bit worried there for Vayu, and I think he might have a rough start as his top lane career is about to begin.
I agree with Solari on a big point on this moment, which was Turtle stepped in. He did so much, but the team couldn't follow what he provided. And now Vayu is the one on the top lane. And I think on the second game, it's more of a, hey Vayu, it's your first game on top lane Spring Split. You have some big shoes to fill because your sub did a wonderful job. So either can you lead the masses and Zordon steps in and does a wonderful job as well in the mid lane, or maybe, I don't know, Turtle will leave a big like our play as well. We have, there we go, the start is a little bit delayed, but we'll jump in as soon as possible. Duckling!
Serious.
Start the game.
Come on, Duckling, not for the second time today.
Actually, it is my fault. No, I'm in the lobby right now. I can call out whoever is guilty, but I will not do that. It is me. It is I who has not pressed start yet. I am the guilty one.
Duckling, I got scared. That's like a production already. Now, I want, not best, but I want predictions before we go into Champion Select.
Do we actually know what sides are gonna be in this game? Are Verdant playing red? I was hoping for Verdant red side, to be honest, just maybe to see a little bit of Noodle shenanigans, because they usually happen when the team is playing on the red side, but I would still say that Noodle is going to be the one to look at. The problem with Verdant is there are so many good people to be looking at, especially after this game number 1 when pretty much everybody stepped up. But I think Noodle, with how much he's being allowed by the rest of the team, he needs to be the talking point. Probably his Pantheon is not going to be allowed in this game if KOs have watched the previous one. But I don't think it was the question of the champion, I think it's the question of the player, and he has stepped up so much.
I agree. So you telling me that the lane to watch is the jungle?
Yeah.
There you go, Duckling. Before we head on, quick word, come on.
I like it. I think they win 10 punches. Very good. Is that enough? Let's get into the draft now.
I think it is. GP being removed right now. No, you have to take notice of the Gwen, of the Nafiri and all that. But also the Pantheon is up, and Verdant being blue side, there could be yet another pick.
What I do want to highlight, yet another jungle now that we're focusing so much on Noodle, right? Is not the Nafari, it's not the Gwen, it's not the Pantheon. It is the very they banned Timo again. Unbelievable. Another Timo ban today. It's the Diego jungle.
Zeri Pike ist nicht die ländlichen Kopf ab.
Hatte ich auch nicht. Wir sind natürlich immer noch vieles Game Number 1, das heißt, wir haben Flasche mit raus, aber ich bin bei dir. I am very perplexed by this Timo ban. Chaos now, both their games have had Timo banned against them.
It rings a bell, but I would need to check my notes to tell you what it's ringing the bell for, so I will come back to the Tiltlicker teamer maybe, if I can find what was happening.
Nico, ich brauche eine Prediction. Ja. Erster Drake, 12 Sekunden.
As we're being removed now, Chaos, do you take away the Pantheon? So far it has been a big priority on the day for every single team. You need that. So far Pantheon has a really good win rate at day 1 of Spring Split. And also with that in mind, all of you back at home, love you very much and welcome to the show. I'd like to have you around here. And all of those joining in from EMEA, we were good work. There you go. We are the reigning region.
Look at the focus of the jungle program. The Nafiri and the Gwen ban are basically force bans. These are not the most preferred champions. He still has a plethora of champions to pick from, but we've seen it earlier today, the very safe first pick, so that's what they go for now. Really handing the cards over to KSA. Show us a bit of what you want.
Vayu has said something about being Crown Kuan, Illuminaire, playing Omnium Timo. I don't know if these two things are related by any chance. I'm just saying there was a tweet that I saw with my own eyes. There was a tweet.
First picking Aurora would be bold, and I believe that was a bold move. When you have something stable like a Pantheon, already revealing a little bit.
But it is exactly the pick that Sangox decided to go with in the game number 1 of Verdant today. He had a lot of success in it. He was able to be very stable on the lane and help outside lanes a lot, so it makes sense why Chaos might want to yoink it away from themselves.
Aber es ist schon ein anderes Niveau, als wenn wir jetzt hier K-Sante gegen Chogi
I think it a bit safe. I'm locking in the AD carry. Yes, the mid laner is now known, but I think in the jungle is really where they're waiting. I think Verden will just take one of the youngest to match. You have still plethora to choose from. Maokai is also one of his most played champs, so we'll take a more defensive role this time around and play for his lane, which is also one of Nuke's strengths. So it is totally fine. I was hoping for the Viego or the Panther, but we didn't get that this game. That does still leave a lot of strong engaged junglers open side of Chaos, and we know she can. That's what he likes to play.
We don't always get level 1 tackling, especially you with your Danish. But hey, we have a really strong team fighting compositions from Verden already. We have a lot of setup for them. This Rumble works in perfectly with the Maokai, with the Varus, a lot of poke, a lot of potential for the team fight. I love this fight, finally! Oh damn it, finally we're seeing Vi being picked into Varus. Finally, the point and click reliable CC into an immobile and very deadly AD carry. Thank you!
Well, I'm just gonna say it, this could be a flex, and I don't care what anybody else says, because Bars exist, and that's a Bars law. This could be a flex. It's not. Okay. Yone being removed right now on the second phase, and wants to remove those options from midline to fight off versus what has been picked already from Zoiden. Yone, engage tools being removed as well. The Nautilus could be another one, the Real, especially for the team of Verdant. So maybe Chaos is going to... Oh no, where are the Jays?
They're banning away the strong AD mid lane, right? Look at the AP damage already on the side. You have a full AP top side in the Maokai and the Rumble, so it's natural you want something AD in the mid lane. And with 2 of those strong options now being taken away, you might have to go something AD or more mixed damage. And it could hurt the damage profile of the lineup.
No, Tristan, I think Fortnite has played Tristan on the mid lane, so has Zoiden actually, she's very strong in the current meta. Yeah, unless Chaos want to take it for themselves now and then send it over to the top lane, I can see this happening for Verden.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea actually. They could look to take it away, as you say, taking away the last really strong AD mid laner. But I do doubt it though. I don't think Chaos are that flexible. But what? First game top lane competitively and you lock in. Kleb?
Yes!
Excuse me?
This is what we need!
Es ist halt, weil diese ganzen
you have to think outside of the box!
Spielst halt einfach
bring in the Kleb, bring in the Skarl. I love it! Now, you bring in the Corki, you bring in those 80 carries with not a lot of range. I mean, Kled is gonna have a field trip.
This side lane pressure is going to be so hard to deal with from Chaos side because Kled is a menace to kill the side lanes. He's a menace to even catch on the side lanes, to be fair. This is where Rakan should come in very handy for Verden, so I really hope that Optimize will lock in this pick. Never mind, they're not listening to me. They have their own ideas, but for Chaos, this is the silver lining. I like it quite a lot.
Und können jetzt sogar die Kontrolle hier im Bot-Set.
Like, if they can peel correctly for their carries, they have a good shot, Verden, but it is hard, especially if Chaos get ahead early. It doesn't take much more than the Via Star, rather, and you just instantly there. As he charges forward with that ultimate. Aurora can jump on top as well, curtain call from afar. Like, I can see the idea. Clear as night and day. It makes very good sense what Chaos wants to do here. Wow. I do still think Verden's composition is safer, but if Chaos gets one snowball rolling, they have a good chance of just steamrolling.
But how will you kill him?
That's the neat part.
Are we back? Are Denmark back? 4 days locking in this composition? We might be back, baby. Maybe I need to flip back on. This could, I mean, that is
well thought. You put the shield on the W from Taric on anyone like Vi or Kled, they go to the backline and they're gonna be stunned. Okay. Also, you provide with the immortality.
Guess what?
Chaos have cooked. Chaos have absolutely cooked here. I love the idea of this. I think it's creative. I think it's fun. If they fall behind early, it could look horrible. But if they just stay even and pick the right fight, I see how this competition will work.
I don't want to do that to you, Duckling, but so many things unfortunately go wrong for them. This is a composition that is very much very high risk and very high reward, but the risk is exceptionally high because the cooldowns are very bad on those ultimates. This team needs to play around their ultimates, needs to play around full composition being there, and if somebody messes up their ultimates, they're not winning a fight, they're losing it, and they might not lose the game.
Well, with this in mind, it's about to toss it into the game. Verden, the clean and well-thought composition walking in. While Chaos, well, they're deep front courage and an asshole pyro.
It's Chaos.
Teilweise nicht optimal genommen. So das Wann werden wir das nächste Mal sehen, dass diese beiden Teams aufeinandertreffen? Ich würde sagen, nächster Break. Ich sage, beide Teams gut, nein. Ich sage, ein Team versucht was zu machen, es klappt nicht, dann hat man Ressourcen. Das ist ziemlich tot. Der Kataklysm wird nämlich ziemlich hart verwendet. Die Execution sitzt gegen Blitzbang.
Okay.
Es ist nur der Support, aber
So, let me explain myself when I say I am the #1
trotzdem kriegt Random den Reset-Kill gegenüber White, kann seine Ultimate reaktivieren, den Boxen den Low, aber noch am Leben.
Because teams don't necessarily build around Vi in the jungle. Vi needs two things. Artillery support or buddy diving. Hold up. Sniller's getting dived by a Verdant here. Oh, good start. He'll be fine, he'll be fine. Okay, I'll continue. So either artillery support or body diving together with her. Right here, not only does she have artillery support from Jin, who inherently is a very good champion to set up
Kaufmann hängen. Wenn sich vorher auf 6 Grubs gesichert haben und damit ihren Fuß mehr als in der Tür stehen haben, die stehen quasi schon halb im Raum.
The Aurora is an incredible activity with her. Not to mention, you have the lead over in the top lane, and Tarek synergizes so well with the Vi and the Kled, because you can preemptively ult them before they get into the fight, and mark them for the kills. So, I really like what Chaos have together. The only worry that I have in mind is, can they actually coordinate it? Because that will be the biggest task.
Aber dann haben wir nicht die Rechnung mit Jester gemacht. Der flog nämlich rein,
Yeah,
Random auch noch sämtliche
I think they've gone very well around this fight, so I'm excited to see it. I'm more excited about this Tarek. It's been a hot minute since I've seen a Tarek in a competitive game.
I'll tell you one name. I'll give you one name. Okay?
Bravado. Teamfight von Jesklar. Der war ganz kurz davor, den Boxer zu killen und wenn die W nicht von
oh my word, I forgot about Bravado.
Xmati and Bravado bot lane. Fnatic 2020, I want to say?
I cannot. It's been so long. I can't remember. Nice to see this from Shackle going straight from their red to the blue. I believe they could have been seen. I didn't see what was but for the fact that Noodle's not immediately going to the red side, this may just be a little rough here for Noodle, actually.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly what happened on the pathing.
Was vor allem auch 1 CS Unterschied.
So,
start there from Shackle.
480 zu 4900
I think what's
Gold.
happening right here, I feel like Shackle actually tried to evade the gank with the top side because
Ratings sind OP.
Vi is scary. So, we had priority for mid, we had priority for bot lane. Again, we definitely do want to take an 2 versus 2s. Rumble is not strong in the early, especially when you have Scarlet chicken up top, and you get passive and you get basically double lives. Aurora plus 5. Very strong 2v2 in the mid lane in comparison to Corki and Maokai, who are looking to scale, do a little more attacking, do a little more damage on the Corki as well. So I feel like that was a pretty good dodge right there. And Shackle so far, good pathing from him.
Yeah, no, I made my point and then I just looked at the map again and I realised the mistake. Nobody actually walks away with a large advantage over the other on junglers here because they both took the same map count. So actually, it's not quite as big as I thought it was. The difference though is now, where does this lean? Where does this put the power? Shackle is obviously playing towards the top side and is going to be looking to attack top and obviously the mid as well. Where on the other side, you can see the Noodle potentially looking for any bot lane shenanigans. He's not going to be stolen on the crab here, but may get caught out by the Dazzle into the deadly flourish. Chaos just rotating their whole team down towards the bottom side. Zoran gets caught if they go in for the invisibility, but they're going to be able to walk away from this one nice and safe.
Raya uses W right on top of Sniller. So the CC overlap, so Shackle and Zoran didn't necessarily have the time available to them to get there. So that's going to be it. I feel like Vi could have had a lot more advantages than she did have in this early game, and she can definitely go back to her jungle. She has Wolves and Drugs over the top side as well, and the reasons are starting to come through. However, again, the biggest task and the biggest ask for Chaos is, can they coordinate well enough? Because this is a very coordinating heavy position.
Is able to break away. They find the knock up onto Obstinatus. Fourth shot comes in. Right, a little bit little bit off the damage right now, so just gonna get some damage off.
Please reset, please reset, please reset. I saw Shackle press B 4 times in this tri-bush and he's still behind. Now Markai gets to dictate the pace of the map. He can even invade Krugs if he wants to. He's so wide down the bot lane. He instantly goes top. Check the cracks, take them away. There'll be the TP coming through for value, so Noodle is not gonna overextend right there with the Maokai. Instead gonna go back to his jungle. And Shackle is gonna be completely unpunished for spending so much down bot lane without necessarily getting anything back.
Sollte genügend sein, Simply rauszuboxen aus der Situation. Aber
they're gonna get a nice little shove in to start it off here. I'm actually gonna lose too much. They are potentially looking for a play. Nyla has no flash available. Is just gonna look to try and get that dazzle off to Shiganari. Not gonna get much more. The flash comes out from Shiganari. Took away from Obstinatus to safety. They're gonna lose a little bit of the wave underneath the tower. Senkuks trying to be a nuisance, but Zoran actually eating quite a lot of damage in response. They have got himself the honey fruit though. Senkuks is gonna be able to get away, but in comes the Kled with the charge. Senkuks gets himself caught out, has to flash away. They land themselves the bear trap on the ropes to pull him back, and that's his first blood for Vayu. They find the lockdown underneath the tower. Shackle losing a lot of HP, but Noodle can't finish it up. Obstinatus making his way over. Hook comes in from the flash. Vayu gonna eat a fair amount of damage off the back of that. Good equalizer will cook Shackle alive. And Vayu finds himself caught out. He's about to get the remount though. Enough for him to jump back onto that one. Now turns onto Obstinatus. Is going to catch him off with the bear trap on the rope. But in comes the rest of backup and Vayu. I don't think you're going to be able to survive this one, mate. He is absolutely done so. Shotguns will not save him. Taeron just secures himself 2 kills.
And that is huge for the top lane as well. We've seen Rumble in a freaking tear. Excuse my language here. He's the champion, he brings the worst out of me, I guess. He's been on a tear today. Like, this champion has been dominating the Rift for half a year at least. I'd say 1 year as well. With a B1 on ban. Again, from Chaos, huge question marks right there. Let ult was called. Zoran didn't go to aggro. Shackle pulled back. I felt like, again, they were a little bit miscoordinated in terms of, like, who wants to go in, they want to engage, they don't want to engage. And again, playing that spectator mode in a team, not necessarily coordinating as much as you should. In combinations like this, where Zoran did not ult early enough, let Senkuks go, Senkuks was too far out, which forced Vayu to want to dive, and they really didn't want to dive, but they dived anyway because they had the chicken passive. It has put Chaos in a situation where they're about 1,500 gold behind.
We're losing a lot of HP. Snyder goes down in the middle of that. Chains of Corruption, CC Chain, you're dead. This is the problem with Tarek, he's quite susceptible to getting blown up.
Ohne Minions ist krass.
Aber 28? Kind of like Fresh, where he's like a pseudo-tank right here. Zoran doesn't have the ult, looking down. The chain missed as well.
Ja, stimmt. He'll get a bit of damage off. Vayu about to lose his mount there. The rocket. Obstinatus making his way over. Only got level 5, no Hex Flash. Can he land the hook is the question. Zoran is going to be the target. There's the lockdown. There's the kill. And now they're turning onto Vayu as he is about to remount up. This could be the turnaround for the Kled. The healing has come in. Obstinatus will go down. Shackle secures the kill. Noodle now being chased down. Charge forward. Noodle tries to buy some space, but there is too many people around. And Vayu secures his second.
Great turnaround here from Chaos, picking up a few kills for themselves, especially getting Vayu on 2 kills over in the top lane. Taeron secured 2 for himself. However, nothing goes unpunished in this game, and 3 turret platings are going to sip over to the side of Verdun, and I really want to see how much the gold difference is. Not necessarily much right now over in the top lane, 400 gold, all the turret platings that went down, and the 2 kills over to Rumble. Vayu did manage to catch up with those 2 kills and managed to pick up those up the map, but again, that was a pretty good play from Verdun. They punished. Over here, Chaos do have to catch up on a few waves. That bot can push on the tower. Chaos is looking to establish a vision for the map. That's the first target.
Denn der fällt jetzt. Es ist ein Buff, mit dem man hier arbeiten
pressure
kann.
right now, but Noodle is also making his way over, just securing his red buff, and it's like nobody's quite willing to pull the trigger on any of the objectives right now. Instead, essentially setting up for a gank to secure himself the numbers game, and interesting to see because Grog's obviously not spawned up yet. So you can't just trade objectives like we've seen quite a lot today. Is Chaos are going to start this? We could have an objective fight very early in this game. Senkok's making his way over. Obstinatus hasn't got 6 yet though. There's going to be the ultimate from Noodle, looking for the lockdown. Shackle open up onto Senkok. Senkok has put a lot of distance between him and everyone. As Zoran is taken down by the arcane smash. Senkok just able to solo Shackle in the middle of it. As the depth charge lands onto Snilla, they're taken out. Senkok gets a double kill. And Vernon just punching forwards with the advantage. They'll get this dragon in. They've got a minute to kind of catch their breath and then turn their attention towards Herald.
Verdun, that was very clean. They just walked in and picked them up one by one. Chaos, they only have one job to do, and that one job is press their go forward buttons at the same time. If one of them fails, the whole team falls apart. That's exactly what happened right here. The second Verdun split them apart. This was not Chaos' fight to fight right there. They overextended, they overcommitted, and they ended up getting one by one. And top lane, Port Tayron has been pretty smooth sailing so far, because it's been pressuring the waves back and forth into fight.
They've been really managing it incredibly well. Oldly already starting to grow to a pretty obscene amount, actually, considering we are just over the 11-minute mark. 19,000 gold to 17,000 gold. First items already starting to come in. Double Leandry's on Noodle and Tayron. That's going to speed up. But firstly, Noodle's clear. And we're able to really cut through these traps at this point. Now, it looks like Chaos is setting up for something onto Tayron. Tayron with that ultimate though, not a big wave to crash in. This could get really dicey for them. Vayu under a similar threat, except jungler not quite in the area. Instead, I think Noodle's going to turn his attention towards those grubs for this dive. Looking to be set up onto Tayron, but
that's a level 5
he's going to be able to melt through this tower.
That's a level 5 Taric and no wave to dive with. That is a lot of valuable time wasted. 6 Void Grubs are going to be taken and topping them up for Verdun. And if they were not already hammering those towers, now they're going to be chipping through them super fast. Having the Porky plus the Varus right here, Chaos are a little bit behind the play and unfortunately haven't had the chance to make that Vi plus Aurora dual work so far. And I don't want to be a pessimist, but Vi in the mid to late game, once he's fallen behind, this is the work.
11 Sekunden später ist der Buff abgelaufen.
Now, that was a 12-minute feat of strength over the Verdun. It's such a nice way to just kind of track how far ahead they are in pressure. This is a really clean game from Verdun so far. These guys are looking very solid. Tayron is going to get jumped in onto. Does have that flash, tries to put some damage down. Charge, lock him in place. Tayron is just going to try and clear the wave as much as possible. Is able to clear out the back lane. Maybe be able to get another couple there. Gets a bit of damage onto Zoran, who gets the shutdown. They're not going to be able to follow up much more, just due to how much of the wave got cleared.
Yeah, but if you look at the tops of the map, it doesn't belong to them at all. The wave has been pushed. Verdun have been having super control of that mid lane as well. And I feel like Chaos are looking for a few picks right now. Very importantly, Luden's completed for Zoran onto that Aurora are going to be hurting a little bit more. The wave is going to get much easier for him as well. Let's see if Chaos can start finding the picks. They have been boarding pretty aggressively right here. They're looking for Noodle.
Yeah, they've got the tether between the two. Shackle able to steal away the camp. Noodle going for the fight. Stuns available. There's the dazzle into the interrupt. They're going to throw down the ultimate as well to keep them alive. Shackle got that survivability to work with, but what an ultimate from Noodle means that it's completely shut down. Burning to the Leandries is Siganari able to secure the kill. Still next up on the menu. Verdun, they just didn't even look scared about that play. Just able to push through.
I feel so bad because these are the Vi plays that make me not want to see Vi ever again. Vi tried to clear the wave right here, but there's 3 members from Verdun and a Gromp, and it's not going to be for this world much longer. Doesn't even get to remount. It's going to go down to the other one's 303. Shiganari on this Varus now, and Verdun have showed a really strong face throughout the entire day. Which makes it that much more exciting looking forward to Verdun versus lots of potential matchup. up. Shiganari said, didn't have time to practice much, but by the time the two of them played, they would have hopefully had some time. Senkax, too far forward.
Senkax is definitely caught here. They're trying to Hex Flash over, coming for the save. Senkax is still alive. Shiganari putting some serious damage down. Teleport's coming in. Senkax flashes over the wall. Tayron comes in, and that equalizer was absolutely beautiful. Sniller burning down to the Leandres. They are able to get the shot. Senkax is taken down, but Shiganari will revenge him, taking him out. Sniller low. And here comes the charge onto Shiganari. Tayron looking for Zoran. Will be able to cook him. Now Shiganari just trying to get to his team in time. Flashes over the wall. Surprise! There's a Taric waiting in the wings. Shades of corruption. They find the lockdown. They've got the passive stacks on. And in comes a big old Q from Shiganari. Any moment now, Vayu is going to lose so much HP. Able to actually dodge some of that with the dismount. But Verdant, they're going for it. That's the kill. This is looking one-sided trouble.
And straight into that replay we go. Senkax. Right there, walking a little bit too far up, if you will. However, he does get bailed out from his team. Shiganari already and Obstinatus on his service. Noodle gets absolutely obliterated with only Leanders in his inventory to push Maokai. Obstinatus is gonna die to the last shot right there. And Rhea, I think he does the best possible scenario, right? This is what the Jin does in this composition. You set up from super far away and you try to snipe away people. Kills that Corki in the meantime as well. So very well played right there. However, Shiganari finds a virus. Finds a Taric for himself. A little bit of a present, a +1 if you will, as they're looking for a Sniller again. I'm gonna find the Q from either Maokai or the Nautilus.
Beste Blitzcrank-Game ever.
Will be indeed. They did look for it though. Rift Herald's up though, and I'm gonna try and contest this. Although I say that, they don't have Senkax with no teleport, so they may just give up this objective and instead turn their attention towards this mid lane tower, knowing that they don't need the Herald to push it through. I mean, Senkax is just getting free gold. That's a lot of gold, by the way. And meanwhile, Chaos incredibly slow to finish this Herald up. It's coming at the cost of 2 towers. Absolutely heartbreaking for them. Senkax able to clear out the tower. Has got himself a little caught out here. Eating those shots. Down he goes. In comes the rest of Verdant. Let's see if they can save the day. Now Tayron going to be looking to get dove onto. But Tayron, everything committed. He's taken out. Equalizes the wave. I don't know how much of the wave he gets.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Chaos. So a few picks right here, and they get to pop that Rift Herald. Could potentially look to take double power. As you're looking on the other side of Verdant, he's going to start potentially that dragon. See Ludu around the area, so definitely going to be the dragon. But spawns have come through from Shiganari and Obstinatus, so they're going to be defending that one. Senkax back on the map as well. Shiganari's going to head towards the mid side of the map, where Raya is pushing with Snilla. That was a pretty good pick for them. They do manage to get that neutral objective as well as 2 kills. Very importantly, kills going forward. We've seen Crowny do wonders with the Jin. However, he was getting fed super early into the game, and this is not necessarily a composition that's going to survive too long for the Jin to make plays. Shiganari.
I think that might just be Vayu going down. He charges away. In comes the Nature's Grasp just to lock them down. Vayu actually able to break away from that one. And there's the kill. Obstinatus with the dredge line. Throwing down the deck charge as well. Into the arrow. Shiganari secures the kill. And Chaos can do nothing but watch as their towers will slowly but surely crumble to the siege. Verdant just too far ahead right now.
Yeah, 6 Void Grubs as well from the side of Verdant. These towers are going to be melting huge wave on the top lane. Supported by Senkax's support push as well. Sorry, takes a Q to the face. HP and Obstinatus. That's all she wrote.
Obstinatus will go down in the middle of that fight, but we're going to see Shackle fall as well. The Dazzle lands onto one into the Deadly Flourish, but no real follow-up. In jumps Noodle. The teleport's coming in. They're going to pull the curtains down as Vayu trying to find the opening. Ventrap on a rope is going to connect onto Senkax. Senkax gets caught, but Noodle comes in for the backup. Senkax continues to fire away. away the extra bits of damage as Noodle going low. The arrow's doing so much. Shigenori gets caught out by the dazzle, but it matters not because that is Chaos collapsing to the side of Verdant.
Yeah, Verdant is kind of slapping them in the face with extra items, and honestly, Shigenari, what a performance on these Varus. 10, 0, and 8. And Blood Cold, as you can see his camera as well. Yeah, Gary just wants this game to be finished. Wants this game to be over. Few question marks, I will say, so far in this game about Senkax, but I feel like a lot of the overextensions have come from like all the confidence of being ahead, being able to capitalize,
we saw the pike,
having like almost 10 gold, I think a gold difference right here. These are things that obviously you're going to have to go back and board review potentially, because you cannot make these mistakes versus Lost Autonomous. You'll give them one kill, they'll take your entire map. I feel like these games are sort of leading up to it, as I feel like this game is as good as gone for Chaos, unfortunately, right here, haven't been able to secure themselves so far, and this doesn't look like it's going to be the case either, as they have pretty much 2 waves that are really pushing towards them. And Sniller is gonna get stuck, he's gonna get killed.
And he's just popped.
We couldn't even switch between us, he was just dead.
There's almost, these kills are almost so efficient, but now Senkax flashing away from the Deadly Flourish puts a whole heap of damage in Araya.
I think he
that is
a lot,
one
like,
fed Corki. He's had 2 tier 2 towers. They're 700 gold each. He's had so much gold from towers this game.
Oh yeah, another thing in the Atakan as well. They want to take as much as possible from the map. I think it's going to be the release one. Extra XP for everybody, as if Verdant needed this. That is now an 8,000 gold lead and brewing for the side of Verdant. And
I think he's a really great player.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around this because I feel like Chaos didn't really have a chance, especially
also with that victory right now. There's a bright future ahead of Kaufland.
So many of their clicks were just not coordinated enough to make the CC stick matter. I feel like we've been talking all day about landing CC, layering it properly, and I feel like it really matters, especially when you play a team that wants to go all in. If you cannot coordinate properly and one link is not connected to another, the chain is just going to fall apart. Unfortunately, it has been the case for Chaos. They have showed a lot of good stuff so far, so possibly with practice, more things are going to happen. Maybe Fox and others ace checks here?
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be enough. They throw the dazzle down. They are going to get the ultimate off as well. That equalizer is melting everyone in Chaos. The time of the ult is over, and Tarek offers nothing. Verdant getting the absolute rundown of the century. Azorin will fall. A double kill for the Rumble, a double kill for the Varus, and only Riot will remain. The biggest problem that Chaos have is NLC splits are fairly short if you're a bottom team. Unfortunately, you don't get much time in the league. We go straight into playoffs incredibly quick. And they're going to have some serious work ahead of them to make a lot of growth in a very small period of time. Well, this will be a very quick season for Chaos again.
Yeah, well, what's been some quick series though for Verdant is this one and the previous one they played. A very clearly good day for the debut of Verdant, bringing new players into the roster. I'm not wrong, only Natos remaining from the previous one in winter, and usually when teams restructure so much in a composition of players, it's just so difficult to sort of find things that click together, and Verdant so far have been showing up and showing off. And right here, Chaos tried to press the bugs all together, and it was the right idea. Technically, you should be able to burn through that Nautilus. Oh my god, this bubble absolutely destroyed them. It's just a matter of everyone is under-leveled on the side of Chaos. Whether they press the buttons or not, they just die instantly. This fight is a non-factor at this point, and there's a 12-0-11 Varus on the other side of the gold up. So let's just get items diff right now and levels diff. Take the flower!
They don't need it.
Just take the flower, man. You're under-leveled. Take it.
Oh, actually, they really do need it.
They do need it, yeah.
They really need it, but I don't think it's going to matter. Verdant probably setting up for their final siege here. They've got waves pushing on multiple fronts. This tower will not belong to the world. All inhibitors down.
Excuse me, I would need my Vi to pull back in base. SOS.
Yeah, they're still doing Dragon. They've only just finished the Dragon up. Waves are a bit of a way off crashing. They've only got this one, but they're going to throw down with the ultimate. The Rumble Ult crashes on as well. Riot able to break away, but that's not really going to do much for his team as they are melted by Verdant. Zoran going incredibly low. Hook hits onto a minion. Shigenari no Q available, so Zoran will be able to break away. But two super minions are about to crash into the base, and this looks like an incredibly fast win here for the side of Verdant. I don't think Chaos have got enough in the tank to keep themselves going in this one. As Zoran loses half his HP, Shackle jumps in onto Noodle. It's not really going to achieve much, as Shigenari is trying to put a bit more damage down. Shackle finds himself doing a little bit more work, but there he goes, shut down and immediately taken out. Verdant looking so clean today. A 2-0 start to the season. These guys are looking really formidable.
Ja.
Wow.
Also wir probieren verschiedene Sachen aus und das ist
It's
natürlich
making it
nicht immer
exciting. I looked at the group, they're laughing, they're feeling good, and they should be. They had a fantastic day so far. I was looking at the group and I was kind of scratching my head. I was like, hey, this is the Los Ratones group. There's usually at least like one team that will make it hard for them, and I just couldn't necessarily point towards that team because I felt like a lot of teams completely restructured. Verdant being one of them, and I just didn't know if the synergy was going to be there, if the coach was going to be there, if the player performance was going to be there. Clearly there is for Verdant. I actually was asked from the chat before we threw it over to the desk. If Vows gets a Vi pass, absolutely. Infinity gets Vi, always gets a free pass.
I mean, yeah, I'll take Crit Vi any day. Anyway, we're going to pass it over the desk to round that game and the day out. So over to you guys.
That was my question. That was my question. Does why Bounce gets the pass? There you go. It does get the pass, but also Verdant gets a big pass with this guy. Versus Chaos, they're looking clean, even with only 4 sprints in the back. It's looking good so far. What do you say about this game? Because if you play Chaos high risk, high rewards, the risk is there.
Can I just say one thing? Because we had Shigenari on the interview today, and he told us that we should be looking at the top lane. And while we should be looking at the top lane, and we will have to talk about Terran having such a great performance today, Shigenari was exceptional, and it was such a joy to look at him in the team fights because he was clean. He's very clean with his positioning in those fights. He's very clear on what exactly he is to be doing, and even that Vi that I was having so much hope about when I saw him in the draft, Trouble did slender me, and she was absolutely right that Vi did not live up to my expectations, and I had too high expectations.
Du machst EQ und all solche Geschichten, dann holst du Merc Threads, dann holst du was weiß ich nicht. Wir sind jetzt Black Cleaver Second gegangen, hätte vielleicht ein Kenny Brooker gerne gesehen, wenn wir nicht
You have been hit by the curse.
I've been hit by the trouble curse. My whole day just went apart. That's unbelievable. Regardless, though, I thought it was a phenomenal game there from the side of Verdant. I think, yeah, as you guys have already said, when you're Chaos and you draft this sort of competition, it's high risk, high reward, and when you don't get the reward, you take the risk, right? And you just get absolutely rolled over. It was fun, but what saddens me is they never really got the fight. This is where you thought they still had a chance if they could win this fight in particular about 15 minutes into the game. Catch out the opponent's mid laner. But sadly, they didn't have enough damage, and you know, Verdant, they were very good.
It's a very good position for Verdant to have a fight at because Chaos want to keep their backline as far as possible in their front. They pretty much want to have a front to back here, right? In this piece of the jungle, in this part of the jungle, it's not possible. And Verdant make sure that it's not possible for Chaos because they have absolutely no problem just going around the walls and getting into the backline of Chaos, not letting them regroup or just to think straight in this team fight.
Really pulling through here in the end in a difficult position. I will say that fight was close to going to Chaos' way, but it felt like to me when that fight was over and it was won by Verdant, the game was decided as well. You can see this pretty much outside of that, just the staple goal graph and the goal was scoring. Chaos, that was fun to see, but it didn't feel like we really get to see what they could do as this composition. As soon as they lost that fight around 15 minutes, there was no
Es ist wahrscheinlich eins meiner
this moment Verdant are going to finish the today with a good score, with a 2-0 tying them up versus LR at this moment. We talked about it previously on the interview with Shiganari, and they look comfortable even with little to no experience, let's call it this way. At least together the team is at least clicking together, and that's a good sign for Verdant, as they look as one of the top teams right now for the NLC. Obviously tomorrow we're going to look into Group B, and we have other Sharks over there waiting to bite on the enemies. But for today, LR and Verdant, at least in my opinion, have been the ones sticking out, and obviously LR were supposed to do though. Verdant, I was like question marking them. I'm really happy with the result they provided, even with so little experience together. That's my biggest takeaway from today. That they were able to do this with only 4 games of scrims.
Just very shortly before we head over to Senka to talk with him about it. I do think the fact that they showed this level today with so few scrims, it shows the floor of this team is very high. And that's what really excites me, because they looked very confident and very dominant in both games. And if they've only had 4 scrim games together, imagine what a few weeks together will do. I think there is a real potential in this team, and I think their side should be set on Copenhagen. I'm excited to see what they can do.
Oh, okay, we're getting some leaks right now. Let's start with Senkex to begin this one. There's an interview with him. Welcome to the show! That's a good start. Welcome to this one.
Thank you.
Hey, Senkex. 4 scrims before you start with the team on competitive? Boss.
It's chill, no? Some chill.
It's really chill, isn't it? And how are you feeling with the team so far?
I'm quite happy actually. I feel like even yesterday I was, when we had our first scrim, I was quite pleasantly surprised. I mean, I knew it was like good players, right? But I think actually it just, I mean, the like natural synergy, like it just flows a bit better, you know, than some of the other teams I've been on lately. So yeah, it's quite nice.
What has been the biggest surprise on this long road of scrims for the Verdant? What has been your biggest surprise within this roster?
Early season it's way too early to say, man. I don't know. I mean, I think my top laner is probably like the one where I didn't know much about it, but he's actually been performing really well, and he's a super nice guy, so I'm looking forward to some more scrims with him as well. But I think in general everyone has just been, like, everyone seems to want to win, right? Which is like the most important thing, I feel like.
I like that, because that leads me to another one. Group play, you're facing, you know, the Sharks. It's the rats. Not the most menacing animal, but let's be honest. Like, how do you defeat that team? Are you looking to like defeat them on groups, or you're like, hey, whatever it goes on group play, we don't care, maybe on playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, we have to be realistic, like it doesn't matter too much. Obviously I would love to beat everyone right now, but to be honest, it's about playoffs, right? Right now it's just one game at a time. I mean, today was a good day, so it's looking good.
So how has been the shot calling? Are you the one taking control of that with all your experience?
No, not really. Like, I think it's a bit of everyone. Like, I think Noel is doing a really good job too. Like, he really knows what he wants to do, and that's like a good skill to have as a jungler, since you dictate most of like the early game at least. So yeah, it's a nice thing that not having to sit on everything. Like like doing a lot of comms is sometimes a bit draining, but yeah, it's been nice so far.
So tell me something, this is more personal one. What is your big objective joining NLC? Obviously there's a lot of attention, EMEA Masters winners. What's your big objective?
I mean, I want to get into Copenhagen first of all. That's the big one. And I mean, it would be a bit greedy, I guess, right now to say win it all when Lost Performance is here, but I think it's possible. We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, a man of your experience, when you say that out loud, I have to trust it. I have to trust it, boss. Thank you so much. Pleasure to meet you and good luck. At least 4 more before next week, okay? At least 4 more scrims, you guys.
Alright, only 4.
Only 4, at least 4. You got I'll see you soon, man. Pleasure.
See ya.
There you go, they're looking clean. You know what I got from that interview though? He said, when we scrimmed yesterday. So the 4 scrims were yesterday, by the way.
That's a good way to get ready to the split. That is a insane turnaround, right? Absolutely incredible. What I really like to touch upon there, one of the motivations, I think, with so many, and I know this will be more Denmark-centric talk, but I think it is a real point, especially for the Danes. It is very rare that we have big lands in Denmark. We've had one, EULCS Final Spring 2018. Only 3 Danes managed to attend. Someone like Senkox, who was playing in the EULCS at that time, definitely must have been, wanting that experience. Venom Chris Copy was at that finals in Copenhagen, and I'm sure he as well is thirsty for more as a big land for the first time in 8 years, 7 years. Is about to return to Denmark. I think all of these Danish players, they have that extra bit of motivation to go and represent their country in their capital.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but I've been to Denmark a lot of times with another project, the Royal Arena, and the reality is the crowds and the venues are filled with Danish chants and that love of the country. So playing in front of that crowd as a Danish player must bring you a lot, and obviously as a Dane, that is a life objective. That's a life objective, to be on that stage and get the Danes shouting your name, because you folks can be extremely proud of your countrymen.
I'm smiling end to end, Archer. This is sweet music to my ears. The Denmark glazing is going crazy and I'm loving it.
What have I done? Well, for you back at home, if you want to join the finals, this is your opportunity. What do you mean finals? What do you mean it's going to be in Copenhagen? Experience the NLC finals like never. You go into this website. If you go onto our social medias, you get directed to a website where you can pre-sign. Because in Nottingham, we sold out in 3 minutes. So, if you don't want to be a spectator on Twitch and you want to see it live as you should, because this is not only going to be NLC, there's a lot of influencers, there's music, there's a lot. I believe there's someone with the flamethrower on stage. I've been told no, but I still have my dreams. It has to be in Denmark. It has to be, you know.
You both are delusional, you know that?
Give me a confetti cannon, you know, I'll be happy. I don't care. It's something, okay? It's something. Salani, what do you have to say? Because standings will show up soon.
You know what, in terms of today, we have been expecting some things, like a lot of Satons cleaning the game with a 2-0, but some other things were a little bit more unexpected, like Verdun, for example, ending as 2-0. I'm sorry, Ducklink, I know what you're gonna say here, but I wasn't necessarily putting Verdun as team number 2 in Group A, but after seeing them play on day number 1, I think in my personal rankings, they have just climbed a lot.
I'm gonna agree with that sentiment. I was a bit naive, hoping that Venom Crest would really prove to be a great team in this group. They have the level, I'm sure of it, but they need to find out how they want to play the game. They feel a bit disoriented right now, whereas Verdun, which, very little practice, felt very coordinated and on the same page, which to me is the big difference, because I think both of those teams have good players. Verdun just looked way more coordinated, whereas it was a bit too much chaos on the Venom Crest side, and they need to figure that out heading into next year.
Alright, this is it for today. Day 1 seeding stage tomorrow. We start with Group B, so you can't miss that show. We start at the same time. It's going to be DMG versus Bulldog, and well, Bulldog made it to Nottingham. They looked really clean. Were they able to improve? Because they are the second team who didn't change anything on the roster. Talking about changes, Ruddy did a lot of changes, Nord did a few changes. I mean, they're looking menacingly, so might as well join us for the show tomorrow. So, Larry Duckling, it was a pleasure having you with us today. You guys did a wonderful job. Producers, you also did a wonderful job. Everybody in the production of this show. And you back at home, you did a wonderful job. Because without you, it's not even fun, okay? Spam the chat. Oh no. Make the people who are taking care of the chat a living hell. Like, just spam it with all the XTD and all those emotes. I know, Duckley, you do that sort of work, so I'm trying to make your life a little bit more difficult.
Like you always
do. Then we'll meet again. We love you very much. Keep climbing. I'll see you soon.